Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Mr. Paranormal M. I've just wrapped up a long day at work, and honestly, this is the part I look forward to the most. Sitting down in front of the mic with you and diving into the strange, mysterious stories you send from all over the world. It really makes me happy to know that these stories help some of you fall asleep, feel calmer, or just feel a little less alone at night. Thank you for trusting me with them. I really, truly love doing this. All right, let me take you back a bit. This happened a little over 12 years ago when I was working at a recording studio in Brooklyn. At the time, I was still pretty green, just an assistant engineer, but I was obsessed with the job. For about 4 years, I did everything I could to support one of the senior engineers there. Let's call him Marco. My goal was simple: become a staff engineer. To get promoted, I had to be able to run an entire session on my own. From meeting the band at the door, to setting up mics and gear, to recording, editing, and doing the final tweaks on the mix. No hand-holding, no one watching over my shoulder, just me and the session. When Marco finally asked, "Think you're ready to run one yourself?" my heart just about jumped out of my chest. I said yes, but inside, I was terrified. Of course, they weren't going to throw me at some big-name artist right away. The idea was, if I messed up, it had to be with a band the studio could afford to lose. So I was assigned this amateur college band, 4 of them. Drums, bass, guitar, and a second guitarist who also sang lead. They'd booked 2 days to record 2 songs as cheaply and quickly as possible. First time in a real studio for them, you could see they were excited, but also clearly counting every dollar. From the studio's perspective, they were a safe band to experiment with. From my perspective, this was my test. I was in charge. Day 1 arrives. We do a quick meeting, talk about the songs, the feel they want, that kind of thing. Then we start setting up drums and bass, the usual, tuning, mics, headphone mixes. Once everything's good, we begin tracking. Honestly, they weren't bad at all. Pretty decent, actually. Nervous, but they could play. The rhythm section went smoothly, and I remember thinking, okay, maybe I can actually do this. Then we moved on to guitars. We put the main guitarist, the one who would later sing lead, into this little ISO booth. Thick door, heavy walls, totally sealed. No outside noise, no street sounds, nothing. In a studio like that, once that door closes, it's like the world disappears. We start a take. He's playing along. Everything sounds normal. And then suddenly, mid-performance, he just stops. Completely. I hit stop on my side and say into the talkback, "Everything okay?" He stares at me through the glass and goes, "Didn't you just hear a woman's voice?" Now, just so you understand, during a take, nobody in the control room talks to the performer unless we hit the talkback button. Our voices don't go into their headphones unless we deliberately send them. And in that moment, none of us had touched anything. Everyone in the control room was quiet. So I tell him, "No, man, we didn't say anything. What did you hear?" He looks unsettled, but kind of brushes it off. "I could have sworn I heard a woman talking, like right in my headphones." I roll back the audio and listen from the top. Nothing. No voice, no weird noise. Just guitar. I even solo the track, check the waveform. Still nothing. So I say, trying to keep him relaxed, It's probably just one of your effects. Some of those pedals can sound kind of vocal, you know? And that's a real thing, by the way. Certain effects and harmonizers can sound almost like a human voice. He doesn't look totally convinced. A couple more times during the session, he says things like, "I really felt like I heard a voice." But each time, the rest of us sort of laugh it off and say, "You're just tired." Or, "It's nerves, man."
And that's when our real problem shows up.
Time. We usually try not to split vocal recording across days because the singer's tone and energy can change. But we ended up taking longer on the first song's vocals than we planned. By the time we realized he still hadn't nailed the performance, our booked studio time was basically gone. And remember, day 2 already had to cover both songs' vocals plus mixing. So I made them a proposal. I said, "Look, we've already got a bunch of takes for the first song. Tonight, I can go through them, comp the best parts, and fix any pitch issues. That way, tomorrow, we can focus on recording vocals for the second song, and then move on to mixing." Most engineers use some kind of DAW editing anyway. I was working in Logic Pro at the time, and with that, you can fix timing, pitch, little mistakes, all kinds of things. The band members looked frustrated. They didn't have a big budget, and they knew that if we went over the reserved time, extra hours meant extra money. But in the end, they agreed. There wasn't really another option if they wanted to get both songs done. So I walk them out, say goodnight, and then my overnight shift begins. I remember thinking, if I can finish this comping job in about 3 hours, I can still get maybe 5 hours of sleep before we start again. Classic optimistic thinking. I made myself a strong coffee, sat down in front of the screen, and started working through the vocal takes. To my surprise, it went pretty smoothly. The singer wasn't perfect, but he wasn't terrible either, so comping and tuning weren't a nightmare. After I'd finished about half of the song, my brain started feeling a bit foggy, so I decided to take a short break and tidy up the live room in the booth. Sometimes, just stepping away from the screen clears your head. I grabbed the vacuum and started cleaning up some of the cable mess in the booth. While I'm vacuuming, the noise of the machine is roaring in my ears. And beneath it, I suddenly think I hear something. A woman screaming. Not like a little, "ah," more like a real, terrified scream. Far away but cutting through. I immediately switch off the vacuum. The moment the power cuts, the studio goes dead silent. And I mean silent in a way that almost hurts your ears, a kind of pressure. No street noise, no air conditioning hum, just nothing. I stand there, holding the vacuum, waiting. Nothing. No screams, no voice, just silence. I tell myself, you're tired, you're hearing things. You've been listening to loud music all day. Relax. So I shrug it off and start heading back toward the control room. And that's when things get really strange. Just as I step out of the booth, the song we recorded earlier suddenly blasts out of the main speakers at this insane volume. Now keep in mind, at that hour, everything should have been silent unless I hit play. Also, the way the routing was set up, the track was supposed to be going to headphones only, not to the big speakers. I thought, okay, maybe some routing bug, or I clicked something by accident. Glitches happen. I hurry back to the chair and hit the spacebar to stop playback. Nothing happens. The song keeps playing, loudly, too loudly. I try clicking the stop button with the mouse. I try every shortcut I know. The song does not stop. And then logic itself just freezes. No response at all. The cursor doesn't move. Buttons don't react. It's like the computer is a picture now, not a machine. Meanwhile, the song, this cheerful, upbeat college rock track, is still blaring, as if the system doesn't need the computer anymore. Now I'm panicking. I briefly consider just turning off the power to the speakers, or even shutting down everything. But I'm afraid that if I force it, I might lose the project altogether. And then, as I'm frozen there, hands hovering over the keyboard, I start hearing extra sounds in the music. First, this static, like zzz, the sound of an old, detuned radio. Then, a high-pitched metallic clank, 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 like a piece of metal being hit or dragged. None of that was recorded. I know every layer of that track. It shouldn't be there. I'm staring at the screen, at the frozen waveform, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe the interface is dying. Maybe the whole system is finally giving out. And then it happens. From out of nowhere, a woman's scream cuts through everything. Ah! It's so loud it just obliterates the song and the noise. It's not even distorted in the normal technical sense. It's like the speakers themselves are cracking under the pressure. The scream hits me in waves again and again, and my whole body goes rigid. I actually felt my hands go numb. And then, layered under that scream, I hear something else. A baby crying. A real, heart-wrenching wail. Not a sound effect, not a movie scream. Like a baby or small child sobbing and screaming from somewhere very close, but nowhere in the room. After that comes this roar, like a crowd of men shouting in panic all together. Wah! Not a chant, not cheering. More like the kind of sound that happens when something horrible is happening and people are running, pushing, yelling. I just stand there. I don't move. I don't even think to cover my ears. I remember this cold, sinking feeling in my chest, like my heart had dropped into my stomach. In that moment, I had this very clear thought. This sounds like someone put a microphone in the middle of hell. It felt like hundreds of voices, all agonizing, all trapped in this chaos. And the studio speakers were just the doorway. All of that probably lasted less than 2 minutes, but it felt much longer. Eventually, the screams begin to fade. The crowd noise dies out. The baby's cry disappears. That rising panic in the sound just drains away. And then, almost casually, the original song, the college band's upbeat track, comes back, as if nothing had happened. Same place in the song, same arrangement. Like the horror was just something layered on top and then peeled away. This time, when I hit the stop button, the track stops. The cursor moves again. Logic responds like normal. I'm just sitting there, shaking. First thing I do is hit save, over and over. Command S, Command S, Command S, like a reflex. Then I back everything up to another drive. I don't even listen back, I just save. My mind is racing, but my body is on autopilot. And as soon as I'm sure the data is safe, I get up and walk out of the control room. I didn't want to be in there alone anymore. In the break room, another senior engineer is there, someone from a different session, also working overnight. He looks up at me and immediately says, "Whoa, you look like you just lost the whole project." Apparently, I was that pale. I sit down and tell him what happened. The song blasting on its own, the computer freezing, the noise, the woman's scream, the baby, the crowd. I probably sounded half crazy, but I just laid it all out. He listens quietly, nodding, and when I'm done, he says, "We don't have any particular stories about this studio, but recording studios in general? Yeah. There are a stupid number of ghost stories." After that conversation, he came back into the control room with me and stayed while I did the rest of the night's work. Just having another person there made a huge difference. I don't think I could have gone back in alone. The strangest part? When I finally worked up the nerve to check the audio, there was nothing unusual in the file. No screams, no baby, no crowd, nothing. Just the band's track and the normal takes. The second day of recording went on with no technical problems at all. We finished the vocals for the second song, did the mix, and the band left happy, completely unaware of what had happened overnight. Sometimes I wonder if whatever I heard that night had actually started the very first day, back when the guitarist suddenly stopped and asked, "Didn't you hear a woman's voice?" Maybe something was already bleeding into the session, and for whatever reason, it finally came through full force while I was alone in that room. I honestly don't know. Here's what I do know. That was the first and last time I experienced anything like that. And not long after, I burned myself out with too many all-nighters. My body basically gave up on me. I ended up leaving the studio before officially becoming a staff engineer. I moved back to my hometown. These days, I work in carpentry. It's quieter. The tools make noise, sure, but it's different. Wood doesn't scream back at you. Every now and then, though, when I think about that night, about those voices, that scream, that wave of sound that felt like pure agony, I get this little chill. And I find myself wondering, was it just exhaustion, stress, and a glitchy computer? Or did something really reach through the wires and the microphones that night? Sometimes I joke and say, maybe I was the one who got cursed. But between you and me, I'm not entirely sure I'm joking. All right, let me tell you the story my mom's family never gets tired of repeating. I grew up hearing this at every holiday, every birthday, every time more than 3 of my mom's siblings were in the same room. There were 5 of them all together back then, and I've heard a slightly different version from almost each one. But the core of it, the core has always been exactly the same, and it still gives me chills. When my mom was a kid, They lived out in the country on this worn-down little farm with my grandmother. Not a cute, cozy farm either. This was the kind where the wind came in through the cracks in the walls, and you could hear every car that passed on the main road because there just weren't that many. Their nearest neighbor was about 1.5 miles away. The house itself sat maybe 100 meters back from the highway, connected by this narrow, rutted dirt drive that turned into mud every time it rained. There were no lights on that driveway. At night, it was just a black strip cutting through the fields. My grandmother, her name was Rosa, was up before dawn every day. She'd go into town to work and to sell whatever vegetables and eggs she could at the market. Most evenings, she'd catch the 6:15 bus home and walk down from the highway, hauling bags that always seemed too heavy for one person. My mom's oldest sister, back then they called her Tessa, was only 11. Way too young to be handling the house and watching 4 younger kids. But things were hard, and my grandmother did what she had to do to keep everyone fed. They had a little routine. When Grandma Rosa got off the bus in the evening, she wouldn't come all the way up to the house by herself. She'd stand up by the road and call out toward the farmhouse, and her voice carried all the way down that dirt driveway. She always said the same sort of thing, cheerful, a little tired. "Kids, come give me a hand with these bags." And the children would come running, because there were almost always treats buried in those grocery bags. Little sweets, crackers, sometimes apples, or a bottle of soda if they were lucky. So, one evening, just around that usual time, a little after 6, they were all inside the house. The sun was almost gone. You know that thin gray light you get right before it turns properly dark? That was what my mom remembers. The younger ones were playing on the floor. My mom was helping Tessa wash the dishes, and the radio was on low in the background. Then, clear as anything, from out by the road, they heard it. "Kids, come help me with these bags." Same rhythm, same tone, same little laugh at the end. It was my grandmother's voice. There was no room for doubt about it. My mom remembers how everyone just froze for half a second, then looked at each other. Tessa wiped her hands on a towel, and my mom said, "That's Grandma. She's here." 4 of the kids rushed for the door without thinking. My mom was one of them. The youngest stayed behind because he was too little and had fallen asleep on the couch. They all noticed, in a sort of vague way, that they hadn't heard the bus that evening. Usually, the bus made a very distinct noise when it stopped and pulled away on that stretch of road. But kids don't overthink things when they're excited, right? They shrugged it off. They pushed open the front door and stepped out onto the porch. It was already darker than they expected. The yard was just shapes at that point. The fields around them were quiet. No crickets yet. No farm machinery. Nothing. Just a still, stretched out silence. My mom says that by the time they were halfway down, it was really bothering her that she couldn't see anyone at the road. Usually, you could at least make out their grandmother's silhouette under the dim bus stop light. But there was nothing. No figure. No bus. Just the yellowish highway light and an empty road. They kept going anyway because they had heard her. All of them. Plain as day. When they reached the end of the driveway and stepped up onto the side of the highway, they stopped. The road was completely deserted. No cars coming, none going. Just a long, straight line of asphalt disappearing into the dusk in both directions. No grandmother. No bus. No grocery bags. Tessa cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, "Mama?" Nothing. She tried again, louder. "Mama!" Then the others started calling too, each voice a little more nervous than the last, their words sort of overlapping. "Grandma? Grandma Rosa? Where are you?" Only silence answered. Not even the usual rustle of the wind through the trees. My mom says it felt like the world was holding its breath. That was when something shifted. My Aunt Tessa suddenly got this look on her face. My mom always describes it the same way, like all the blood drained out at once. She grabbed my mom's wrist and said, very quietly, but very firmly, "Everyone, back to the house. Now." The younger kids started to argue, asking where Grandma was, why they had to go back. But Tessa didn't answer. She just herded them all around, one hand on each shoulder, turning them toward the dark driveway. As they walked back up, my mom said she felt like someone was standing just behind them on the road, watching them go. She was too scared to actually turn around and look. She just kept her eyes on the faint outline of the farmhouse ahead and the little glow of light in the kitchen window. When they got inside, Tessa slammed the door shut and slid the big wooden bolt across it, even though they almost never locked up that early. Then she locked the side door. Then the back door. One by one, every window latch. The younger kids started to cry when they realized something was wrong. My mom tried to ask what was going on, but Tessa just shook her head and said, "We all heard her, right?" All of them nodded. "Her voice," my mom said. "It was her voice." "Exactly," Tessa replied. "But she isn't here." That was when the full weight of it hit them. They had all heard their grandmother's exact voice, her usual words, at the exact time she usually arrived. But the road had been empty. Some of the kids began praying out loud. Others just sat huddled together on the couch, wrapped in a blanket even though it wasn't cold. They left the radio off because every little noise made them jump. Every creak in the wood, every gust of wind against the siding. No one slept, not really. They dozed in little snatches, jerking awake at the slightest sound, expecting at any moment to hear that same voice again. Right outside the door, the night felt endless. The next morning, just after sunrise, there was a knock at the front door. Not the voice, not a call from the road, just a tired, ordinary knock. Tessa peeked through the curtain and then practically collapsed with relief. It was Grandma Rosa, standing there with a small overnight bag and no groceries. They threw the door open and all the kids rushed her at once, talking over each other, crying, asking where she'd been. She looked confused. "I missed the last bus," she said. "I had to stay at a cousin's place in town. I told you I might be late this week, remember?" Tessa just stared at her for a second and then asked, "You didn't come home last night? At all?" That was when the kids tried to explain, all at once. The voice, the call from the road, how clearly they'd heard her, how they'd gone down to the highway and found no one there. My mom remembers how her grandmother's face changed as she listened. Rosa was a tough woman, not easily rattled. But as they spoke, her hands started to tremble just a little. When they finished, she crossed herself slowly and said, "You did the right thing coming back to the house. When something calls you from the dark and you can't see where it is, you don't follow." After that, for a while, she wouldn't let the children go down to the road alone at dusk. She'd rather carry the bags herself than risk it. And that's the question that still hangs over the story every time someone in my family tells it. If my grandmother was in town that night, if she never got off that bus, then whose voice was it, standing out there by the highway, calling her children into the dark? So, my Uncle Ramon's a taxi driver. I first heard this story, painting a picture, one humid Saturday night while he was drinking beer with my dad, Leo, out on our front porch. I was pretending not to listen, but you know how it is. I heard every word. Anyway, there's this stretch of road outside our town that every cabbie knows. They call it Runway Road, because it runs right alongside the airport fence. No houses, no shops, just empty fields on one side and a wall of tall trees on the other. No streetlights either. Once the last flight lands around 10:30 p.m., that whole place goes dark and quiet. No one really talks about that road when they're sober. So my uncle starts telling us about his friend, another driver, named Joey. That night, Joey was parked outside the airport, waiting for some late passenger who never showed up. He'd been working since the morning, so around 11 p.m., he dozed off in the driver's seat, engine idling, radio low. When he wakes up, the parking lot is almost empty. Just a few staff cars way in the back. He checks his phone, curses because it's so late, decides to take one last run through town before heading home. He pulls out of the airport, turns onto Runway Road. About halfway down, where there's nothing but trees and that rusty chain link fence, Joey sees someone up ahead by the side of the road. A woman. She's standing there like she just stepped out of the dark. Long black hair down past her waist, wearing this plain, pale dress that almost glows a little in his headlights. No bag, no phone, nothing. She raises one arm to flag him down. Now, any other time, Joey would have just kept going. But it's late. The road is empty. And a lone woman out there? He says to himself, if I don't stop, who will? So he pulls over. She opens the back door and slides in without saying a word. The car dips just a bit, like it should when someone sits down. Joey glances in the mirror. He can't see her face clearly, just her hair covering most of it. "Good evening, ma'am," he says. "Where to?" She answers in this flat, distant voice, gives him a street name and a house number in a neighborhood on the far side of town. It's not a bad area, just far. He taps the meter, pulls back onto the road. At first, he tries small talk. You know, the usual driver stuff. "Long day, ma'am? You working at the airport?" Nothing. She sits perfectly still, turns slightly toward the window, hair like a curtain, hiding her face. No fidgeting, no looking at her phone, no clearing her throat. Nothing. Just this heavy, quiet presence in the back seat. Then, he starts to notice the cold. Not aircon cold. Not, oh, I turned the temperature down too much, cold. He says it was the kind that seeps into your fingers and your jaw. Makes you clench your teeth without realizing it. He checks the controls. AC is already low. He turns it off completely. The cold doesn't go away. Instead, it feels worse. Like the air is heavy. Like the kind you feel when you walk into a room where people were just fighting, you know? Not something you see, just something you feel. Joey keeps his eyes on the road. He tells himself, just drop her off, then go home. Shower, sleep. Don't be dramatic. Still, he notices his hands are shaking on the steering wheel. He keeps flexing his fingers, trying to blame it on the coffee or the long shift. They're driving through the edge of the city now, where the first proper traffic light is. Up until that point, it's been nothing but empty road and a few warehouse gates.
Finally, they hit a red light.
The car rolls to a stop. No other vehicles, just them and that red glow on the hood. Joey says this is the part that still makes him sweat when he talks about it. He takes a breath, lifts his eyes to the rearview mirror, just to check, just to be polite, to say, "We're almost there, ma'am." And the back seat is empty. No one is there. No sound of the door opening. No click. No rush of air. The car didn't rock. Nothing. It's just him and the meter quietly ticking. He freezes. He doesn't turn around right away. He just stares at the mirror, his heart pounding in his ears. Then, very slowly, he twists in his seat, looks over his shoulder. Nothing. The seatbelt is still in place. The cushion looks the same as when he started his shift. There's no trace of anyone ever sitting there. He looks at the road outside. They haven't passed any intersections except this one. No sidewalks, no tricycles, no side streets. No spots where she could have slipped out without him noticing. He's a logical guy, Joey. Uncle Ramon swears up and down that Joey doesn't believe in ghosts, doesn't go to church, laughs at superstitions. The kind of guy who says, there's always an explanation. So his brain goes into overdrive. Maybe she got off at the airport gate? No, he remembers her getting in. Felt the car dip. Heard the door. Maybe she got off at a stop he doesn't remember. But there was no stop. No red lights, no speed bumps, nothing. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. Maybe he was so tired he dreamed it with his eyes open. But then he glances at the meter. The fare is running. Meters don't tick for imaginary passengers. That's when the hair on his arms stands up. He says the air in the car suddenly feels wrong, like it's too heavy, like you can't quite get a full breath. The cold digs straight into his bones. He slams his hand onto the button, stops the meter, and whispers, I'm sorry, to nobody. The light turns green. He doesn't wait. He makes a sharp U-turn, drives straight back toward town. But this time he avoids Runway Road, takes the long way, where there are houses and people and noise. He keeps checking the back seat, the mirror, the side windows, like he's afraid she'll be there again, just sitting quietly. When he finally gets home, he parks the cab outside his house and just sits there with the engine off. He says his hands are still shaking as he lights a cigarette. He doesn't even like smoking, but that night he finishes half a pack. The next day, he goes to the church his mom used to drag him to as a kid. Stands awkwardly at the back while a mass is going on. After it ends, he buys a rosary from the small stall outside. He's not suddenly religious. He doesn't start going to church every Sunday. He still jokes about stuff, still says there must be a logical explanation. But from that night on, he hangs that rosary from his rearview mirror. And here's the thing. Once he tells his story, the other drivers start talking too. Quietly, like they're afraid the road will hear. Another guy says he picked up a woman late at night near the airport, and her voice sounded like it was coming from far away, even though she was right behind him. Another driver swears his cab froze up with cold in the middle of a hot summer night, with the AC off. Little details are different in every story, but it's always the same road. Always late at night, after the last flight. Usually a woman with long black hair, standing where there's nothing and no one around. Almost every driver has a rosary or some little religious charm hanging from the mirror. And when they pass that dark stretch of runway road, right by the trees and the fence, you might see the driver's hand lift, just for a second, to touch it. Okay, so this is one of those stories that's been told to me so many times I could practically recite it in my sleep. And honestly, I kind of wish I couldn't. Growing up, my mom, her name's Lena, was broke. Like, hand-me-down shoes, pantry is mostly cans of soup, broke. Whenever money got really tight, her mom would drop her off at her grandmother's house and disappear for a while. But Lena didn't mind. Her grandma, everyone called her Nana Rosa, absolutely adored her. She was the favorite, the golden girl, as Nana liked to say. They did everything together. Baking bread at 5 a.m., feeding chickens, walking into town for cheap ice cream. That house felt more like home than anywhere else. Eventually, Lena's mom pulled her life together a bit. She got a steady job and moved them about 8 hours away to a different city. She took Lena with her, of course, but that didn't stop the trips. Every summer, without fail, Lena would get on a bus by herself and go stay with Nana Rosa for a few weeks. Fast forward a bit. College time. Lena's older, juggling classes and work, but she still makes time every year to visit her grandmother. Same old house, same creaky porch, same steep staircase down to the basement. And that's the summer the dreams start. One morning over coffee, out of nowhere, Nana goes, "Lena, I had a strange dream last night." She says she was standing at the top of her staircase, about to go down to the kitchen. Everything felt normal, except she could feel someone behind her. She said she felt a hand press into the middle of her back. Cold, like touching metal in the winter. Then a hard shove. She described tumbling down the stairs, feeling every step slam into her. And when she hit the bottom, everything went quiet. She said she rolled onto her back, looked up the staircase, and saw who had pushed her. A woman, she said. A woman with long hair. Lena asked, "Did you recognize her? Who was she?" Nana just shook her head a little and said, "It was a woman with long hair. That's all." And then she changed the subject. But the thing is, that wasn't the only time. All that summer, Nana brought it up again and again. Not like a joke. Not like, "Oh, I had this weird dream." But in this soft, serious voice. She'd say, "I can still feel that hand on my back." Or, "The way I fell. It felt too real." Every time, she'd get this faraway look in her eyes, like she was staring at something just over Lena's shoulder. Summer ended. Lena went back to campus, back to late-night studying and vending machine dinners. Life moved on. Then, in the middle of October, the phone rang. It was one of the relatives from back home. Their voice was shaking. They told her, "Nana fell down the stairs." She was gone. Now here's the part that never sits right with anyone in the family. Nana was in great shape for her age. She still walked out to her little garden every morning, still carried baskets of vegetables, still climbed hills like it was nothing. No serious health issues, no dizziness, nothing that would make her just randomly fall. But the official story was simple. She fell down the stairs. Accident. Lena can't stop replaying that summer in her head. The way Nana's voice would drop when she talked about the dream. The way she pressed her palm into the small of her own back while describing that cold hand. The way she said, "I saw who did it," and then refused to say more. My mom never got to ask, "Was it someone we know? Was it you? Was it me?" Any of those questions. She never got the chance to find out who that woman with the long hair was supposed to be. She laughs it off if you mention it. She'll say, "Oh, it's just habit." But every now and then, if you watch her face when she looks down a long flight of stairs, you can tell she's thinking of her grandmother and of that cold hand on her back and of the woman with the long hair waiting at the top step. It all started back in 2021. I live in this really tiny village where, honestly, there isn't much to do and there aren't many places to hang out. Everyone knows everyone, and that also means everyone sees everything you do. So me and my friends were like, we need a spot, somewhere we could go without half the village watching us from their windows. And because my village has a bunch of abandoned houses, we thought, why not make one of those our place? We checked out one, then another. Nothing special, just dusty and boring. And then, we noticed this one house we swear we'd never seen before. It was kind of tucked behind some overgrown bushes, like it was trying not to be noticed. So of course, we decided to go in. The front door was locked, obviously, but we'd brought this old metal bar, kind of like a crowbar, and we started working on the lock. We actually managed to break it, but even then the door still wouldn't open. I broke one of the small glass panels in the door and peeked inside. And that's when I saw it. There was a chair pushed right up against the door from the inside, blocking it. We all just kind of looked at each other like, okay, that's weird. But we moved the chair, opened the door, and went in anyway. The first thing that struck me was how clean it was. For an abandoned house, it was surprisingly tidy. No graffiti, not much dust in some rooms. Like someone had just left. Except for one room. The first room we walked into was completely covered in clothes. Piles on the floor, hanging off furniture, thrown over chairs. Men's clothes, women's clothes, kids' clothes. Just everywhere. It was a bit creepy, but nothing too crazy, so we brushed it off and went to explore more. We tried the bedroom next. Of course, it was locked. So we did the same thing again, broke the lock, pushed the door open, walked in. We were just messing around, talking, looking through drawers, checking out the old furniture. Maybe 10, 15 minutes went by. And then the bedroom door suddenly slammed shut behind us. Now, there was no wind. The windows in the bedroom were closed. The front door was closed. Everything was still. We laughed at first like, okay, funny, who did that? But when we tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. The door was locked again, from the inside. After a lock we had literally just broken. We all started to get that tight feeling in our chests, you know? Like the air gets heavier. Eventually, after some pushing and messing with the handle, we managed to get the door open again. To this day, I don't really know how or why it locked itself. And this is where we did the dumbest thing. We decided to carve our names into the bedroom wall. There were 3 of us, me, my friend Mila, and my other friend Rosa. We took a pocket knife and scratched our names into the paint like we were signing the place as ours. We also decided to borrow some stuff from the house. We took a small rusty knife, a little hammer, a few old church candles, and this really old gas mask we found. It felt like treasure at the time, like props from a horror movie. After we left the bedroom, we found this narrow hallway with another door at the end. That one was locked too. We worked on it for a while and managed to get it open. But our hammer actually snapped while we were doing it. That door turned out to be an exit that also led into this bigger room. And from that room, there were stairs going down to the basement. We told ourselves we'd check that out later. We wandered into the kitchen next, and that room was strange. There was a bed in there, not in a bedroom, but just in the kitchen, and a mirror sitting on the table facing another mirror on the wall. So the mirrors were directly facing each other. But of course, instead of taking the hint and leaving, we decided to go down to the basement. The second we stepped into the basement, all 3 of us got this horrible headache. It was almost instant. Mila actually grabbed the railing because she looked like she was about to faint. The air felt thick, like it was pressing on us. We stayed down there maybe a minute. Then we all looked at each other and were like, nope. We turned around and went back up. We sat for a while in that big room near the exit door, just kind of recovering and laughing it off, trying not to admit how freaked out we actually were. And then we left. At that point, we thought we'd found our new secret hangout spot. We had no idea what was coming. Day 2, the photos. The next day, only two of us went back, me and Mila. We decided to bring our cameras this time, because in our heads, this was all just an aesthetic abandoned house photo shoot idea. Mila went first. She stood in the little hallway, right in front of one of the mirrors, and took a selfie of herself with her camera. It looked cool in the moment, nothing strange. We didn't check it right away. Then I took some photos of her too, in that kitchen with the two facing mirrors. She was wearing a white t-shirt that day. I remember because I was dressed in all dark clothes, black hoodie, dark jeans, so we wouldn't mix each other up in the photos. Later, when Mila went home and started going through her pictures, she messaged me. In the photo she took of herself in the hallway mirror, her face looked wrong. Her head looked almost like a skull, like the skin was stretched tight or missing, and her eyes were almost completely white. That is not what she looks like. And behind her, reflected in the mirror, there was this little white circle that looked like a small head. Could it have just been dirt on the mirror? Maybe, but the way it lined up, it didn't feel like dirt. Then there were the pictures I took of Rosa from the day before that I hadn't really paid attention to yet. In one of them, she's standing by that weird mirror setup. On the right side of the photo, you can clearly see her white t-shirt, her hair, part of her face. On the left side of the photo, right next to her, there's this white shape, like someone standing next to her, but all pale. It couldn't have been me because I wasn't wearing anything white. Where I was standing, I shouldn't have been in the reflection at all. I was off to the side. There was no flashlight, no strange light source, and the only window was behind the mirror. And then there was just a photo of the bedroom, all messy because of us, beds unmade, clothes tossed around. That part was normal. The other two, not so much. Day 3, decorating the house. On the third day, we made what might have been our second biggest mistake. We brought another friend. For the story, I'll call her Nora. We wanted to show Nora our secret house. We didn't tell her about the weird photos yet. We just took her there like, look at this creepy cool place we found. We mostly stayed in the bedroom because it was the coziest. It had more light, and it felt less intense than the basement or the mirror room. We decided we'd actually decorate it, like it was really ours. We fixed up some books and magazines we found on a shelf. Nora found a stack of old photos, pictures of different places, like cities and mountains and old buildings. We brought some nails we'd taken from the basement, so she started hanging those photos up on the bedroom wall above the bed. We lay on the beds, listened to music from someone's phone, talked about random stuff, laughed. It almost felt normal, like a sleepover in a place that didn't belong to us. Day 4, the nightmare and the apology. That night, everything escalated. Around 2 a.m., my phone started blowing up with messages from Mila and Rosa. I was half asleep, just staring at the screen, trying to make sense of all the texts. Mila told me her mom had woken up from a nightmare, like, really shaken. Her mom had no idea we'd taken anything from that house. We hadn't told any adults what we were doing. In the nightmare, her mom saw, and I quote, "A woman with skin as white as snow, almost like she was dead. She told me you girls had done something bad and that you need to return everything you took." When I heard that, my stomach dropped. We'd never mentioned the house. We'd never mentioned the candles, the hammer, the gas mask, nothing. There was no way she should have known anything about that. We all agreed we needed to fix this. So the next day, we went back to the house. It felt different walking up to it after that dream, heavier, like the air itself was watching us. We went room by room and put everything back. The candles, the little hammer, the knife, the old gas mask, everything we could remember taking. We returned to the exact spot we had found it, or as close as we could manage. And we apologized. Out loud. We stood there in the bedroom and said things like, "We're sorry. We shouldn't have taken your things. We didn't mean any harm. We're putting everything back. Please don't be angry." It might sound silly, but in that moment, it felt completely serious. After that, we left the house and started walking toward the park like we usually did. I don't know what made me turn around, but I did. And that's when I saw her. In the attic window, there was a white silhouette of a woman just standing there, watching us. She wasn't close enough to see her face clearly, but the shape was unmistakable. A woman, still and quiet, looking down at us. I froze. After a few seconds, the figure moved. It turned and walked away from the window. I didn't say anything right away. I just watched until the window was empty again. Then I told the others what I'd seen. We made a promise that day. We promised that every time we walked past that house, we would say something kind. "Hello. Have a good day. Hope you're at peace." Just something respectful. And we still do, even now. We never told Nora about the photos or about Mila's mom's nightmare. We decided it was better for her not to know all the details. She still thinks it was just an old creepy house we used to hang out in. But for us, it's different now. For us, it's the house where we learn that sometimes, when you take from a place that isn't yours, and from someone who isn't exactly gone, they might just find a way to ask for it back. I grew up just outside Providence, Rhode Island. But every summer, my parents shipped me off to this outdoor camp up in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. It was one of those classic New England camps. Canoes, creaky bunks, counselors who lived in flannel. I started going when I was about 8, and by the time I was 17, I was finally old enough to be a CIT, a counselor in training. Now, the big rite of passage for us CITs was this one trip, hiking up Mount Washington. Tallest peak in the Whites, famous for truly awful weather. Like, they brag about how bad the weather is. People have actually died up there, which they tell you right before you go, for some reason. Super comforting. Anyway, our group hikes up all day, and the plan is to crash at this hut near the summit for the night, before finishing the climb in the morning. Picture a long wooden room with rows of mattresses on the floor. Everyone lined up in sleeping bags like colorful sardines. There were maybe a dozen of us, me, my buddy Theo next to me, and a bunch of other half-exhausted teenagers who passed out almost immediately. Except me. For whatever reason, I just could not fall asleep. I was wired. Maybe it was the altitude. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe it was the gallon of hot chocolate I drank at dinner. I don't know. I just remember staring into the dark, listening to everyone breathe. After a while, maybe an hour, I started hearing these sounds. At first, I thought it was just normal sleep stuff. Someone snoring, somebody shifting in their bag, a little mumbling. No big deal. But then the voices started to change. It stopped sounding like my friends. The sounds got deeper, guttural, almost like someone was trying to talk with their throat half closed. And it wasn't just one voice. It would start as these low, broken noises, like someone whimpering under their breath. And then it would swell. More and more of them, all at once. They didn't sound like any of the kids I was with. These voices sounded older, worn out, desperate. And the words, when I could make out words at all, were like pleading, crying out for help or mercy or I don't even know. It was just this sense of raw distress, like being in a room with people who were all suffering, all at the same time, but you couldn't see any of them. The pattern was the same, all night. It would start with one or two voices, build and build until it felt like there was a crowd of them wailing, and then die down again. A few minutes of quiet, then back again, over and over. The whole time I'm lying there on my back, staring at the ceiling I can't even see, absolutely frozen. I kept trying to figure out if the sounds were coming from my friends' bodies or from somewhere else. The room itself, the walls, the air. I honestly didn't know. All I knew was that they were around me, everywhere. And whenever I looked at the people next to me, they were just asleep, totally out. At one point, I couldn't take it anymore. I nudged Theo. Hey man, wake up. He kind of grunted and rolled toward me, all confused. What? What's up? And I'm there, heart racing, about to say, do you hear that? There are voices everywhere. But the second I opened my mouth and started with, there are these weird voices. I could hear how insane it sounded. So I chickened out. I just shook my head and said, never mind. Sorry. Go back to sleep. He did. Instantly. And I was alone with the voices again. Finally, after what felt like an entire lifetime, the sky started to lighten. Dawn on the mountain is weirdly quiet. The voices stopped. Just stopped. No slow fade. One moment they were there, and then they weren't. All I could hear was the wind. I remember turning my head toward this little window in the hut as the light got stronger. The glass was fogged with dew on the outside. And that's when I saw them. Handprints. Clear as day. Several of them, pressed into the dew on the outside of the glass. They looked like someone had stood out there in the freezing, early morning wind and put their hands flat against the window, over and over. Different sizes, some higher, some lower. And the wildest part was, I felt relieved. Not because it was normal, obviously, but because it meant maybe I wasn't going completely out of my mind. I thought, okay. When everyone else wakes up, I'll show them. I'll say, do you see those? I wasn't imagining this. So I just lay there, watching those handprints while the sun came up. But as the light got stronger, the dew started to evaporate, tiny droplets sliding, breaking up the shape of the palms and fingers. Within a short time, gone. Completely gone. Just a blank window again. By the time everyone else woke up, there was nothing to see. No voices, no handprints. Just a bunch of tired teenagers stretching and complaining about sore legs. And I said nothing. We finished the hike to the summit, took our victory photos, came back down, returned to camp, and I carried that night around in my head like a stone for years. I didn't tell anyone. I was sure no one would believe me. I barely believed myself. Fast forward to adulthood. These days, I'm a lot more willing to talk about it, usually when the topic of ghosts or weird experiences comes up. A few months ago, I was at a bar with some friends, and we got on the subject of haunted places. So I told them the whole story. The CIT trip, the hut, the voices, the handprints, all of it. I finish, take a sip of my drink, and everyone's kind of sitting there in that. I don't know if I should joke or take this seriously. Silence. And then my friend Lena pulls out her phone. She scrolls for a second, then turns the screen to me. It's a photo of a mountain hut. Weathered wood, small windows, rocky ground around it. She goes, "Was it this place?" And my stomach just dropped. Because I had never looked up the hut. Not once. Back when it happened, I didn't even know what it was called. We were just kids, following our counselors. And it was like 2004 or 2005. My family still had dial-up, and I certainly wasn't going home to type "creepy cabin where I almost lost my mind" into a search bar. But I look at her phone, and I recognize it instantly. The angle is different. The weather's nicer, but the shape of it, the way it sits against the rocks, it's the same place. "Yeah," I say. "Yeah, I think that's it." "Why?" She scrolls up to the top of the article. The headline is something along the lines of, "Spend the night in New Hampshire's most haunted cabin for a truly terrifying experience." I just stared at it. Didn't quite work out that way. Over the years, more people died on that mountain, and along the way, the hut picked up this reputation for being haunted. People have reported seeing faces, crowds of them, pressed against the windows, or feeling invisible hands shove them in the dark, or hearing things they can't explain. There's even this idea of something they call the presence. Not one specific ghost, but kind of a collective spirit. The energy of all the people who died up there, bound somehow to the mountain itself. There are stories going back to the 1800s about people feeling followed or watched by something, long before the hut was built. And reading all that, it was like a switch flipped for me. For so long, I treated that night as this weird, maybe I was just overtired thing that happened to me alone. But realizing that other people, strangers, decades apart, had felt and heard similar things in that same spot, it became very, very hard to chalk it up to my imagination. I still don't understand what happened that night. I don't have a neat explanation. I just know what I heard, what I saw, and how it felt. I know those voices sounded like they were in pain, like they were reaching out. I know I lay there listening to them for hours, too scared to move. And I know that when I think about those handprints fading into the morning sun, part of me wonders if they were trying to be seen, to be acknowledged, to not just be another set of names on some old memorial. People sometimes ask me, would you ever go back, stay there again, just to see? And honestly, a part of me would love to, just to understand. To stand in that hut as an adult and say, okay, I'm listening. What are you trying to tell me? But the rest of me, the part that remembers lying awake all night while the dead begged for help in the dark, yeah. I don't think I'm taking that gamble. Not on that mountain. Not in that hut. Not again. When I was 22, I was dating this guy my age named Lucas. We'd met in college and had that classic will they, won't they thing going on for months. He used to walk me back from class to our dorm every day, and everybody around us kind of assumed we'd get together. But for a bunch of little reasons, it just never quite happened back then. I ended up dropping out of school. Life did its thing. And then about a year later, we reconnected. This time, it actually clicked. We started officially dating when we were 21, and after about 6 months, we moved in together. It was one of those relationships where you actually talk about things. Good communication. A lot of trust. That really warm, safe feeling. A couple of months into dating, I had this really strange dream. In the dream, I was in this loud, bright arcade, kind of like a Chuck E. Cheese, but more modern. I was standing next to the skee-ball machines, tickets hanging out of the slots, kids running around. And there was this guy next to me, around my age. He had on black skate shorts, black skate shoes, and this bright red skate tee with a little white logo on the chest. We just talked. The whole dream was just us standing there, talking. I don't remember a single word of what we said, but I remember how it felt. When I woke up, I was overflowing with this crazy sense of joy. Not normal, oh that was nice, happy. Like this deep, glowing peace and happiness that honestly didn't even feel like it was mine. That was super weird for me, because I almost never have happy dreams. And I definitely never wake up feeling that good. So I rolled over, looked at Lucas, and told him everything. I described the arcade, the skee ball, the random guy's outfit, the whole thing. Lucas just kind of smiled and was like, wow, that's wild. And we both laughed about it. Then we moved on with our day and didn't really think about it again. Fast forward about 6 months. By then we'd been together around a year and a half. And one night we had this really emotional heart-to-heart. Lucas opened up to me about his best friend from childhood, a guy he called Noah, who had died while we were still in college. It was the anniversary of Noah's death, and Lucas was really struggling. He told me Noah had been this insanely good skater, like actually sponsored and doing competitions. One day, Noah had been bombing this huge hill on his board in Seattle. It was something he'd done a million times, nothing unusual for him. But that day, a car ran a stop sign at the bottom of the hill. Noah crashed into the car going full speed. He was rushed to the hospital, and somehow they told him and his family that he was mostly fine. Just a broken arm, some bruising. His family took him home so he could rest and heal. And then, out of nowhere, he collapsed and died. The hospital hadn't checked for internal bleeding. There was way more damage than anyone realized. Lucas told me how Noah's death shattered their whole friend group, and how he couldn't even bring himself to go to the funeral. He just shut down. He never really got to grieve properly, so it was like this open wound he carried around. By this point, Lucas was crying, and he asked me softly, "Do you want to see a picture of him?" I told him, "Of course." So he pulls out his phone, scrolls for a bit, and then shows me this old photo of him with a group of his childhood friends. He points to one of the guys and says, "That's Noah." And I swear to you, I screamed. Noah, this boy in the photo, was the guy from my dream. Same face, same vibe, same exact outfit. Black skate shorts, black skate shoes. Bright red skate shirt with the little logo. I had never seen this picture before. I had never seen this kid before in my life. I was shaking. Lucas was staring at me, confused, so I reminded him of that weird dream I'd had months earlier. The arcade, the skee ball, the boy in the red shirt, the happiness I woke up with. And then I pointed at Noah and said, "That's him. That's the guy I was talking to." You could see it click for him. His whole expression changed. Both of us were always more spiritual than religious. I'd always been a bit sensitive, I guess, intuitive. So I told him, as gently as I could, "I really think Noah visited me in that dream. I think he wanted you to know he's okay, that he's happy now." I explained how that joy I woke up with didn't feel like my own. It felt like it belonged to someone else. Like I'd been standing next to this huge sun of pure happiness, and some of it rubbed off on me. And maybe, because Lucas was so closed off in his grief at the time, Noah reached out in the only way he could, to someone close to Lucas who might actually feel it and pass it on. Lucas just sat there quietly for a while, looking at that photo and then looking at me. And then he started crying again, but in a different way. Less like he was drowning, more like he was finally letting something go. After that night, he started talking about Noah more, remembering the good things instead of only the pain. It didn't magically fix everything, but it gave him this sense of peace he hadn't had before. He told me later that knowing Noah was the boy in the red shirt from my dream was the first time he felt like his friend really was somewhere better and not just gone. And for me, that whole experience has stuck with me all these years. I still think about that dream sometimes. The arcade lights, the sounds of the games, the warmth in that conversation I can't remember, and that overwhelming joy that didn't feel like mine. I really do believe Noah wanted to say, "I'm okay. Tell him I'm okay." And somehow, through that strange, vivid dream, I got to carry that message to the person who needed it most. Paranormal M doesn't fear the shadows. It follows them. We uncover the mysteries the world wants forgotten. Subscribe and dare to remember. Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. Our house is old. Not like charming old, more like it's seen some things old. The first floor was the original house. Before my family ever moved in, it belonged to an elderly couple. The wife actually had her funeral in the living room. People came, paid their respects, and said goodbye. Right there in what is now our TV room. Later, my grandparents bought the place and added a second floor. So the top floor is newer, but the bottom has all that history baked into it. My Grandma June, also passed away in the first floor guest room. So yeah, this house has had more than one goodbye inside its walls. Now, before I was even born, weird stuff was already happening. One night my dad was in the tiny downstairs bathroom, sitting on the toilet, smoking a cigarette out the cracked window. Super glamorous, I know. He said he suddenly heard a very clear, very stern voice right behind him say, "Put it out." Not yelling, just firm, like a scolding. He swears he dropped the cigarette, flicked it out the window, yanked up his pants, and ran out of there. There was no one else around the bathroom. The window looks out over the side yard. No porch, no people. Just that voice. Then there was my Granddad Earl. He was dozing on the couch in the family room one evening when he woke up to the smell and sight of smoke in the air. Thick, hazy, like the whole house was about to go up. He jumped up in a panic, ready to yell for everyone and call the fire department. But the second he stood up and really looked around, it was gone. No smoke, no smell, just normal. Like someone flipped a switch. My grandma had her own story. One afternoon she was in the hallway bathroom, standing at the sink. In the mirror, she saw a little girl standing beside her. Only the girl wasn't actually there when she turned her head. Just in the reflection. Dark hair, pale dress. She said the girl wasn't menacing, just there, watching her. By the time she looked back at the mirror, the girl was gone. So that's the kind of history I was born into. Now for my own encounters. One night I was half asleep in my room upstairs, lying on my side facing away from the door. The house was quiet. Suddenly, my bedroom door slammed shut, like full-on slam. I shot up, heart pounding, and went straight downstairs. At that time, it was just my granddad and my Uncle Rob, at home. I asked, "Okay, who slammed my door?" And both of them looked genuinely confused. They were like, "We heard your door close, but we thought it was you." I tried to brush it off. I told myself, "You were half asleep. Maybe it just swung shut on its own." So I went back to bed. The next morning, I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. There was a new hole in my door. Not huge, but very clearly from an impact. I pulled the door all the way open, and that hole lined up perfectly with the sharp corner of my dresser. So whatever force slammed that door shut did it hard enough to punch the wood into my furniture. And no one was up there. Another time, my friends and I were having a sleepover. We were all in my room on the second floor, blankets everywhere, snacks, the whole thing. It was late, and the house had that super quiet, middle of the night feeling. Out of nowhere, we heard this sound outside, like someone dragging heavy chains across the backyard. Not fast, slow. Metal scraping over the ground. We all went silent, just listening. You know when everyone's trying to pretend they're not scared, but nobody moves? That was us. Finally, we peeked out the window, expecting to see something. A neighbor, a prank, anything. No one was out there. No shadows, no movement. Just the backyard.
Now,
The strangest thing that ever happened involved me and my mom at the same time, but from two totally different angles. Let me tell you my side first. That night, I went to bed earlier than usual. I pulled my door mostly shut, left it just a little cracked, and made sure it was unlocked. I always did that because my granddad liked to peek in sometimes to check on me, or say goodnight if I was still awake. It made me feel safe, knowing someone could come in if they needed to. I remember settling in and thinking it was going to be a normal night. I'm one of those people who almost always wakes up at least once. Bathroom, water, scrolling my phone, something. But that night, I didn't wake up at all. I slept straight through. Now here's what my mom, Elena, says happened downstairs. She was sleeping in the family room on the first floor, right at the bottom of the stairs. It's an open space, so you can hear everything, every step, every door. She says she heard my bedroom door open upstairs. Then she heard what she thought were my footsteps coming down the stairs, creaking in that way our steps always creak. She heard me cross through the downstairs hallway, walk into the living room, and move around for a bit. She assumed I was getting water or a snack or something, so she didn't sit up or turn around. Her back was to the room the whole time. After a while, she heard the footsteps go back toward the stairs, then climb up. My bedroom door opened again, shut again. She figured, okay, she's going back to bed. A few minutes later, she hears my door open a third time. Footsteps down the stairs, this time only halfway. Then they stop, right on the staircase. She calls out my name. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? She says that right after she asked, the footsteps slowly turned around on the steps, went back up to the second floor, walked into my room, and the door closed again. She thought I was just being weird or sleepwalking or something. Eventually, she fell back asleep. Now back to me. Like I said, I slept the entire night. No getting up, no bathroom trips, nothing. In the morning, I woke up feeling kind of weirdly rested. I got out of bed, went to open my door, and it didn't budge. It was locked. My door only locks from the inside. There's no way to lock it from the hallway. I just stood there for a second, staring at the doorknob like, how? I clearly remembered leaving it cracked and unlocked, specifically so my granddad could check on me if he wanted. I unlocked it, went downstairs, and my mom immediately asked, "What on earth were you doing last night?" I was confused and told her, "I didn't get up at all. I slept the whole night." That's when she told me everything she heard. The door, the footsteps, me supposedly walking around, then standing halfway down the stairs and going back up again. We just kind of sat there looking at each other like, so if that wasn't me, that one still gives me chills. Bonus story. My boyfriend at the time, let's call him Liam, was in my room with me one afternoon. We were just hanging out, talking, nothing spooky. Suddenly, we both heard this loud noise in the room. It sounded like something heavy shifting or dropping. I heard it from his side of the room. He heard it from my side of the room. We both whipped around and immediately accused each other. "What did you knock over? What did you do?" But nothing had moved. Nothing had fallen. The room was exactly the same. The weirdest part was how genuinely freaked out he looked. He's not the type to spook easily or play along just to scare me. Seeing him unsettled made me believe even more that neither of us made that noise. And whatever did, we couldn't see.
And then there are all the smaller things that have happened over the years.
The kind of stuff you almost get used to in a house like this. Dogs staring into empty corners of the room and growling, or tracking something across the ceiling with their eyes when there's nothing there. Hearing voices from another room when everyone's accounted for. Random knocks, soft footsteps in the hallway, when the whole family's sitting together on the couch. It's always just enough to make you pause. Just enough to make you think, we are definitely not alone here. But here's the thing. As creepy as all of this sounds, no one has ever been physically harmed. No scratches, no pushing, no objects thrown at us. I've never actually seen anything with my own eyes. No full-bodied apparitions. No classic horror movie moment. It feels more like the house is still shared. Like the people who loved it before us. The ones who said their goodbyes here. Never completely left. So yeah, that's my haunted house. And for better or worse, it's home. You know, every time I tell this story, I still get that same little chill in my chest. So, I must have been about 8 years old. We were out in the countryside, on this narrow dirt road that led to my Aunt Rosa's house. It was late at night, one of those nights where everything feels too quiet, like the world is holding its breath. My Uncle Javier was leading the horse, and I was sitting in front of my mom, Elena, on the saddle. He'd brought this gray cat in a little cloth bag as a gift for my aunt. I remember feeling really excited about it, because I loved animals, and the cat had these bright yellow eyes that stared at everything. It was so dark that night. No streetlights, just the pale moon and the shapes of trees. I was small, so all I could really see were shadows and the outline of the road. My mom was holding the cat at first, kind of pressed against her coat so it wouldn't jump. At some point, she moved the cat into my arms, and I was trying to be gentle. But suddenly, I started hearing these cries. Loud, long wails, like a woman sobbing somewhere far away, but also right next to my ear. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded human, and the sound just echoed in my head. As soon as I heard it, the cat went crazy. It started scratching my arms, digging its claws in, like it wanted to get away from me. I yelped and complained to my mom that it hurt, and she quickly took the cat back, trying to calm it down. I remember looking up and noticing the sky was cloudy, like the moon kept slipping in and out behind the clouds. We reached a crossroads, and my uncle said we needed to turn left. Right there, near the turn, there was a signpost. In my memory, it was this old, worn blue sign with white letters showing the way to the village. And that's when I saw her. Next to the sign, just off the side of the road, there was a woman standing there. At first, she was just a darker shape among the shadows. But as my eyes adjusted, I could make out more. She was thin, wearing a long dress that went past her ankles. In her right hand, she held something like a walking stick. Or maybe a broom. I'm still not sure. And she had this wide-brimmed hat that covered most of her face. She didn't move. She was just there. And as I stared, those cries in my ears got louder, like they were coming from her. I remember grabbing my mom's arm and saying, "Mama, look, that woman." My voice was shaking. I kept pointing, desperate for someone else to see what I was seeing. My mom turned her head in the direction I pointed. She squinted into the dark and said, What woman? There's nothing there, I insisted. I pointed again, described the hat, the dress, the stick. My heart was pounding. But my mom, she saw nothing. My uncle said he didn't see anyone either. The horse just kept walking, and as we passed that spot, I twisted my body around to keep looking at the figure. And then, as we moved away, the cries faded, like someone turning down the volume. For years, I told myself it had to be a dream, that maybe I'd fallen asleep on the horse. But I remember the feeling of the saddle, the cat's claws, the cold night air. And the weirdest part is, later on, I asked my mom if she remembered me pointing at a woman by the sign and talking about some crying sounds. And she does remember me doing that. She remembers me getting scared, pointing, insisting there was a woman there. But she still swears she never saw anyone. That wasn't the only strange thing that's happened to me either. One night, much later, I was in my room studying for an exam I had the next morning. I put my phone on the left corner of my bed to charge, right by the wall, and lay down on my back staring at the ceiling and going over everything I had to remember. After a few minutes, I suddenly realized I hadn't set my alarm, so I sat up, reached over to grab my phone, and it wasn't there. The charger cable was hanging down off the side of the bed, stretched tight, like it had been pulled. There was this little gap between the bed and the wall where things sometimes fell, so I thought, great, I must have kicked it off somehow. But I hadn't heard anything fall. No thud, no clatter, nothing. I leaned over the side of the bed, kind of annoyed and kind of confused, and looked down into that narrow space. There was my phone. Not on the floor, not wedged awkwardly, not at a weird angle. It was resting perfectly on this tiny strip of baseboard, still plugged in, still charging, like someone had carefully set it there. No scratches, no cracks. And I didn't even have a case on it at the time. Any normal fall, and it should have hit the ground, or at least bounced around. I remember just staring at it for a moment, feeling this tightness in my chest. It didn't make sense. I picked it up quickly, checked the screen, the edges, everything. Perfect condition. And that feeling of something being just a little off, like reality had skipped a beat, stayed with me for the rest of the night. Another time, there was this thing with my stepfather, Tomas. He wanted to watch a football match on the TV in my room because the living room TV was busy. I was in the living room flipping through channels, trying to find the right one for him. From down the hallway, I heard him call out, kind of joking, "I'm going in now." And I heard the sound of him dragging this old red armchair we had. The chair always made this scraping, bumping noise when it hit the doorframe. I heard exactly that, a sort of thud and scrape as he went into my room with it. From where I was, I could see the hallway and my bedroom door. I saw him pass by with the chair and disappear into my room. It was such a normal, everyday moment that I didn't think twice about it. Once I finally found the channel, I got up and walked to my room to tell him. I stepped through the doorway, already talking, something like, "Hey, I found the match. It's on channel." And then I just stopped. The room was empty. The TV was off. The red armchair wasn't there. No one was in my room. I remember my brain trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. I literally froze for a couple of seconds. I had just heard him. I had just seen him walk in. And then, not even 10 seconds later, I heard his footsteps coming down the hallway behind me. Tomas appeared, dragging the same red armchair and said, in the same playful tone, "I'm going in now," then bumped the chair against the doorframe in exactly the same way I'd heard before. This time, I watched him physically enter the room. It felt like I'd seen it twice, first like a preview, and then for real. I didn't tell him right away what happened. I just stood there, watching him set up, feeling like I was slightly out of sync with time. Later, when I did tell him, he laughed and said I must have been tired or distracted. Maybe he's right. Maybe there's an explanation for all of this. But here's the thing. Those moments, all of them. The woman by the roadside. The cries no one else heard. The phone neatly balanced where it shouldn't have been. My stepfather entering my room twice. They're burned into my memory in a way that regular days aren't. Sometimes I tell myself it was just my imagination, or coincidences, or my brain filling in gaps. And other times, I wonder. I wonder if, in those quiet, in-between moments, out on a dark road, in the space between a bed and a wall, or in the doorway of a room, something slips through that we're not supposed to notice. And every now and then, for just a second, we do. So, for a bit of context, I live in this really old converted barn out in the countryside. Like, properly old. The kind of place where you just know animals lived and died here for decades before anyone thought, yeah, let's put a family in this. I've always kind of joked that the place has history. But a couple of things have happened that made me stop joking so much. The first thing was the light. We have this ceiling light in the hallway that hasn't worked for, I don't know, around 7 years? Maybe more. We never bothered to fix it because we just used lamps, and honestly, it became one of those broken but invisible things in the house. No one touches it. The switch is always off. Then one night, I'm walking past, and I notice this faint flicker. At first, I thought it was coming from outside, like a car going by. But the road is too far away for that. I look up, and it's the dead light, just flickering on and off, really slowly. Like someone was playing with a dimmer that doesn't exist. It only did it at night, and it would last anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes. Not every night, but often enough that we started noticing a pattern. It did this for maybe 3 weeks, and then it just stopped. We never changed the bulb, never touched the wiring. It just decided to be alive for a while and then go back to being dead again. I kept telling myself there had to be some electrical reason. Old house, weird wiring, end of story. Except it wasn't the end. A couple months later, I was sitting on my bed scrolling on my phone. My room was pretty quiet, nothing dramatic going on. I had the small roll of bright yellow masking tape lying flat on my desk, laying on its side so it couldn't just roll away. Out of the corner of my eye, I see movement. The tape doesn't just tilt or wobble, it slides. Clean across part of the desk and drops to the floor. Not a huge distance, but enough that my brain went, nope. Physics did not sign off on that. I kind of froze. By the time I fully turned to look, it was already on the floor, nowhere near where it had been. There was no breeze, no window open, no one else in the room. I tried to shrug it off, but it definitely stuck with me. Then there was the knee thing. One night, I'm lying in bed in the dark, half asleep, half in that weird in-between stage. I had one leg slightly bent, resting on top of the blanket. Out of nowhere, I feel this pressure on my knee. Not like a cramp, not like a muscle twitch. It felt exactly like a hand. Fingers pressing in, squeezing my knee. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough that I knew it wasn't just in my head. I absolutely lost it. I screamed, sat straight up, and yanked my leg in like something was about to grab the rest of me. A second later, the feeling was gone. No lingering pain, no pins and needles, nothing. Just my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. I tried to tell myself it was just a muscle spasm or my brain misfiring as I was falling asleep. But the shape of it, the way it felt like an actual hand, that's what really unsettled me. Now, my dad, well, his name's Daniel, but everyone calls him Dan, has his own story about this house. Before the place was properly fixed up, he used to sleep here alone sometimes while doing renovations. One night, he was in what's now my room, sleeping in almost complete darkness. No TV, no street lights, just that heavy, quiet kind of dark you get in the countryside. He said he woke up to the slow creaking on the stairs. At first, he thought it was the house settling, like old wood shifting. But then it kept going. Step, pause, step, pause. He realized it was getting closer. Up the stairs, along the landing, heading straight towards the bedroom door. He was lying there, absolutely still, just listening. The creaks stopped right outside his room. Like whatever it was had reached the doorway. He finally reached over and flicked on the lamp beside the bed. The second the light came on, silence. Nothing. No more creaks. He told me he got up, opened the door, checked the landing, checked the stairway, the front door, everything. There was no one there. After that, he started sleeping with some kind of light on. Even now, he'll leave the hallway lamp on at night. He laughs it off when we tease him, but he never sleeps in total darkness anymore. Then there's the shoe thing, which sounds small, but it really freaked me out because I wasn't alone when it happened. I was in the living room with my younger sister, Mia. We were just talking, kind of half paying attention to a show in the background. My sneakers were on the floor in front of the sofa, side by side. They were completely still. No one was near them. Out of the corner of my eye, I see one of them shift. And not like it slid because the floor is uneven. It moved sharply. Just a little, maybe an inch or so to the left. I blinked and turned my head properly. And at the same time, Mia goes, "Did you see that?" We both stared at the shoe. It was such a tiny movement. But the fact that both of us saw it threw me. If it had just been me, I would have told myself I imagined it, that my brain filled in a gap in my peripheral vision. But we both saw it, at the same time, and nothing else in the room was moving. Look, I know a lot of things in an old house can be explained. Creaky stairs, bad wiring, weird drafts, muscle spasms, even our brains playing tricks on us when we're tired or already a bit spooked. But when I put all of it together, the dead light flickering for weeks and then stopping, the roll of tape sliding off a flat surface, the feeling of a hand on my knee, my dad's footsteps on the stairs that stopped the instant he turned the light on, and that little sideways slide of my shoe that both me and Mia saw. I don't know. Maybe every single one of those things has a logical explanation. Maybe it's all just coincidence and timing and nerves. But living here, actually being in this house, day in and day out, it sometimes feels like the barn doesn't want to be completely empty. Like something that used to be here never really left. So I'm doing this bit of digging for a close friend of mine, Liam, and I want to tell you his story the way he told it to me. I know how it sounds. but he's not the type to make things up. And even after all these years, his hands still shake when he talks about it. This all started back in late spring of 2012. Liam was staying at his nan's place in the Bar Hill area, just outside Peterborough. You know those quiet estates where every sound carries and you can smell people's dinners from halfway down the street? That sort of place. It was one of those bright, clear afternoons. Cool enough for a jacket, but the sun was doing its best. He decided to go for a walk in a spot everyone local just calls the Brambles. It's a tangle of scrub and trees, with little paths cut through by years of kids messing about and dog walkers taking shortcuts. Nothing special. He'd been there dozens of times. He told me that, at first, everything was completely normal. Birds, distant traffic, the occasional shout from kids somewhere behind him. And then, as he stepped off the main path, just a few meters, he said, everything cut out. And I mean everything. No wind in the branches, no birds, no distant rumble of cars. Just this hard, dense silence that felt like it had weight. He said it felt like he'd just walked into a room where someone had been arguing, and they all went quiet the second he opened the door. That's when he saw it. About 15, maybe 20 feet ahead, between two scruffy-looking bushes, something stepped into view. He described it as a grayish figure, but not gray like clothing. Gray skin. The kind of color you see in the underside of an animal, or something that hasn't seen the sun in a very long time. There was a light covering of fur over it, thin and patchy, more like wiry hair than a proper coat. It was hunched, the spine curved, shoulders high, and it moved on all fours. Not like a dog, he said. More like something that could stand upright if it wanted to, but preferred not to. Its eyes were the worst part. They were a deep, burning orange, with dark red pupils that didn't look quite round. He said they reminded him of embers in a fire, when you poke them and they flare up for a second. And even from that distance, he felt them lock onto him. He heard this low sound coming from it, somewhere between a growl and a wet, grizzling sort of throat noise. It wasn't loud, but it went straight through him in a way that normal sounds don't. Every nerve in his body told him he shouldn't be there. He said the feeling was very clear. You're not welcome here. Get out. The whole thing lasted maybe 4 or 5 seconds. That's all. But he swears it felt stretched, like time had been pulled thin, long enough for every detail to burn itself into his memory. And during those few seconds, the air around him turned bitterly cold. Not just a gust of wind, not a chill. He said it felt like stepping into a walk-in freezer. His breath didn't fog or anything. It was just that sharp, bone-deep cold that makes your skin tighten. Then he blinked, and it was gone. No sound of it moving off. No rustling in the bushes. 1 second it was there, locked eyes with him. The next second he was just staring at empty trees and scrub. And as soon as it vanished, all the background noise snapped back. Wind, birds, distant cars. Like like someone hit unmute on the world. That's when the fear properly hit him. He turned and just ran. Full-on, blind panic. He told me he didn't even look back once. He sprinted all the way to his nan's house, slammed the door and locked every window and door he could find. Then he just sat on the floor with his back against the hallway door, heart hammering, listening for anything. He noticed a few things in the aftermath when he calmed down enough to think. There were no strange lights. It didn't get darker, like a storm rolling in. There were no odd smells. It was just the silence, the cold, and that thing. He's never seen it again, not with his own eyes. At first, he tried to rationalize it. He remembered hearing that the zoo over near Shepreth had an escaped wolf in the early 2000s and wondered if his mind had just cooked something up from that old story. But the more he tried to line it up in his head, the less it made sense. He kept coming back to the proportions. Too tall, too long in the limbs, shoulders too high, and those eyes, not right for any normal animal. The closest thing he could compare it to, he said, was the werewolf form of Professor Lupin from the Harry Potter films. But even that was only a rough approximation. It was like someone had taken that idea and made it real in a way that didn't belong in our world. Over time, we started throwing ideas around. The one that kept coming up was skinwalker, or something like it. Some kind of entity, not just an animal that wandered too far from home. Now that would be unsettling enough on its own, but that wasn't the end of it. A little while later, maybe a few weeks, he had a second encounter, not far from his nan's house. There's a nature reserve about a 10-minute walk away, a wide field with a single, lonely-looking tree in the middle. If you're from the area, you probably know the one I mean. It was early evening this time, sky turning that pale gold you get just before sunset. Liam went out walking again, because what else are you going to do? Stay inside forever? He cut across the field, heading vaguely towards that lone tree, not really thinking about anything in particular. Then he heard it. A slow, rhythmic creaking. At first he thought it was just the branches moving in the wind, except there was barely any breeze. But the sound kept coming. Creak, creak, creak. Steady, like a pendulum. He looked up at the tree. Hanging from one of the thicker branches was the dark outline of a woman, gently swinging back and forth. Not sharply, not violently, just swaying, like the wind was pushing her in slow motion. He couldn't make out her features clearly. It was more of a silhouette, but he could see the line of the arms, the fall of the dress or long coat, the slack curve of the body as it swung. The rope, if that's what it was just a darker streak against the sky. He told me he couldn't look away. He tried. He said his eyes actually hurt from staring, but it was like they were locked in place. He described it as feeling pinned, like something in that scene was holding him there, insisting that he watch. He said it wasn't just fear. There was this heavy sadness pressing down on him, like walking into a room where someone's been crying for hours. A sort of grief he couldn't explain. Then his body did what his mind couldn't. He blinked. Just a normal, involuntary blink. And when his eyelids lifted again, the tree was empty. No woman, no rope, no sound. The creaking had stopped, The field was still, and the tree just stood there, the way it always does. He checked the branches, walked closer than he really wanted to, and there was nothing. No marks, no disturbed ground, no sign that anyone had ever been there. That second encounter rattled him almost more than the first, because it felt connected somehow. Same general area, same strange break in what reality should look like. He showed me photos of the place later. The field, the lone tree, the path through the brambles. On their own, they look totally ordinary. You'd never guess anything had happened there. And that's why I'm telling you all this. We both keep coming back to the same question. Surely he can't be the only one. Bar Hill isn't huge, but it isn't tiny either. People walk their dogs, kids hang out there. Couples cut across those fields. If Liam has had these two encounters, it's hard to believe no one else has seen or felt something. He's tried going through the usual channels. I've contacted local authorities, sent messages, made calls. No one responds. No one wants to talk about it, or they genuinely don't know anything. Either way, we're left with silence. So here I am, sharing his story with you, as honestly as I can. If you've ever been in that area, in the brambles, near that lonely tree in the nature reserve by Bar Hill, and you felt the air turn suddenly cold, or the world go unnaturally quiet, or you've just had that gut-deep feeling that you were being watched or warned off, you're not alone. Liam's not crazy. He's not attention-seeking. He's just someone who saw something he can't explain twice and has been carrying it around ever since. And maybe, just maybe, someone listening to this has a piece of the puzzle we've been missing. So, before I dive into this, I always have to start with a disclaimer. There's no proof of what I'm about to tell you. No photos, no audio, no physical evidence. Just me, and one once-dear friend who heard every single thing I did. This was in the mid-1970s, long before everyone carried cameras in their pockets. I didn't own a camera, or a tape recorder, or anything like that. It actually wasn't until around 2005 that I started seriously researching the paranormal. Back then, I was just a kid with a job and a love for the outdoors. One of my first real jobs was in retail, at a sporting goods store. Early 70s. I worked my way into managing the camping department over the summers. And the attitude toward customers back then was different. We weren't just clerks ringing things through. We were salespeople who actually knew the gear. We listened, asked questions, matched people to the right tent or backpack. We took a kind of pride in it. That's how I met this guy. I'll call him Mark. He came in looking for a tent one slow afternoon. I walked him through materials, pole types, weather ratings, how to set it up, the whole thing. He was impressed that some skinny college kid actually knew what he was talking about. We got talking, first about camping, then about trips, then about life in general. And by the end of that shift, we weren't just salesman and customer anymore. We were friends. During the summers, when classes were out, Mark worked as a canoe guide up in Algonquin Park in northern Ontario. He led long canoe trips, sometimes 2, 3 weeks at a time. Canoeing, portaging, backcountry camping in places you absolutely could not drive to. He was in demand because he knew what he was doing. People trusted him with their safety for weeks in the middle of nowhere. Over the next couple of years, I started tagging along on some of his shorter trips. We'd spend long weekends exploring quiet corners of Algonquin. He taught me how to hang food properly so black bears couldn't get to it, how to read the wind on the lakes, how to listen to the forest and know when something wasn't normal. I admired him, not just for his skills, but for how calm he was. Nothing rattled him. Around him, I always felt safe. And of course, me being young and eager, I kept saying, "We've got to do a real trip, not just 3 days. I want to know what it's like to really push it." 2 weeks. Deep in, I wanted the full, stripped-down, hard mode experience. Eventually, that chance came. We planned a longer trip, about 10 days. We paddled and portaged for several days straight, deeper and deeper into the park. By Mark's estimate, we were at least 25 miles from where we'd first put the canoe in. No roads, no cabins, no people. Just lakes and forest. One late afternoon, I said to him, "Let's find somewhere really remote tonight. Somewhere that feels different." And he nodded, like, "Okay, you asked for it." We ended up spotting this small island in the middle of a quiet lake. Just one marked campsite on it. No other sites nearby. No cottages. Nothing. It was the kind of place where, when you stop paddling, the silence presses in on you. We pulled up, unloaded the canoe, and got to work. We pitched the tent in the middle of the island, set up camp, and made dinner over an open fire. The sky went from gold to deep blue, and then to that velvety dark you get so far from the city. I remember thinking we'd only seen one other canoe the entire day. It really felt like we were cut off from the world, like stepping back 100 years, easy. We'd just finished eating. We were sitting by the fire, leaning back on our packs, talking lazily about nothing in particular. That's when we heard it. At first, it sounded like something big moving through the trees. And that's not unusual up there. Branches snapping, underbrush being pushed aside. I remember thinking, okay, maybe a bear. Maybe a moose. We both kind of froze and listened. But pretty quickly, we both realized something was wrong. It wasn't just branches breaking. It sounded like something plowing through the forest, like a bulldozer made of teeth and muscle. The island wasn't very big, and we were camped near the center. We could hear this thing, whatever it was, coming from one end of the island, toward us. And then came the sound I can still hear in my bones. This scream, this primal, ripping sound, like an animal and a human and something else all balled into one. It started to our right, way down at one end of the island, and within seconds, the sound was suddenly all the way over on our left. Not just the scream moving, but the crash of it barreling through thick timber, as if it had crossed the entire island in maybe 10 seconds, maybe less. Now, that might not sound impossible until you picture the terrain. This wasn't smooth ground. It was tangled roots, dense underbrush, fallen trees. You'd be hard-pressed to force your way 10 feet through that stuff in 10 seconds. But whatever this was, it sounded like it was tearing from one end of the island to the other. Full speed, screaming. I remember turning to look at Mark, The firelight was flickering across his face, and he was pale. Not worried about the weather pale. This was someone who'd spent years leading people through the wildest parts of that park. I had never seen fear on him before, but in that moment, he looked genuinely terrified. He locked eyes with me and said, very quietly at first, "We need to get off this island." Then, a half second later, louder, with this edge I'd never heard from him, "We have to get off this island. Right now." We moved. I don't think I've ever packed so quickly in my life. We didn't bother with proper gear organization. We just grabbed what we could, shoved it into the canoe, and dragged it down to the water. The whole time, that thing, whatever it was, kept crashing and shrieking, here, then there, like it was circling the island or bouncing from one side to the other way faster than any normal animal could move. We pushed off and paddled hard, straight out into the lake. We didn't go far, maybe 100 yards, maybe a bit more, but it was enough to put water between us and the island. The fire was still burning on shore, casting this orange glow over the tree line. For the next 15 minutes or so, we just drifted and listened. It felt like chaos on that little patch of land. The sounds were huge, snapping wood, violent movement, that awful screaming and growling that didn't sound like anything either of us had ever heard before. The only comparison I've ever been able to come up with is, imagine listening to a war movie, the kind set in World War II, but all compressed onto a tiny island. Explosive bursts of sound, then sudden silence, then another rush. And then, just like that, it stopped. No slow fade, no retreating footsteps. One moment, pandemonium. The next, silence. The kind of silence where your ears ring because they're trying so hard to find something to latch onto. We sat there, floating in that silence, paddles resting across our knees, too wired to talk. Eventually, Mark said, "We can't stay out here all night." And he was right. Hypothermia is just as much a threat as anything else in those conditions, even in summer. So, very reluctantly, we turned the canoe back toward the island. I remember how wrong it felt to set foot on that shore again. Everything looked normal. Our camp was just there. The fire had burned down a bit. The tent was standing. Nothing was torn up or scattered. No broken trees, no claw marks. Nothing to show for the violence we'd just heard. We walked slowly, listening, half expecting something to leap out at us. But nothing did. We stoked the fire back up, sat close to it, and talked in these low, careful voices, like we were afraid of waking something. Eventually, exhaustion won. We crawled into the tent, lay there listening for hours, and, somehow, we made it through the night without another incident. Morning came. The island looked ordinary, peaceful even. No tracks we could identify, no torn-up path through the underbrush, no sign of anything that could explain the sounds from the night before. If it had just been me, I might have convinced myself I'd misheard, that my mind had played tricks on me. But it wasn't just me. Mark heard it too. Years later, before life took us in different directions, we'd talk about that night from time to time. I moved from Canada to the States. He slipped deeper into his own struggles and eventually lost his battle with alcoholism about a decade ago. But whenever we revisited that memory, it was like no time had passed at all. We'd both go quiet for a moment, and then one of us would say, "Do you remember the island?" And the fear would come back. Not as sharp as that night, but still deep. Still there. Like something lodged in the nervous system. We never found an explanation. We never turned it into a story with a neat ending or a label we were happy with. It's just this thing that happened out there in Algonquin Park, on a small island in the dark, with two friends sitting by a fire, thinking they understood the world, right up until the moment the island started to scream. So, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I guess I just want to talk it through, like I'm telling it to a friend. When I was little, maybe around 6 or 7, I had what I think was my first sleep paralysis. I'm still not even sure that's what it was, but it felt like it. In this first episode, I was in this old house made mostly of dark wood. That kind of house is really uncommon where I'm from, so it already felt strange. I was lying in a small bed in what I knew was a bedroom, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw a child. Just a kid. Very pale skin, straight black hair, just staring at me. I tried desperately to open my eyes, and sometimes I could. I'd fight and fight, finally force my eyes open, see the room, feel relief, and then it was like something pushed them closed again. And every time my eyes shut, the child was closer. No movement, no sound, just closer. Eventually I woke up for real, but that image stayed with me. Months later, I dreamt of the same house again. Same creaky wooden walls, same small bedroom. But this time there was no child. It was just me. I was in that same room, and the house caught on fire. I remember the heat, the orange glow coming through the door, the sound of crackling wood. I knew I should run, but I couldn't move. I just watched it burn. Years went by, and then the house changed. In another dream, I was in a completely different house. It was brighter, like a family had just moved in or was about to. There were boxes around, furniture half arranged. I don't remember actually seeing anyone, but I knew two things very clearly. First, that child, this time I somehow knew he was a boy, lived there. And second, this was my house. I lived there too. I knew every corner, every hallway, like I'd grown up in it. But the style of the house, I'd never seen anything like it in real life. It didn't look like any place I've ever actually been. Still, I felt completely at home. It was beautiful. Warm light, cozy rooms. I kept dreaming of that house all through my childhood. Whenever I realized I was there again, I was genuinely happy, like, oh, I'm back. It felt like coming home after a long trip. In those dreams, I'd run around, play games, laugh, play hide and seek, even though most of the time I was alone. It was awesome. There was nothing scary about it. Just this deep, strange comfort. Then, slowly, those dreams stopped. I stopped dreaming about the home house. I stopped seeing the old wooden house that burned. I stopped seeing the child. Everything just faded out. Life went on. School, friends, growing up. I didn't think about it much. And then, 2 weeks ago, now that I'm 26, and all of this started when I was maybe between 5 and 9, it came back. I dreamt of him again. This time, I was back in the old wooden house, the one that eventually caught fire in my dreams. Only now, it felt like I was there before the fire ever happened. I walked into the kitchen first. There was a woman there, his mom, I just knew it, cooking something on the stove. She was humming a song I didn't recognize. She turned around at one point, and I could see her face so clearly, but she couldn't see me. It was like I was a ghost in their house. I didn't question it. I knew exactly where to go. I walked down the hallway, turned left, and went straight into the child's room, like I'd done it 100 times. He was sitting on the floor, playing with little toy cars or maybe blocks. I can't quite remember. But he was younger than in my first sleep paralysis episode. Back then, he seemed like maybe 8 or 9. This time, he looked like a little kid, maybe 4 or 5. I stood there and watched him for a moment. Then I looked at his face. He turned his head slowly and stared straight at me. And then he screamed. It wasn't a normal scream. It was this raw, horrible sound, like he was absolutely terrified. Like something inside him was breaking. It sounded like someone screaming for their life. As he screamed, his eyes changed. His irises went completely black and huge, and around the black, there was a thin red ring. It was so vivid it still makes me feel sick to remember it. But here's the thing. Even with all of that, it didn't feel like he was some evil entity or a monster. It felt like he was a victim, like something was happening to him, not coming from him. I woke up with my heart racing, and since that last dream, I've felt uneasy at home. Nothing huge, just off. My apartment building is about 30 years old, so of course there are normal noises. Pipes, neighbors, the elevator, whatever. And those sounds don't really bother me. When I hear something I can easily explain, I'm fine. I don't get that uneasy feeling. But other times, there's this coldness. This sense that the air shifts just a little. And what really unsettles me is this feeling that there are two presences around. One just watches. Not necessarily bad, just observing. The other feels wrong. Heavy. Not like the boy, more like something that's attached to the whole situation. I know how all of this sounds. I know it might seem crazy or overdramatic. And maybe it is just my brain, my subconscious, old childhood fears resurfacing. I'm fully open to that. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm connected to this kid somehow. I don't know who he is. I've never met anyone who looks like him. I don't recognize the houses from real life. But I feel like I know him. Like I've been visiting his life in fragments over years. And honestly, I don't even know what to ask anymore. How do I reach him? Can I reach him? Why do I feel like I've known him my whole life when I've only ever seen him in dreams? Should I even try to reach out? Or is that a terrible idea? I don't have answers. I just have this story, this connection that won't go away, and this feeling that somewhere, somehow, there's a terrified little boy in a house I've never lived in, who knows me as well as I know him. So, hey, I guess I'll just talk to you like we're sitting together on the couch, because that's honestly the only way I can get through this without shutting down. I've even been to therapy to try to talk about this stuff, about the trauma from these specific events, and nobody has ever really taken me seriously. They nod, they write things down, but I can tell they think it's just anxiety or nightmares or whatever. The only people who've really believed me are my family and my partner, Jonah. We've been together 8 years now, and he's actually had weird things happen around me too. So he doesn't have the luxury of pretending it's all in my head. My first real incident happened when I was a kid. I don't remember exactly how old, but I was definitely in elementary school. I was in the basement, playing on the Wii. Well, actually, it might have been the old PlayStation by then. My memory blurs a bit. And it was early evening, not even dark outside yet. I was alone down there, except for my dog Daisy. All of a sudden, it got noticeably colder. You know that feeling where the hair on your arm stands up before your brain has even caught up? I got goosebumps, and then I felt this immediate, almost physical urge to turn my head to the left. In the doorway that led out to the garage, I saw him. A tall, shadowy man wearing a hat. The hat was almost as tall as the doorway. Honestly, maybe a little taller. And the whole figure was just wrong. Too dark, too big. Like it was taking up more space than it should. I absolutely freaked out. Daisy started growling in the exact same direction at the exact same time, which made it 10 times worse. I scooped her up and sprinted up the stairs, bawling, and told my parents what I saw. The thing is, it wasn't just me. Everyone who spent time in that basement experienced something at some point. Family, friends, even people who were just staying over once. Boxes would shift or slide when nobody was near them. Things would get flung across the room. You'd hear footsteps when you knew you were alone. A few people described seeing the same tall, shadowy man with the hat. Whatever that thing was, it followed us through my entire childhood in that house. It showed itself to me the most. I had a bedroom upstairs, but eventually I couldn't sleep there anymore. At night, I'd hear scratching inside the walls and footsteps going up and down the hallway. Walking past the staircase after dark felt like being in a horror movie. Like at any second, something might reach through the railing and grab you. My younger brother, let's call him Eli, used to sleep upstairs pretty often, but even he started avoiding it. One night, he was in bed, and a knife he kept on his desk flew off and landed in the middle of the floor. No one was near it. After that, he mostly migrated to the living room or my parents' room. There was this constant feeling, both upstairs and in the basement, that you were just unsafe. Like there was a pressure on your chest telling you, you need to leave now. A lot of weird things happened over the years, but I'll jump forward to when I was around 13 or 14. I was going through normal teenage stuff, but also some pretty heavy emotional things I kept completely to myself. One night, around 3 a.m., maybe closer to 2:30 actually, I was drifting off after watching TV. My arm was hanging off the side of the bed. I was in that half-asleep stage when your thoughts start to get fuzzy. And then I felt it. Something cold brushed the back of my hand. Not like a draft or the blanket sliding. It felt like something touched me. At that exact moment, the power in my room cut out. Just my room. Pitch black. I went into full panic mode. I started banging on the wall, screaming for Eli, who was in the room next to mine. He came running, opened my door, and as soon as he stepped in, the lights flicked back on, like nothing had happened. We ended up sleeping in the same bed that night, because I refused to be alone. Eli used to sleep in the living room a lot, because he didn't like being upstairs alone anymore. and he didn't want to sleep with my parents past a certain age. Every once in a while, he'd wake my parents or me up in the middle of the night, terrified. He'd say he saw this goat-like, shadowy figure in the hallway, the one that connected the basement stairs, my parents' room, and the back door. Sometimes he described it more like a twisted, hunched-over animal than a man. My parents saw it too. Not often, but enough that they stopped telling him it was just his imagination. There was also another thing Eli and I both dealt with. He would come into my room some nights and wake me up, shaking my shoulder, saying something really tall had been peeking at him through the crack in his door. He said it would stand there and just stare at him for a while. And then he'd hear footsteps going down the hall toward my room, where they'd suddenly stop. He named it the Peeker, like it was almost a joke, but not really. When he said the name, his eyes never matched the casual way he'd say it. He was genuinely scared. Me and Eli both had a lot of dreams about the house too. Mine were especially violent and surreal. I'd dream about being chased through those same hallways, and in some dreams, something had already killed my entire family and our dogs, and I was the last one left. The feeling I always got in those dreams was that I was the favorite, like I was the main target, the last prey. The dreams usually ended with me being dragged away by something I couldn't see clearly, and then I'd jolt awake, heart racing. My room was always dim, even in the daytime. The closet light never worked, and one of my lamps was half broken, so a couple of bulbs were always out. There were these patches of darkness that somehow felt thicker than they should. More than once, I caught Daisy staring at my open closet, growling, exactly the way she had in the basement that first time, just locked onto something I couldn't see in that pitch-black doorway. When I was younger, I used to sleep with my parents pretty often because I'd wake up choking or gasping, and they didn't want me alone. I remember waking up some nights and seeing what looked like two white silhouettes of children near the doorway or by the bed. I honestly didn't think too much of it at the time. I'd tell my mom like, "Oh, I saw the kids again," almost like it was normal. My aunt, let's call her Aunt Rosa, was really sensitive to this kind of thing. She told my mom that whatever was in the house wanted me specifically. She said I was the most vulnerable, the one who panicked the most, the one whose energy was always high and chaotic. She believed that made me more interesting to whatever was there. She told me, with this absolute certainty, that it was because I was depressed and cried by myself at night. That shook me, because I had never told anyone I was depressed. I was really good at hiding it, actually. Hearing her say that out loud made my blood run cold. She urged my mom to always lock the basement door at night, and to lock all the other doors too, unless we were inviting someone in intentionally. She told us to close our bedroom doors before sleeping and to leave some lights on, because they didn't like the light. She said she knew all this because my great-grandmother, who died before I was born, had told her, that they talked about me often, and that my great-grandmother was trying to protect me. A week before Aunt Rosa passed away, she told us that when she died, she'd watch over us. She said she'd come back as a very specific kind of butterfly to let us know she was around. Years later, after she was gone, that exact type of butterfly showed up. It wasn't even native to our area. It just appeared. And it stayed near our house for a while. And recently, one of her old music boxes, one that hadn't worked in years and wasn't even wound up, started playing softly in my parents' room. No one had touched it. No batteries. Nothing. It just started playing. The final straw that made my parents decide to move was my mom thinking someone had broken into the basement. She kept hearing noises down there, like someone was going through boxes, shuffling things around. One day, while my dad was at work, she put her phone on video, called him, and went downstairs by herself while he stayed on the line. We were all begging her not to go, but she did anyway. When she came back upstairs, she was white as a sheet. There were claw marks on the walls. Boxes that had been neatly stacked were flung everywhere, their contents spilled out all over the floor. Not long before that, she'd seen a glowing orb moving toward the basement door. She actually tried to brush it off as her eyes playing tricks on her, until she saw the basement. We moved out a few months later. During that time, while we were packing, I felt this intense, haunting energy behind me constantly, especially when I was alone in a room. It felt like something was angry I was leaving. Not just sad, angry, malevolent. Like it was hovering too close, trying to cling to me. That feeling still haunts me. Even now, I have nightmares about being back in that house. In the dreams, it feels like I never really left, or like the house itself is trying to lure me back somehow. Aunt Rosa used to tell me I had a gift like hers. She said I could sense things more clearly than other people, and that I was clairvoyant. Every year that passes, I believe her more. I've had too many experiences where I accurately sensed or knew something before it happened, especially when it comes to illness or death in people I love. These days, the activity isn't as extreme as it was in that house, but weird things still creep in. After we moved again, I had a nightmare where something was standing in my doorway, wearing my mother's face. It looked exactly like her, but it wasn't her. The expression was too cold, too empty. It just stared at me. I woke up shaken and couldn't shake that image for days. It burned into my brain. Sometimes, at night, I still hear voices calling my name. Sometimes it sounds like family members who've passed away. Other times it sounds like my parents, except I'll check and they're sound asleep. Or they'll swear they never called me. I try to ignore it now. The anxiety of knowing I can sense these things got so bad that the doctors ended up putting me on pretty strong antidepressants. So now I kind of just choose not to engage with it. As for that house, I don't really know what happened there before we moved in. I know there was at least one suicide, and we lived right next to a cemetery, which feels a little on the nose, I guess. What I do know is that nobody seems able to stay in that house for more than a few months at a time. People move in, and then they're gone. Over and over. I'll never go back there.
Even driving through that neighborhood makes my paranoia spike.
My chest tightens, my palms sweat, and it feels like something old and dark wakes up. Just a little, like it remembers me. And the scariest part? Sometimes, in the quiet, I get the feeling that it never really let go.
Okay, so I'm 19 now, but this all started when I was in second grade. I used to ride the bus to and from school with my older brother. He was a couple grades ahead of me, so he always sat in the back with the big kids, and I sat more toward the middle. At the start of the year, it was like musical chairs. Random kids sitting next to me every morning until everyone figured out their permanent bus buddy. One morning, this girl I had never seen before slid into the seat beside me. And immediately, the smell just hit me. It wasn't bad, exactly. It was like this stale, old, musty smell. Like a closet that's been shut for years. Or pages in a book that's been in someone's attic forever. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It's like I only recognize it when I smell it. Anyway, I'll call her Lena. Lena was a few grades above me. I think she was in 5th. But other than that, she looked like any other kid in school. Nothing dramatic, no cape, no goth aesthetic, nothing. The only weird thing about her was that smell, because I had never smelled anything like it in my very long and worldly 7-year-old life. I honestly don't remember how we became friends. One day she just started sitting next to me, and then suddenly we were talking every morning like we'd always known each other. After about a week, on a Monday, she leaned in all serious and said, "I have a secret to tell you tomorrow. I can only tell it on Tuesdays." So obviously, I spent the whole day and night and next morning hyped out of my mind for this big secret. When Tuesday finally rolled around and we got on the bus, she turned toward me and said, "I'm a vampire." Now, even at 7, I knew what a vampire was and that they were not real. I'd seen them in cartoons and kids' shows. Like, I knew they were monsters from stories. So I just kind of stared at her like, "Girl, no." I told her I didn't believe her, and she got this offended, determined look on her face and said she'd prove it. And this part is burned into my brain. She told me the vampires can grant wishes. I had never heard that in any vampire story, so I was like, that's not a vampire thing, that's a genie thing. But she was adamant. She said if I wished to become a vampire, she would turn me into one, and then I'd see she was telling the truth. So I'm thinking, okay, this is obviously fake, so sure, why not? I agreed. I said, "I wish I was a vampire." She snapped her fingers, super dramatic, and told me to look in the big mirror at the front of the bus, the one the driver uses to see all the kids. I was sitting on the aisle side, so I leaned out into the lane to look. And I swear to you, I did not see myself in that mirror. Everyone else was there. Kids, seats, movement. But where my little head should have been, there was just nothing. Like a gap. I remember my stomach dropping. It was like all the air got sucked out of me. I started freaking out. I don't know if she'd figured out some kind of angle thing with the seats and mirror, or if she was low-key a kid magician, or something else. But I was not in that mirror. She stayed super calm and told me to wish not to be a vampire anymore. So I did. I said I wished I wasn't a vampire. She snapped her fingers again, told me to look back. And when I leaned out this time, my reflection was there, like normal. After that, I believed her, fully, no questions asked. That's when I started noticing other little things. For one, she didn't have sharp fangs or anything, but her teeth were interesting. Her canines weren't pointy, but they stuck forward a bit, kind of like Kirsten Dunst's teeth when she played Claudia in Interview with the Vampire. It gave Lena this slight lisp that was kind of cute. Then there was the bus thing. She never rode the bus home on sunny days. Ever. The only time she'd be on the bus in the afternoon was if it was cloudy, raining, or the sun was already low and hidden. At first I thought it was coincidence, but it kept happening. Day after day. Rain, she was there. Bright sun, gone. She was seriously committed to the bit. She'd also remind me, regularly, not to tell anyone she was a vampire. She'd lean in and say, in that very matter-of-fact kid way, "If you tell anyone, I'll wish you never existed." It didn't exactly scare me, weirdly. It was more like unsettling. Like, okay girl, chill. I'm not telling anybody. There was also this one side quest where she pointed at a boy in my grade, I'll call him Ethan, and told me he was a werewolf. She said it so casually, like she was just pointing out someone's shoes. I was like, sure, why not? Vampire girl, werewolf boy. Okay. About a week after the mirror incident, she told me that I could get one wish every Tuesday. Just one. I wish I could tell you what I wished for, but every time Tuesday came, my brain just blanked. I remember sitting there going, I don't know, let me think. Then on Wednesday, I'd suddenly know exactly what I wanted and tell her, and she'd be like, it's Wednesday, too late. So I basically wasted my weekly vampire wish subscription. Even so, I never got bad vibes from her. It felt like I was the only person who really knew her. No one else talked to her on the bus, and since we were in different grades, I never saw her once we stepped off. She just sort of disappeared into the school somewhere. For a long time after all of this, I just assumed she was a kid who had watched some vampire movie and fully committed to roleplay. But then I remembered how things ended. The last time I ever saw her was a Tuesday morning. I got on the bus expecting the usual "you get one wish" routine, but instead, she told me there was going to be a monster party that night. She said she wanted me to sneak out of my house and come. I was curious, but I also knew there was zero chance of 7-year-old me successfully sneaking out anywhere. So I just said, okay, sure. The way kids do when they have no intention of following through. I asked where the party was going to be, and she told me the location would come to me in a dream. That's how vampires kept secrets, she said. As soon as I got off the bus that day, I basically forgot about the whole thing. I went home, had my normal kid afternoon, and went to bed like always. And that night, I had one of the most vivid dreams of my entire life. In the dream, I was at this party full of monsters. Not the super scary, modern horror versions. They look like old black and white movie monsters. Classic vampire, classic mummy, classic Frankenstein type. They were all just walking around, drinking from red cups like they were at a regular high school house party or something. It felt weirdly casual. I walked through the room and eventually saw a vampire who looked exactly like the stereotypical Dracula. Pale skin, widow's peak, long cloak, dramatic fangs, the whole deal. Behind him there was this huge opening in the floor that looked like the edge of a cliff inside the building. It didn't make sense, but dreams don't care about architecture. I walked up to him, and he smiled and said something like, "Oh, you made it." It wasn't creepy or threatening. It felt almost friendly, like he'd been expecting me. We started talking, and as we talked, he shifted a little, and I moved with him so I could hear him better. Without really noticing it, I ended up standing with that cliff edge right beside me. At some point, I slipped. In the dream, I grabbed the edge with both hands and was hanging there, begging him to help me up. The whole thing was strangely calm. I wasn't screaming. He wasn't panicking. It was like we were both moving underwater. He just stood there for a moment, watching. Then he slowly bent down and one by one lifted my fingers off the edge. I let go. I fell. My dreams aren't usually in first person. They play like a movie. So when I fell, it was like a camera panned down with me. I watched myself fall and hit the ground. The dream didn't end there either. It stayed. I saw my own little body lying there, still and clearly dead. Then I woke up. It was so bizarre, because nothing about my time with Lena up to that point had felt sinister. Weird? Yes. Creepy sometimes? Also yes. But not evil. The only thing that really stands out as dark in hindsight was her last conversation with me about the party, and her wishing me out of existence threats. After that night, I never saw her again. No goodbye, no explanation. She just stopped existing in my world. I didn't connect her to the dream right away either. It took me a couple of years to look back and realize the night of the monster party was the night I had that dream, and that smell, that weird, stale, old smell, has stayed with me. I've only met maybe 4 people in my life since then who smelled even slightly like her. Every time it happens, it's like I'm back on that bus seat in 2nd grade, leaning into the aisle and not seeing myself in that mirror. I don't know if she was just a really imaginative kid with a talent for illusions, or something else I'll never understand. But that girl, that smell, and that dream, they've never left me. Paranormal M unlocks the secrets of the supernatural. From cursed relics to haunted places, we explore them all. Subscribe now. The shadows won't wait. Okay, so I've got to tell you this thing that happened. And I swear, I know how crazy it sounds, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks. So, my name's Lena, and this happened about a month ago. My friend Marco and I were spending the weekend in a city we barely know. Like, we've been there once or twice, but we're basically tourists. It was a Saturday evening, super crowded, you know, people everywhere, street performers, traffic noise, all that. We're just walking, talking nonsense, doing that slow, aimless stroll you do when you've got nowhere to be. We must have walked past hundreds of people, maybe more. Just faces, faces, faces. And then we passed this little corner cafe, the ones with those tiny round tables outside. Fairy lights, plants in pots that are a little too dry. Most of the tables are full of people facing each other, chatting, drinking wine, looking at their phones. But at one table, there's this woman. She's sitting alone at table 7. I know that because the number was printed on this little metal stand in front of her. And unlike everyone else, she's not turned toward her drink or her phone or whoever she's with. She's sitting straight, facing the street, facing us, like she's waiting. And I swear, the second our eyes met, everything just went weird. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and everyone stops talking It was like that, but in reverse. The street was still loud. People were still walking. But for a second, it felt like someone hit mute on the whole city. It was just her and us, and this pressure in the air. She didn't look scary or anything. Dark hair in this messy bun, green eyes, simple black dress, a red coat over the back of her chair. Honestly, she was really pretty. She had this tiny, polite smile on her face. Not friendly, not creepy. Just like she'd been expecting us, and we were right on time. And my whole body just went, nope. I glance at Marco, and he has the exact same look I'm pretty sure I have. We walk past her, don't say anything, but a few steps later we both stop at the same time. We turn to each other like, did you feel that? And he's like, okay, I thought I was going insane. We couldn't explain what was wrong. She looked completely normal, but it felt like she didn't belong there. Like someone cut her out of one photo and pasted her into another one with bad Photoshop. The more I think about it, the more it feels like she wasn't real. I know how that sounds, but that's the closest I can get. So, obviously, because we're uncomfortable, we start joking about it. That's our coping mechanism. If we're scared, we turn it into comedy. We keep walking, and Marco goes, Madam Table 7 has foreseen your destiny, and starts doing this fake fortune teller voice. I play along, like, oh yes, she knows I'm gonna lose my keys and trip over a dog and spill coffee on myself today. We're laughing, making up stupid predictions. Stuff like, before tonight is over, we'll see a guy in a yellow suit. Somebody's going to drop a whole cake. You'll hear your name from a complete stranger. Just random, weird things. Because why not, right? And then, they start happening. We turn into this side street with a tiny park, and there's a wedding shoot going on. The groom, he's in this absolutely ridiculous bright yellow suit. Not mustard, not beige, cartoon yellow. Marco and I just freeze and stare at each other. We try to brush it off, like, okay, coincidences happen, whatever. Then we pass a bakery. Right as we're going by, this teenage kid walks out, trips on the curb, and drops an entire cake. Like full-on, decorated, birthday-level cake. It explodes on the sidewalk. People are gasping, the kid's swearing, the staff runs out. Marco just looks at me like, you're kidding me. And I'm like, no. Nope, not doing this. Now we're both nervous laughing, but it's that shaky laughter where you're actually freaked out. We kind of stopped playing the prediction game after that, because it doesn't feel funny anymore. Then the third thing happens. We're waiting at a crosswalk. The little red man is still red. Cars are going by, and there's this group behind us chatting. Out of nowhere, someone behind me says my name. Clear as day, exact pronunciation. Not a nickname, not some common word that sounds like it. My name. I turn around instantly. I'm expecting someone I know, right? But it's just 3 tourists talking in another language. Nobody is looking at me. No one's made eye contact. They just keep chatting like nothing happened. Marco didn't hear it, but I know what I heard. And it felt exactly like when she looked at us. At that point, I'm done. I tell him I want to go back to the hotel. We get takeout, put on a movie, try to forget it. By the next day, we've sort of pushed it down into that box in your brain labeled, "Weird stuff, do not open." But here's the thing. It didn't go away. For the whole week after that, I felt off. Little things kept going wrong in ways that felt connected, even if logically I know they probably weren't. My phone glitched. Important emails vanished and then reappeared. I kept waking up at the same random time in the night, like my brain was on alert. Marco and I didn't bring her up at all. We kind of silently agreed not to. Then, one night, I text him like, "Okay, I need to talk about the woman at table 7. And he replies, "Thank you." I thought I was crazy. So we get on a call and talk everything through. The eye contact. The weird glow she kind of had. Those messed up predictions coming true. And because neither of us knows anything about spirituality or the occult or whatever, we decide to post about it online. Not like, "OMG, witch help," but more like, "Hey, this weird thing happened. Is there a name for this? Is it just anxiety? Sleep deprivation? Something?" Most people don't say much. A couple of, "Sounds creepy, LOL." A few, "Probably just coincidences." But one person replies with this super serious tone, right? They send us this short phrase in some forbidden language, according to them. They're like, "If you see her again, say this out loud. She will have to obey you." And even though we don't believe it, that message just hits wrong. Like, I don't want to mess with something I don't understand. Even if it's probably some edgy teenager making stuff up. But curiosity wins, so I copy the phrase and paste it into a search engine. I just want to see if it's from a movie or some creepypasta or something. Except, nothing normal comes up. The first result is one of those auto-generated AI overviews, where it tries to explain what you meant. It clearly thinks I'm searching for something else entirely. And that would be fine, except the summary starts with about 10 words, and my full legal name is just there, in the first line. Not my username, not my nickname, not a common name. My exact full name, spelled correctly, in the first sentence of a paragraph that has nothing to do with what I typed. I just stare at the screen, and my stomach drops. Like that feeling when you miss a step on the stairs. I refresh the page. It's still there. I show Marco. He goes quiet. And that's when it stops being funny at all. Since then, it's like my brain has been stuck in this loop. Was she something else? Did we accidentally step into someone's story that wasn't ours? Or are we just building a whole horror movie in our heads out of coincidences and bugs and algorithms being weird? Part of me keeps thinking, you're overreacting. The human brain is amazing at finding patterns. You saw a pretty woman with intense eye contact, then you made some dumb jokes, then random stuff happened. End of story. But another part of me can't shake that moment on the street. The way everyone else felt like background characters, and she was the only one in focus. The way it felt like we were the ones being watched. And I don't know. I'm not here to convince anyone it was supernatural or cursed or anything like that. I honestly hope it wasn't. I just needed to say it out loud, you know? to get it out of my head and into words. So yeah, that's the story of the woman at table 7. If it's all just coincidence, then fine, I'll take that. But if it's not, I really hope I never see her again. A couple of months ago, my wife Lena and I were dog sitting for our friend Maya. She's got this tiny, overconfident beagle named Biscuit. Biscuit eats this fancy wet food that comes in these flat pouches. Bright teal, huge logo, little cartoon carrots on the front. You could spot them from across the street, easily. Maya drops Biscuit off with his little overnight bag and 4 food pouches. 4. I remember counting them. We line them up on the counter, next to the toaster. 1, 2, 3, 4. Biscuit stays the weekend, eats 3. 1 pouch left. When it's time to take him home, I go to grab that last pouch so I can send it back with him. And it's gone. Not behind something. Not must have slipped under the mail. Just not there. I check the whole counter. I check the trash. I check the pantry in case I got ambitious and put it away without thinking. Nothing. Lena swears she didn't move it. I definitely didn't move it. Our own 2 dogs, Jasper and Noodle, are big enough that if they'd gotten onto the counter, there would have been shredded pouch confetti and no question what happened. But there's nothing. No mess. No pouch. Just 3 empty teal rectangles in the trash. And a missing 4th. We shrug it off. Maya buys those things by the case, so I take Biscuit home, apologize, and we move on with our lives. Fast forward about a week. I'm in the kitchen making coffee, half awake, and there, sitting right on the counter between the stove and the knife block, a spot we walk past 50 times a day, is that teal dog food pouch. Same brand, same Best By date, same little cartoon carrots smiling at me. Just there. Not under anything, not behind anything, not in a weird corner, not in some oh duh place. Dead center, in plain sight. Like it had been placed there for maximum "are you kidding me" effect. The thing is, Lena and I both remember keeping all the pouches on the other side of the stove, near the coffee maker and the microwave. That's where I'd been opening them and scooping them into Biscuit's bowl. That's where we had lined them up. And yet, now it's chilling in the middle, like it teleported in to say hi. We laugh it off. You know, we're getting older, ha ha, brains are mush, that kind of thing. We make some jokes about poltergeists with opinions about dog food. Life goes on. Then the tuna incident happens. So I'm in the mood for tuna salad. Very glamorous, I know. This requires 2 special tools. Our old manual can opener, and this little plastic disc with holes in it. Kind of like a tiny colander. You press into the can to drain it. I have no idea what it's actually called. I just call it the holy drainy thing. Both of these have lived in the same drawer to the right of the stove since forever. Literally decades. The can opener has been there since before I moved in. The drawer could have its own mailing address. I open the drawer. No can opener. No holy, drainy thing. Now, this drawer is not some chaotic junk vortex. It's the real utensils only drawer. Spatulas, whisks, tongs, that kind of thing. I pull everything out. I check the back. I check under the drawer, because sometimes stuff flips and falls. I check the dishwasher. I check the sink. I even check the cutlery drawer, because once in a while we get lazy and just toss things in random places. Nothing. It is as if the can opener and the drainy thing just clocked out and left. I end up opening the tuna with a little can opener on my Swiss Army knife, which I have not used for actual camping in a while. I drain it by squeezing the lid down like a college student who just moved out for the first time. I tell Lena later, "Hey, have you seen the can opener?" She says no. I ask about the white plastic drain thing. She looks at me like I'm making it up. The what? I mime pressing it into a can. She goes, "Oh yeah, that." No, haven't seen it. We both look around. We don't find either. About a week later, I'm getting something from one of the deep storage drawers across the kitchen. You know the kind of drawer I mean. The third tier one. It's got the stuff you use maybe twice a year. Skewers, giant serving spoons, one lonely pastry brush. Things that only come out for holidays and when you think, let's try making fondue once every 5 years. I slide that drawer open and there, right on top of the bamboo skewers, is the can opener. Like it lives there. We almost never open that drawer. There is absolutely no reason either of us would have put the can opener in there. It's not like we had a fondue emergency and switched drawers in a panic. I bring it to Lena and go, "You did this, right?" And she just laughs because she thought I was the one who had moved it. We still have no idea how it got there. As for the holy drainy thing, still missing. We keep washing dishes, running the dishwasher, loading and unloading. I check the drawer where it's supposed to live every time I make anything with a can. I check the dish rack, the sink, the drying mat. Nothing. Then one afternoon, I'm putting away dishes and I look over at the dish drainer, and there it is. Just sitting there, on top of a plate. Bright white. Impossible to miss against the dark metal rack. Not tucked under anything. Not wedged somewhere. Right up front. Like it had been there the whole time. Except it hadn't. Because we'd done multiple rounds of dishes since it went missing. I had specifically checked the dish rack. I had checked the dish pan. I had checked the sink. I was hunting for that thing. It wasn't there. And then suddenly, it is. Now at this point, we've got one teleporting dog food pouch, one can opener that took a vacation to the we never open this drawer, and one holy drainy thing that disappeared for days and reappeared exactly where I had checked for it over and over. We're joking about having a helpful but confused ghost, right? Like, thanks for doing the dishes, but why are you putting my tools in the wrong drawer? And then the slipper goes missing. This one's Lena's. Weather starts getting colder, so she pulls out her favorite fuzzy slippers. They're these thick gray ones with memory foam. She wears them every night, takes them off when she's in her recliner in the living room. One evening, she goes to put them on and only one slipper. Now, we have dogs. We know the drill. Jasper and Noodle love stealing shoes, so we assume they grabbed it and dumped it somewhere. I start the standard shoe hunt. Behind the couch, under the dining room table, under the bed, in the hallway, in the dogs' beds. Nothing. The most obvious place to check is under Lena's recliner, because that's where she actually takes them off. It's one of those lift recliners, so when it's up, you can see pretty clearly under the whole thing, just a metal frame and empty floor. I flip the recliner up. I get down with my phone flashlight. I scan the whole area. Nothing. No slipper, no sock, no dog toy. Just dust bunnies and a pen we lost last year. I think, all right, maybe the dogs carried it somewhere weird. So I get serious about it. I grab my super bright LED clip-on light, the kind you stick on a hard hat, and I go full search and rescue mode on the entire upstairs, under beds, in closets, behind dressers, under the desk, behind the laundry hampers. I'm crawling around like I'm doing a home inspection. No slipper. And remember, the dogs aren't allowed downstairs to the finished basement. Doors stay closed. So it has to be somewhere upstairs. But it just isn't. Days go by. Lena wears socks instead, grumbling about her ghost slipper. Then one night, she's sitting in her recliner and she goes, Sam? I come in. She's pointing under the chair. I lift the recliner up, and there it is. The missing slipper is lying neatly under the recliner, not half stuck out, not caught in some mechanism, just gently parked in the middle of the floor under the chair, in the exact spot I had checked before, with a bright light. Twice. Could the dogs have hidden it somewhere, gotten bored with it, and then later carried it back and dropped it under the chair? Sure, that's technically possible. But if they did, they managed to do it without us seeing them, without leaving tooth marks, and somehow chose to drop it right in the one place I had already searched like a crime scene. Now, before you ask, no, we don't have roommates. We don't have kids. We have a Ring doorbell. We lock our doors at night and when we're out. We've got 2 big dogs who go nuts if a leaf even thinks about blowing past our front step. Also, and this is important, we did a massive declutter this year. Like full house, multiple runs to donation centers declutter. The house has never been this organized. If something is out of place, it's obvious, and yet, these things keep moving, disappearing, reappearing, always in some place that's either very wrong for them or very obviously visible in a way that says, you should have seen me here, but you didn't. I don't have a big theory for you. I'm not going to tell you a demon did it, or we live on top of a portal, or time slips are real. Honestly, the most unsettling part of all this is how small it is. It's just normal life, but slightly off. And that's kind of why I'm sharing it with you. Because I have a feeling, I really do, that you have your own version of this. That one sock that showed up in a drawer you swear you never opened. The keys that were allegedly on the counter you looked at 3 times. The book that reappeared on the shelf you'd already scanned. So if you're listening to this while you're washing dishes, or making dinner, or hunting for your own missing can opener, and you feel like the universe is moving your stuff around just to mess with you? Yeah, same. You're not alone. My grandmother, well, my Nana Rose, passed away earlier this year. We were close. After she passed, I ended up with some of her old things. A couple of her antiques, some framed photos, and a laptop that used to belong to one of her best friends, a guy named Mr. Harris, who also passed a while back. So the house is kind of full of memories, you know? Full of other people's energy. Anyway, that's the backdrop. Now here's where it gets weird. So I live with my partner, Mark, and our 2 cats. One of them, Luna, is obsessed, like truly obsessed, with water. If she could marry the bathroom sink, she would. We have to keep the bathroom door closed all the time because she'll drink out of the toilet, and we keep those bleach tablets in there. So keeping that door shut is like rule number 1 in this house. I am religious about it. I close it every single time. One night, Mark had already gone upstairs to crash. I was downstairs. I went into the bathroom, did my thing, shut the door behind me like I always do, and then stepped out onto the back porch to smoke and watch some videos on my phone. I don't smoke inside, so this is my little nightly ritual. Just me, the night air, and some random YouTube rabbit hole. I'm out there maybe, 20, 25 minutes. Long enough that my cigarette's done, the video's over, and my brain's starting to feel a little sleepy. I come back in, head toward the bathroom again, and the door is open. Not wide open, just cracked. Like someone used it after me and didn't close it. And immediately my whole body just chills. Tiny goosebumps everywhere. Because I know I closed that door. I remember the sound of the latch. That's how automatic it is for me. Now, Mark is not as good about it. He'll forget and leave it half shut sometimes. But he was already upstairs, knocked out. There was no one else in the house. And the door was just sitting there, slightly open, like it wanted me to notice. I tell myself, okay, old house. Maybe it's the air. Maybe it didn't catch right. I shut it again, kind of firmly this time, and try to shake it off. A couple days later, I'm sleeping over at my friend Ellie's place. Mark's home alone. Later, he tells me that he was sitting on the couch, scrolling through YouTube trying to find something to watch. The house was totally quiet, and then he hears it. The bathroom door. That same door, downstairs, slowly creaking open. He said it wasn't like a random noise in the distance. It was the specific sound of that door. Hinges, latch, everything. And he knew he hadn't touched it. He knew he'd left it shut. He told me about it the next night after I got home. We were in bed, lights off, just talking before we fell asleep. When he mentioned the door, I felt those same goosebumps rise up again. That little electric feeling on your arms that says, you are not alone right now. And then I told him about my door moment. We just kind of lay there in the dark like, okay, that's odd. Now fast forward to another night. My dad, Dave, stopped by to bring me a laptop I needed for work. He's the type who doesn't really believe in anything paranormal, so it's funny that he's even part of this story. I wanted to show him how ridiculous Luna gets when she plays, so I grabbed her favorite toy. It's one of those long plastic wands with a bunch of strings and a little stuffed bird at the end with tiny bells. She absolutely loses her mind over this thing, running, jumping, twisting, even when I just prop it up and walk away. I pull it out of this drawer in the living room. We all laugh, watching her sprint around like she's in the Olympics. And then Mark looks at me and goes, Okay, can you put that away now? She's driving me nuts, so I'm like, fair enough. I put the wand back in the drawer. I remember closing the drawer. End of story. toys put away. Later that night, Mark and I are in bed upstairs, lights off. We're in that half-asleep place where your body is heavy, but your brain's still barely hanging on. And then we hear it, the sound of something being batted around downstairs. The unmistakable noise of cat chaos, little thumps, a faint jingle, that plasticky tapping sound. At first I'm like, okay, they found a bottle cap or something. But it keeps going, so I lean over the railing at the top of the stairs to peek down. And there she is. Luna is on the floor, with that same exact wand toy, strings and little bird and all, just going to town on it. Like I never put it away at all. My stomach just drops, because I know I put that toy back in the drawer. I remember the action of tucking it in, closing it, moving on. I hadn't opened that drawer since my dad left. Mark hadn't either. He doesn't touch their toys unless he's stepping on one. So how did it get out? Did the drawer not close all the way? Sure, that's possible. But even if it didn't, Luna would have had to grab that one specific toy, drag it out, and somehow close the drawer again enough that it looked shut. And the thing is, the drawer was closed when I checked it later. So now we have the bathroom door opening on its own. The bathroom door doing it again when I'm not even home. A cat toy somehow making its way out of a closed drawer. And that's not even everything. There was another night where I walked into the house and it smelled like sage. That soft, smoky, herbal smell. The thing is, I've only used sage once in my life, and it wasn't even in this house. It was at my mom's old trailer, right after Nana Rose passed. We did a little cleansing thing, just the two of us, because it felt right. I don't own any sage here. I haven't burned anything like that in this house. But that night, I stepped through the front door, took a breath, and my first thought was, Nana. It was so familiar it kind of stopped me in my tracks. So now I'm stuck in this space where I'm asking myself, is this my grandmother? Is she just hanging around, playing with the cats, opening the door, letting me know she's here in little ways? Or is it something else? Something that just happens to be attached to the antiques? Or the old laptop from Mr. Harris? Or just the house itself? I don't feel like I'm in danger, exactly. It's more like I'm being watched. Not constantly, just in these little moments that catch me off guard. The open door, the toy on the floor, the smell of sage that should not be there. And honestly, there are times I wonder if I'm just losing it. Like, did I really close that door? Did I really shut that drawer? Is my brain just filling in gaps because I miss my Nana and I've got all of her things around me now? But then I think about how clearly I remember some of those moments. The sound of the bathroom latch, the feeling of pushing that drawer closed, Mark hearing the door when I wasn't even home. And it all lines up just enough to make me doubt my own rational explanation voice. So, that's where I'm at. Living in this maybe haunted house, with a bathroom door that doesn't like to stay shut, a cat toy that apparently teleports, and a random smell of sage that reminds me of the only time I ever tried to say goodbye to my grandmother's spirit. I don't know if it's her. I don't know if it's something else. I don't even know if I want to know. But if you've had something like this happen, little things moving, doors opening, smells that come out of nowhere, just know you're not the only one lying awake at night, listening for the sound of a door you know you closed. Thanks for listening to me ramble about my weird little haunted life. It actually feels kind of good to say it out loud. Wherever you are, whatever's creaking in your house tonight, I hope you feel safe, and I hope you feel held. I want to tell you about something that happened last night, because honestly, I still feel weird even saying it out loud. So it's me, my husband, let's call him Leo, and our 6-month-old daughter, Rosie. We're staying at his aunt's lakeside cabin, Cabin 7. It's old, creaky, kind of charming in the daytime, and a little too true crime podcast at night. We get the guest room upstairs. It's long and narrow with 2 beds, one tiny twin pushed against the wall, and one big old queen in the far corner under the window. There's only enough space next to the twin for Rosie's travel crib. So the sleeping arrangement is, I'm in the little bed next to the crib, and Leo gets the big bed across the room. That detail matters. So last night, around 9:30, I lay Rosie down in her little travel crib right next to my bed. I do the usual routine, sleep sack, kiss on the forehead, soft shushing, and she goes down pretty easily. The room's dark, except for this little orange nightlight that makes everything look, I don't know, kind of sepia, like an old photograph. Once she's out, I crawl into my tiny bed. Leo's already in the big bed, scrolling his phone. After a few minutes, I decide I'm not tired yet and I want to cuddle. So I get up and climb into his bed instead. Here's the important part. I leave my phone over on the twin bed, on the far side of the room, right next to Rosie's crib, screen down. Volume up because I use it as my alarm. I always have an alarm set for 10 p.m. to remind me to take my birth control. It has the same Apple alarm sound every night. This calm, kind of cheesy chime. You probably know the one. So Leo and I are curled up, whispering, trying not to wake her. The cabin is super quiet. You know how, at night in the country, you can actually hear the silence? Maybe a fridge hum, a little lake wind. But that's it. Then, at 10 p.m. on the dot, my alarm goes off. Except, it's not my alarm. At first I recognize the tune. It's that same chime, but louder somehow. Like someone turned the volume way up. And then, layered over the sound, there's this voice. A woman's voice. Soft. Slow. Almost like she's right next to the phone. Singing into it, and she's repeating, over and over, my baby. My baby. My baby. I freeze. Leo freezes. We're both staring into the dark across the room, where my phone and my child are. Leo whispers, what the hell kind of ringtone is that? And I say, that's not my ringtone. That's not anything I have. The voice keeps going, following the rhythm of the alarm, like a lullaby that's trying to match a metronome. My baby. My baby. My baby. And the way she says it, there's no sweetness. It's not affectionate. It's almost possessive, like she's claiming something or someone. My whole body just goes cold. Every hair on my arm stands up, and I get this horrible feeling. I don't even know how to explain it, except that it felt like someone was standing over that little crib. I whisper, Leo, go turn it off. Please, please. He doesn't move. He just keeps staring. like he's rooted to the bed, and then he mutters, "Nope, absolutely not." So I do it. I throw the blanket off and bolt across the room, and as I'm running over, the voice is still singing, "My baby, my baby." I slam my hand down on the screen to stop the alarm. It goes silent, and the silence after is almost worse. Rosie is still asleep, completely out, chest rising and falling, one little fist up by her cheek. She didn't even stir. I grab her. I don't even think about it. I just scoop her up out of the crib and hold her against me. Then I flip on the overhead light. The room lights up, and suddenly it's just a normal cabin bedroom. Beige curtains, wood paneling, old dresser. No mysterious woman standing by the crib. No one in the corner. But I cannot shake the feeling that there was someone, that I'd just missed her. Leo finally gets up and comes over. He looks at my phone like it's about to bite him. I open the alarm settings, hands shaking, and it just says, 10 p.m., repeat daily, default chime. No custom sound, no playlist, nothing. I check my recently played audio, nothing there either. I just keep saying, who was singing to our baby? Who was that? And Leo's like, it's gotta be a glitch. Maybe a weird ad or some audio bug. Phones are weird. But I know my phone. I know my alarms. I've had that same chime for months. And this wasn't like an ad cutting in. It was perfectly timed, perfectly layered, like it was part of the alarm. I can still hear it in my head even now retelling this to you. My baby, my baby, my baby. I ask him, did you change my alarm? Are you messing with me? And he swears up and down, swears on our daughter's life that he didn't touch my phone. He looks genuinely shaken, which is almost more scary, because Leo is the logical one. He's the, there's always an explanation guy. That night, I refuse to sleep across the room. I shove over and make him climb into the tiny twin with me and Rosie. The three of us are squished together like sardines. Every time I start to drift off, I jolt awake because I hear it again in my head. My baby. I check Rosie constantly. Is she breathing? Is she okay? Is she cold? Did anything change? Nothing. She's fine. Peaceful, even. While I'm panicking, she's having the best sleep of her life. Morning comes. Sunlight through those beige curtains. Everything feels less dramatic, the way it always does in daylight. Leo makes coffee, shrugs it off. Phone's glitch, babe. It was creepy, sure, but it's just tech being weird. And I wish I could believe that. I really do. But here's what sticks with me, and I want you to think about this with me for a second. If it was a random audio glitch, some stray bit of code or a half-loaded ad or something, why that phrase? Why my baby? Not hello, not some song lyric, not garbled noise. A clear, calm woman's voice, singing about a baby, at the exact moment my alarm goes off, while my actual baby is lying alone in the dark on that bed. I even tried to recreate it later. I went through every sound on my phone. I Googled like a maniac. Daybreak alarm with singing voice. iPhone alarm creepy woman voice. All of it. Nothing. It's like whatever we heard last night doesn't exist anywhere else. So now I'm sitting here, recording this, in that same cabin, in the daylight, telling you I don't have a neat conclusion. I don't have a rational, "Oh, and then we figured it out. Haha, silly us," ending. All I have is that song echoing in my head, and that feeling that someone, somewhere in this house, or tied to it, or maybe just passing through, wanted to stand over my daughter and claim her, even for a moment. My baby, my baby, my baby. I don't know if it was a glitch. I don't know if it was something else. What I do know is, tonight, I'm sleeping with my phone off, my baby in my arms, and every light in this room on. And if you ever hear your alarm play a song you've never heard before, especially one that knows a little too much about you, I just hope you're not across the room from the person you love most when it starts to sing. You know, every now and then, you come across a story that just refuses to fit neatly into any box. Tonight, I want to tell you about one of those stories. Let's call her Lena Hart, and we're going back to 1993, to a neurosurgery suite where everything was supposed to be controlled, measured, and explainable. So here's the setup. Lena is on the operating table for a high-risk brain procedure. The whole plan is to cool her body way down, drain the blood from her head for a while, and work on an aneurysm that could kill her if it ever burst. This is not a quick appendectomy. This is one of those every second counts, every beep on the monitor matters kinds of surgeries. Now, during a key part of this operation, Lena's brain activity drops into what's called electrocerebral silence. On the EEG, the brainwave monitor, she's basically a flat line. No measurable brainwaves. In that state, as far as we understand it, the brain isn't doing the kind of complex processing that lets you form memories, dream, or hallucinate. And on top of that, the team has gone out of their way to block her normal senses. Her eyes are taped shut. Her ears are plugged with little speakers that are pumping loud, repetitive clicks, around 100 decibels, straight into her ear canals. Those clicks are there to monitor her brain's responses. They're not there so she can hear the conversation in the room. If anything, they're drowning everything else out. So even if, by some miracle, she were fully awake and aware, which she was not supposed to be, Lena wouldn't have been able to see anything. And she wouldn't really be able to hear in any normal sense either. The usual channels of information, sight and hearing, are essentially locked down. Now, later on, when Lena talks about what happened, she describes things that, on the face of it, she shouldn't have had access to. She talks about the surgical tools, not in some vague, "oh, they probably used a scalpel and some clamps" way, but in a very specific way, describing one that looked more like a kind of electric toothbrush than a knife. She mentions the sound it made, the shape of it, and even repeats little bits of conversation between staff before the surgery reached its most critical point. Here's where the skeptics usually jump in and say, well, that's probably anesthesia awareness. So let's talk about that for a second. Anesthesia awareness is real. It's when someone is supposed to be fully out, but part of their brain is still actually registering what's going on. They might hear voices, feel pressure, or even pain. And it can be really traumatic. But here's the thing. Anesthesia awareness doesn't give you superpowers. It doesn't let you see through tape. It doesn't let you hear clearly through foam earplugs blasting clinical clicks into your ears. It definitely doesn't override the fact that your brain, at that point, isn't showing any electrical activity that would support complex, structured perception and memory. And even if we say, okay, imagine she did wake up a bit, there's still a problem. A lot of what Lena later describes takes place outside where her eyes would naturally point. Think about how you'd be positioned on the table. Drapes over your face, equipment around you, people moving behind your head. Some of the things she talks about, the angle of the incision, where certain instruments were placed, weren't even in what would have been her field of view. So awareness alone doesn't really fix this. And hallucinations or dreams don't help much either, because again, her brain is in this artificially silent, shut down state. It's like trying to get a detailed movie to play on a TV that isn't even turned on. If you want hallucinations to explain the story, you have to say, okay, her brain not only somehow produced vivid imagery out of nowhere, but those images lined up with very specific details of the procedure that she could not have seen or heard ahead of time. That's not just a lucky guess. That's a level of accuracy people don't usually get, even when they're wide awake and watching attentively. So if anesthesia awareness doesn't quite do it, and hallucinations don't quite do it, what's left? Well, one possibility people quietly slide onto the table is, maybe they all made it up. Lena, the surgeon, the nurses, everybody in the room somehow decided to collaborate on this weird little story. But then you start asking, why? Her surgeon, let's call him Dr. Kato, was already a respected name in his field. He didn't need a quirky, near-death story to boost his career. In fact, going out and saying, yeah, my patient had some kind of supernatural experience while her brain was offline, would probably harm his reputation, not help it. That's not the kind of quote that plays well in medical journals. And the funny part? He never does call it supernatural. He doesn't go on stage and declare, this proves the afterlife. What he says, when he's pressed about it, is basically, I don't have an explanation. She was in a state where, from everything we know, she shouldn't have been able to access that information. And that information wasn't available to her by normal means. That's it. No book tour, no giant documentary deal. No Dr. Kato's Guide to the Other Side merchant stall. Lena doesn't become some mega celebrity either. She tells her story, sure. But it's not like having a strange experience during brain surgery automatically turns you into a billionaire. There's no obvious fame or fortune at the end of this. If this was a conspiracy, it's honestly a pretty terrible one, because nobody really cashes in. And that's what sticks with me. Because when I talk to hardcore skeptics about cases like this, people who are absolutely convinced everything must have a neat, physical explanation, they almost always go back to the same two things: anesthesia awareness or hallucinations. And look, I get it. Those explanations feel safe. They let us keep the world in a comfortable box. But in this situation, with these surgical conditions, those explanations start to fall apart. You've got a brain that's electrically quiet. You've got eyes taped shut. You've got ears stuffed and flooded with loud clicks. You've got details described that shouldn't have been in view anyway. At a certain point, if we're being honest, we have to admit, the usual explanations just don't fit well here. Now, I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm not saying this proves there's life after death or consciousness floats around the operating room. What I am saying is, stories like Lena's are really hard to wave away if we're playing fair with the facts we're given. And it's okay to sit in that space of, I don't know. It's okay to say, yeah, that bothers me. That doesn't line up with the way I expect the world to work. For me, the frustrating part isn't skepticism itself. Healthy skepticism is good. It keeps us from believing every wild thing we hear. The frustrating part is when people refuse to update their position even a little when they bump into something that clearly doesn't fit their favorite explanation. Because in this case, if we take the conditions of the surgery seriously, if we take the monitoring seriously, if we take the medical team at their word, then it was just anesthesia awareness, or it was just a hallucination. Stop being real answers and start sounding more like ways to avoid the discomfort of mystery. So as you're listening to this, wherever you are, on a walk, in your car, lying in bed in the dark, I just want to invite you to sit with that mystery for a moment. A woman on a table, a silent brain, taped shut eyes, plugged ears, and yet, somehow, detailed, accurate memories of what happened around her. You don't have to decide tonight what that means. But maybe, just maybe, you can leave a little room in your worldview for the possibility that we don't understand consciousness as well as we think we do. And honestly, I think that's kind of beautiful. For context, I am not a big believer in paranormal stuff. I'm open-minded, but I'm also the person who Googles scientific explanation after every creepy video. Still, I have this big wooden sign by my front door that says, "Absolutely no spirit boards allowed." I host game nights all the time. Cards, trivia, ridiculous party games. But if someone ever showed up with a Ouija board, I'd walk them right back to the elevator. I always joke that I don't want to accidentally open a portal while people are still eating nachos. Anyway, my mom's been a widow for a long time now. My dad, Robert, passed away when I was in my 20s. We talk about him a lot, but we don't usually talk about ghosts. So we're sitting in her kitchen one rainy Saturday, drinking tea, and she glances at the "No Spirit Boards" sign I'd brought over as a joke to show her. She stares at it for a second longer than normal and then goes, "You know, there's a reason I don't like those things either." And that's when she tells me this story she'd never told me before. She says it was the late 1970s, when she was about 16. She grew up in a small town, the kind where everybody knows which kid snuck a cigarette behind the grocery store. One night, she and 3 of her friends, Marcy, Lou, and Tina, were hanging out in Marcy's basement. You know the setup already. Wood-paneled walls, that old couch that eats your keys, one dim lamp in the corner. Marcy had found a spirit board at a thrift shop, one of those with the alphabet printed in this overly dramatic Gothic font, and a little heart-shaped planchette. My mom said she wasn't really into it, but she was a teenager, bored, and everyone else was insisting. So they turned off most of the lights, left the lamp on low, and sat in a circle on the carpet. They started with stupid questions like, "Is anyone here with us? Are you a boy or a girl?" And at first, nothing happened. The planchette just sat there, stubborn and still. They were giggling, making fun of it. Then, my mom says, the room got weirdly quiet. You know that moment when everyone stops talking at once, and the silence feels heavier than it should? Like the air is listening too? That. They all put their fingertips back on the planchette, and Marcy goes, "Okay, seriously this time. Who are we going to marry?" Now, remember, they're 16. This is basically the most important question they could think of. My mom swears to me, swears, that they all agreed not to move the planchette. And she believed them. She'd known these girls her whole life. First up was Marcy. The planchette slid to the letters D-A-V-E. Everyone laughed because there was a Dave in their class. But my mom said he barely knew Marcy existed. It felt like the board was just picking random names. Then it was Lou's turn. The planchette moved again. C-A-R-L-O-S. Lou apparently turned bright red. She had a huge crush on a guy named Carlos who worked at the local music store. Nobody else knew about that crush yet. Then it was Tina's turn. The board spelled J-E-R-R-Y. Tina groaned because Jerry was this awkward, lanky kid in their math class who always wore the same windbreaker. She insisted there was no way she was marrying that guy. Finally, it was my mom's turn. She told me, in that kitchen, that even just remembering this moment made the hair on her arm stand up. She put her fingers back on the planchette, and it started to move. Slow at first, then more confidently. It spelled R-O-B-E-R-T. Now here's the important part. At that time, she didn't know any Roberts her age. There was a Mr. Roberts, a cranky science teacher at the high school, but no teenage Robert in her world. They all sat there, half laughing, half freaked out. Then someone decided they'd had enough. They shoved the board back in its box, turned the lights on, and tried to pretend it was no big deal. And in their rush, this is the detail that stuck with me. They forgot to say goodbye. If you've ever used a spirit board, you know that's the one rule even skeptics tend to follow. You always, always move the planchette to goodbye at the end. Close the session. Shut the door. They didn't. Life went on. They went back to school, talked about homework and crushes and music. But the weirdness started almost immediately. At first it was little things. My mom would wake up in the middle of the night, convinced someone had whispered her name directly into her ear. She'd sit up, heart racing, but her room would be empty and still. The radio in the kitchen would flip stations by itself, always landing on static for a second before settling on some old love song. A framed photo would be slightly crooked no matter how many times she straightened it. The family dog would stand in the hallway and growl at a corner of the living room where absolutely nothing was. She figured it was just her imagination until she started hearing similar stories from the other girls. Marcy's bedroom door would slowly open on its own, even when it was locked. Lou swore she heard tapping on her window at night from the second floor. Tina kept misplacing her keys and finding them in the same spot, on top of her dresser, balanced right on the edge, like someone had placed them there. None of it was big enough to prove anything. No flying furniture, no demons, just unsettling, persistent oddness. And then the years started to roll by. Here's the part that made me put my tea down and just stare at my mom. Every single one of those predictions, they came true. Marcy married a guy named Dave she met in college. Lou ended up with Carlos, the music store guy, years later, completely by chance in a different city. Tina, she moved away, swore off that hometown forever, and then reconnected on social media with our old awkward friend Jerry, who, according to my mom, had become surprisingly charming. They got married in their 30s. And my mom? She moved to a new town after high school, got a job at a little bookstore. And one day this guy walked in asking for a book on photography. His name tag read, Robert. She said when she saw his name, her stomach dropped. Not in a bad way, just in a, this is familiar and I don't know why way. She didn't remember the board right away. That came later, after they were dating, when she was lying in bed one night and the name from that teenage seance just popped into her mind like a song she hadn't heard in years. That Robert became my dad. And no, before you ask, she never told him the story about the board while he was alive. She said she was scared it would make their whole relationship feel cursed or scripted, like they never really had a choice. I asked her, so, do you think the board predicted it? Or do you think you just noticed those names because of that night? She shrugged and said, I've heard the explanations. The little unconscious movements, the ideomotor effect, all of that. Maybe our hands moved the planchette. Maybe our minds filled in the blanks. But that doesn't explain why the names stuck, why they kept showing up. And it definitely doesn't explain why, for years afterward, I felt like someone was standing just over my shoulder whenever I was alone. She laughed when she said it, but it wasn't a funny laugh. It was that soft, tired laugh people do when they've made some kind of uneasy peace with something they can't prove. The strange little things, she said, tapered off after they all graduated and drifted apart. It was like whatever they'd nudged awake finally lost interest. Or maybe, she said, the board never had any power at all. Maybe the real power was their own belief, humming along beneath everything, quietly shaping the choices they made. We sat there for a moment, just listening to the rain hit the kitchen window. I thought about my no spirit boards sign, my insistence that I don't really believe in any of this. And then my mom looked at me and said, you don't have to believe it. But I lived it. And I'm telling you, the night we forgot to say goodbye was the night things stopped feeling entirely like they were just ours anymore. So that's why, at my place, it's board games only. Dice, cards, charades, sure. Laughing, yelling, snacks everywhere, absolutely. But if you ever come over to one of my game nights and you're thinking about slipping a spirit board out of your bag, just look at the sign. And remember my mom, 16 years old in that basement, fingers on the planchette, asking a question that followed her for the rest of her life.
I'm
in 7th grade, and my family has just moved into this new-to-us house in this quiet little neighborhood. You know, the kind of place where every mailbox has flowers painted on it, and everybody already knows everyone else's business. We buy the house from this family: mom, dad, daughter, and an older son. During the walkthrough, there's this one bedroom with a bunch of holes punched in the drywall, like actual fist-sized holes. My mom asks the owners to patch everything before closing, and they're like, "Oh yeah, of course, no problem." So, they fix it. We move in. Life goes on. A few months later, it's the start of 8th grade. Instead of the bus, I walk to school because it's just a few blocks away. And on the way, I start talking to this girl who lives 3 houses down. Let's call her Jess. One morning, we're just chatting and she goes, "Wait, you live in the white house with the big oak in the front?" I'm like, "Yeah?" And she just kind of looks at me and goes, "Oh." That was Dylan's house. Now I have no idea who Dylan is. So I ask, "Who's Dylan?" She explains that the family who lived there before us had a son, older than us, maybe 17 or 18. She says he was really troubled, into drugs, always getting into fights, and the rumor was he died. Some people said overdose, some said it was an accident. Nobody really knew for sure. Jess knew all this because she was best friends with his younger sister, Lily. And I remember just walking the rest of the way to school like, "Okay, cool. Totally normal thing to hear about your new house." I didn't think too much about it, at first. So, in our house, the bedroom that ends up being my room, that was apparently Dylan's old room. And inside my room I had a regular closet, but inside the closet there was this little half-size wooden door that led to the attic crawl space. It was low and narrow, one of those places you have to duck into, with exposed beams and itchy insulation. Very cozy, very, "you'll definitely see a spider the size of your hand" vibes. One Saturday, I decide I'm going to be responsible and declutter. I'm dragging all the stuff I don't want, old school projects, broken toys, random boxes, into that attic space. I'm in there on my knees, pushing a box back, and my hand hits something wooden. I pull it out, and it's this dusty little plaque. On it, in these chunky blue letters, it says, "Dylan's Den." You know that feeling when your stomach just drops? Yeah. I just kind of stare at it for a minute, then shrug it off like, "Haha, okay, weird," and bring it downstairs to show my parents. My mom laughs. My stepdad, Mark, jokes like, "Hey, maybe you've got a roommate now." And I, for some reason, decide to prop this plaque on top of my dresser, like a genius. Like, "Yes, welcome, ghost boy. Here's your nameplate." That night, nothing happens. I go to bed, no big deal. The next day, school, homework, normal life. Then comes the day after that. It's a Sunday afternoon. My parents are out running errands, my brother's at a friend's, and it's just me and my dog, Milo, this little mutt who usually doesn't have a care in the world. We're on the couch in the living room, watching TV. There's a floor lamp next to us, the kind with that little metal switch you click with your fingers. Out of nowhere, the lamp just turns on. Click, light. I frown, look at it, and before I can even react, click, off. Click, on. Click, off. Like someone is standing right there, playing with the switch. I figure, okay, maybe it's a short or something. I lean over, unplug the lamp from the wall. And that's when I swear to you, the little metal switch starts clicking by itself. Click, 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 click. No power. Completely unplugged. And that switch is just flicking up and down on its own. Milo loses it. He jumps off the couch, starts barking at the lamp, hackles up. I grab him. I'm shaking. My heart is pounding, and I bolt upstairs, slam my bedroom door, and lock it. When my parents get home, I tell them everything. They kind of shrug it off. Old house, weird wiring, maybe air pressure. You're watching too many scary movies. All the classic parent lines. But after that, things start to stack up. Over the next couple of months, I start hearing these creaks on the wooden stairs when I'm home alone. At first I'm like, okay, it's an old house, it settles, whatever. But after a while, I notice there's a pattern to it. It's not random creaking, it's steps. Step, 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 pause, step, step, and always when I'm alone. One afternoon, I come home from school. I'm the last one to leave in the morning and the first one back, so the house should be exactly how I left it. I go into my room and I stop dead in the doorway. I used to keep a row of stuffed animals on a shelf above my bed. That morning, they're all lined up, squished together like usual. Now, every single one of them is sitting in the middle of my floor, perfectly arranged in a straight line, all facing the doorway, facing me. The shelf is a good 10 feet away from where they're sitting. No one else is home. My door had been shut. I just stand there in the hallway like, nope, number, absolutely not. I scoop them up, throw them back on the shelf, and convince myself my brother somehow broke in just to mess with me, even though there's no sign of that, and it doesn't really make sense. But you know, your brain will do mental gymnastics to avoid ghost stuff. Then comes my birthday. My friend's mom is super crafty, and she makes me this giant string light curtain as a surprise. Like those aesthetic fairy lights you hang in front of a door. She weaves in ribbons and little paper stars, tapes and hooks everything, secures it so well it's practically part of the house. I decide to hang it in front of the tiny attic door inside my closet. It felt cute at the time. In hindsight, I just decorated the entrance to my personal horror movie. A couple of weeks go by. One night, it's after 2 a.m., dark, quiet, and I wake up abruptly. No sound, no nightmare that I remember, just that feeling like something yanked me out of sleep. I'm lying on my side, facing the wall. My room is mostly dark, except for this faint glow from the street light coming through the blinds. And then I hear it. This soft pop. Pop, pop. Like something tiny is snapping. I roll over just in time to see the entire string light curtain in my closet explode apart. The ribbons break free. The lights drop one by one, and these little paper stars and wires fling out into the room, like someone grabbed it from inside and ripped it toward them. I freeze. I don't scream. I don't move. I just watch as strands of lights fall and scatter across my floor. One of the hooks snaps off and hits the wall near my bed. And behind all that, the tiny attic door is standing open. I shut my eyes, pulled the blanket over my head like I was 5 years old again, and I did not move until I saw sunlight. In the morning, my room looks like a storm hit it. Lights and ribbons everywhere. Little paper stars torn and crumpled. The attic door is still open. I completely lose it. I tell my parents everything. Again.
They decide my brother must have done it, but he swears he didn't. And also, my bedroom door had been locked that night. Now I'm really freaked out, but I'm still trying to live my life, go to school, be a normal teenager. Then it's this big religious holiday. My family is Eastern Orthodox, so our services are long and very intense, chanting in Old Slavic, incense everywhere, candles, icons, holy water. We're standing right up front because my mom likes to be early for everything. The priest starts going down the rows with this branch bundle soaked in holy water, sprinkling everybody, and he's swinging this censer with thick, sweet smoke coming out. As he's getting closer to us, I start feeling weird, kind of dizzy, kind of like my chest is tight. I tell my mom, I don't feel good. She whispers, we're almost done, just hold on. The priest steps in front of our row. He sprinkles my mom, then me, then Mark. The incense smell hits me full on. I look at my stepdad and, without even thinking, I say, I'm sorry, and then everything goes black. I drop. Front row, packed church, hard floor. Next thing I know, I'm outside on the church steps, my mom lightly slapping my face, people fanning me, someone pressing a bottle of water into my hand. I'm shaking. I have no idea what just happened, and in my head, there's only one thought. Something in that house does not like this. After that, my mom actually listens to me. I tell her everything again. The lamp, the stairs, the toys, the lights, the attic door. I tell her about Jess and Dylan and the plaque. So we call the priest and ask him to come bless the house. A week or so later, he shows up in his robes, carrying incense, holy water, and a small bottle of oil. Windows open, candles lit. He walks room to room, praying softly in Slavic. He puts a dab of oil above every doorway, tucks tiny paper icons into the frames, sprinkles holy water along the baseboards, lets the incense smoke drift into the corners. When we get to my room, he pauses, just for a second. He doesn't say anything, but he looks at that attic door a little longer than he looks at anything else. Then he makes the sign of the cross, sprinkles extra holy water around the closet, and quietly moves on. After that, everything stops. No more footsteps on the stairs when I'm alone. No more lamps turning on. No more toys moving. No more late night exploding decorations. Milo goes back to sleeping in my room, totally unbothered. The house feels lighter, quieter in a good way. Not that heavy silence that hums with, "You're not alone." Life moves on. I grow up. We stay in that house for years, and as far as I know, nothing else happens. And honestly, I kind of forget about the plaque. Dylan's den. It just sort of disappears from my dresser one day, and I assume someone packed it away or tossed it. Fast forward, like 10 years. I'm visiting my parents, sitting at the kitchen table, and my stepdad comes downstairs from the attic, covered in dust, shaking his head, laughing. He goes, "You are not going to believe what I just found." He holds up this old wooden plaque, all chipped on the edges. Dylan's den. I hadn't seen it in years. I honestly thought I'd lost it or accidentally broken it and blocked it out. Mark says,
It was wedged behind a beam up there, like someone slid it in and forgot about it. I never put it up there. Nobody remembers moving it. It just migrated back into the attic on its own. We just kind of look at each other and laugh it off, like, haha, guess Dylan wanted his sign back. But in the back of my head, I'm thinking, maybe that blessing worked. Maybe he finally got whatever peace he needed. Maybe the house isn't his anymore. And maybe, just maybe, the attic door staying closed all these years is his way of saying, we're good now. So, every time October rolls around and people start putting up their Halloween decorations, there's this one memory that just grabs me by the throat a little. This happened about 13 years ago. I think it was October 5th, 2011, around 9:30 at night. It was one of those damp, chilly nights. No rain at that exact moment, but the streets were still wet, and there was this low fog hanging under the streetlights. You could see lightning way off in the distance, but it was quiet where we were. My mom's friend Lena, who lived in a subdivision a few minutes from us, posted on Facebook that her cat had gotten out and hadn't come home. He was this chunky orange tabby named Pumpkin, and my mom has a soft spot for any animal in distress, so of course we volunteered. So it's me, my mom, and my younger brother Jame, piling into the car to go help look. We're driving slowly around Lena's subdivision, Maple Ridge. Windows cracked a bit so we can listen for meowing, calling, "Pumpkin, here, kitty kitty." Like that's going to magically make him appear. It's really dark. Most of the houses have their porch lights off already, and the only real light is from those yellowy street lamps and the occasional flicker of someone's TV through a window. My mom has the headlights on bright. I'm leaning forward in the passenger seat scanning the yards, and Jamie's craning his neck to see down driveways. We're rolling down this one long, straight street. No cars parked along it. No people out. Just us. We're on the right side of the road, going maybe 15 miles an hour. And then, on the left side of the road, she is just there. I don't remember seeing her come from a driveway or around a corner. 1 second the road is empty. The next second there's this little girl in the other lane. She looked about 6 or 7. Light skin, dark hair that was kind of messy, like it hadn't been brushed after a bath. She was wearing what looked like a lavender hoodie and shorts. Something you'd expect a kid to wear during the day, not late at night. And she was in a wheelchair. Not a big medical-looking one, but a small chair, low to the ground. Her legs, or what was left of them, ended just above the knee, little stumps covered in socks. She was using her hands on the wheels, slowly rolling herself straight down the middle of the lane, like that was the most normal thing in the world. Here's what really got me. Her posture was rigid, completely straight, almost unnaturally so. She never turned her head. She didn't look at our car, didn't flinch at the headlights, didn't squint, or lift a hand to shield her eyes when my mom's high beams hit her dead on. She just stared, straight ahead. We were going in opposite directions, so the actual passing moment was maybe 2 or 3 seconds. But those seconds felt stretched, like we drove through a bubble of silence. Nobody said anything as we passed her. We all just absorbed it. We got maybe a house or two past her before my brain finally caught up and went, "Wait, what?" At the exact same time, my mom goes, very quietly, "Did you guys just see that?" Jamie and I both kind of talk over each other. The girl? In the wheelchair? With no legs? And as soon as we all confirm we actually saw the same thing, my mom snaps into action and whips the car around in a quick U-turn. We're all suddenly wide awake, hearts pounding, scanning the road like crazy. We drive back down that same stretch of street, slowly, like really slowly. She's gone. No little girl, no wheelchair, no movement on the sidewalks, no open garage doors, nothing. It's not like there were a lot of side streets for her to turn down either. It was a long, mostly straight run. For her to disappear in those few seconds would have meant turning off somewhere and getting out of sight very fast, which seems unlikely, given the wheelchair and the way she was moving. My mom pulls over and we just sit there for a minute, all of us staring at the empty road. There's that weird, heavy feeling in the car, like everyone is trying to decide if they're going to be the one to say, "Ghost," out loud. Nobody does. Instead, my mom finally goes, "Well, okay. That was strange. Let's, keep looking for Pumpkin, I guess." So we do. We drive around the subdivision for another hour, calling for the cat, looking down every side street, every cul-de-sac. We don't see the girl again. We don't see anyone else, actually. It feels like the whole neighborhood is asleep. Eventually, we hear this faint, pitiful yowling near one of the houses at the very back of the subdivision. We follow the sound and find Pumpkin wedged under a wooden porch, screaming at another neighborhood cat like they're in some kind of dramatic soap opera. Jamie coaxes him out, we get him in the car, and we head back to Lena's place. When we hand Pumpkin over, my mom kind of laughs and goes, "You're not going to believe what we just saw while we were looking for him." So we tell her the whole story. The street, the time, the little girl, the wheelchair, how she vanished when we turned around. Lena listens, frowning a little, and then says, "I've lived here for 8 years. I've never seen any little girl in a wheelchair. There isn't anyone like that around here that I know of." And that just makes the whole thing creepier. Life moves on, but I never forget that night. It becomes one of those stories I pull out sometimes, usually around Halloween. Always with that same unsettled feeling in my chest. Fast forward to just a few days ago. I don't know what made me think of it so strongly again. Maybe the decorations going up. Maybe just my brain connecting dates. But I decided to post about it on my town's community Facebook page. I wrote the whole encounter out and then asked if anyone who lived in Maple Ridge back then remembered a little girl in a wheelchair who might have lived on that particular street about 13 years ago. So far, nothing. A bunch of people have commented things like, "I've been here 20 years, never seen anyone like that." Or, "I walk my dog down that road all the time, don't recall any family with a child in a wheelchair." Some people shared their own weird stories, but nobody could say, "Oh yeah, that was so-and-so's daughter." And that's what bothers me. Because if she was real, a 7-year-old girl in a wheelchair, who lets their kid roll down the middle of the street alone at almost 10 at night, on a dark, wet road, no reflective gear, no adult in sight? I even went digging through old local news archives online, seeing if there were any stories about a missing girl or an accident involving a child with a disability in our area. Nothing. Our town is small. If something like that had happened, it would have been all over the place. People still talk about minor fender benders from years ago like they're legend, but there's nothing about her. So I'm stuck with this memory. Me, my mom, my brother. All three of us absolutely certain we saw the same little girl in the same spot, doing something that makes no sense and no explanation. And now, to make it even eerier, they've started a bunch of new construction near that street, tearing up old lots, digging foundations, moving dirt around. Every time I drive past, I catch myself wondering if something's going to turn up. Some old story, some piece of evidence, something that explains where she came from, or where she went. For now, though, it's just this moment, frozen in my mind. The wet road, the fog in the headlights, and that tiny figure rolling steadily forward, eyes fixed straight ahead. Like we were the ones who didn't belong there. Not her. I think I'll be holding my breath about that night for a long time. So, before I get into this, I need to say something up front. I don't really know much about Arabic magic or spiritual practices. I've heard stories here and there, like everyone does, but I never took the time to really study them or think too deeply about it. What I have always had, though, is this sensitivity to the other side, I guess. I get these really vivid premonition dreams, and they've come true often enough that I don't just brush them off anymore. For the past 3 years, my grandmother, let's call her Noura, has been having awful night terrors. There's no medical explanation. We've taken her to doctors, run tests, checked everything. She never had anything like this when she was younger. She tells us that, when she does remember, her nightmares are full of shadowy figures chasing her, grabbing her, crowding around her. But most of them, she doesn't remember at all. She doesn't realize how often she wails or screams in her sleep. I do, though, because I share a room with her. Honestly, I barely sleep. One night, not that long ago, she had one of the worst episodes I've seen. She let out this horrible scream, like a real, from-the-gut scream, and her whole body was shaking. I kept calling her name, shaking her shoulder, trying to pull her back. It took a while, longer than usual. When she finally woke up properly, she clutched my hand and said, very seriously, that she felt like she could have died if I hadn't brought her out of it. And the way she said it didn't feel dramatic. It felt like she really believed it. At that point, a relative of ours, my cousin, Sarah, reached out to a spiritual healer, almost like an exorcist. He's kind of known in our community, not some random person. He doesn't take money, and he only uses religious texts and recitations to try to help people. That part mattered to us. It made it easier to trust him. After he did whatever assessments he does, he told us that there had been some kind of malicious magic done on my grandmother, decades ago. Back in the late 70s, he said. He described it as something written on parchment that had started to disintegrate over time. Because of that, according to him, the entities attached to it didn't really remember what they were supposed to be doing. So instead of carrying out whatever the original intent was, they had kind of devolved into teasing and tormenting her. I didn't know what to do with that information at first. Part of me was skeptical, but the truth is, we had exhausted everything else. No medical answers, no psychological explanation that fit. This was our last resort. He gave my grandmother a talisman to keep near her, something to bring her some relief. But he was very clear, it wasn't a cure. He said the thing done to her was old and deeply rooted. This is still ongoing, by the way. Nothing is neatly wrapped up. Right now, though, Noura is visiting one of my aunts in another city, so I share the room only with my younger brother, Yusuf. I'm a light sleeper, and I wear one of those thick, padded eye masks because any bit of light wakes me up. Sound, too, honestly. Any small noise and I'm awake. Early this morning, just before dawn, I heard the sound of someone sitting down on my grandmother's bed. You know that distinct shift of the mattress and the creak of the frame? It was exactly that. Right after that, I heard soft sniffling, the kind that comes with quiet crying. It sounded like someone was sitting there, hunched over, trying not to sob out loud. My first thought was, why would anyone in my family come into my room, sit on that bed, and cry this early in the morning? I lay there completely still, listening. The sniffling kept going, wet breaths, small, shaky inhales. It sounded real. Then something clicked in my head. The door had never opened. Our door has one of those dust stoppers attached to the bottom, and it drags loudly along the floor whenever someone opens it. You can't miss it. If the door moves, you hear it. But there had been no sound, no dragging, no click of the handle, nothing. That realization hit me hard, and I have to be honest, that's when I got scared. I didn't take off my eye mask. I didn't sit up. I just froze. My heart was pounding, and every part of me wanted to peek and see who or what was sitting there. But at the same time, I had this heavy, instinctive feeling that I did not want to see its face. So I did what I usually do when something like this happens. I pretended to ignore it and tried to go back to sleep. This isn't my first haunting, unfortunately, but it is the first time something like this has happened in this particular room. On top of that, I've had two very specific nightmares that I can't shake. In both of them, I saw something pretending to be my grandmother. It looked like her at first glance. Her height, her walk, even her voice. But in the dream, it always felt wrong, like someone was wearing her as a costume. The best way I can describe it is that uncanny valley feeling, where everything is almost right, but just slightly off in a way your brain can't ignore. In the first dream, Grandma Nuda was moving around the house, knocking things over, causing little bits of chaos, misplacing items, breaking small objects, then looking at me with this almost playful, mocking smile. In the second dream, I remember sitting at the edge of my bed while she stood in the doorway, just watching me. Same face, same clothes, but her expression didn't match her eyes. Her eyes looked empty, like someone was looking out through them. And here's the part that really shook me. My mother, let's call her Layla, told me about a dream she had recently. She said she saw her own mother doing strange things, out of character, causing mischief, making messes, moving silently from room to room with this eerie calmness. Layla said that in her dream, too, it felt like something was inside her mother, not actually her. We didn't coordinate these dreams. She told me about hers, and when I told her mine, we just kind of stared at each other for a moment. It felt too similar to be brushed off. And it's not just us. Different members of the family have mentioned feeling a presence in our drawing room. That room has always had a strange energy, honestly. People say they feel like someone is standing just behind them when they sit there alone. We've all, at different times, heard phantom sounds, like someone is working in the kitchen or moving things in the hallway or walking up and down the house. You hear a plate clink or a chair scrape lightly or footsteps. You go to check, expecting to find someone there, and the room is empty. No one. Nothing moved. Everyone else is in their own rooms, or asleep, or out. So that's where we are right now. My grandmother with unexplained night terrors and a history of something dark supposedly done to her decades ago. A spiritual healer who insists there's old magic involved. Me, hearing someone sit on her empty bed and cry, without the door ever opening. Dreams of something wearing her face like a mask. Mine and my mother's. And a house where people keep hearing and feeling things that shouldn't be there. I don't have a neat conclusion for you. I'm still living in the middle of this. But if you've ever wondered how it feels when the unseen doesn't stay so unseen, it feels like this. So, when winter starts creeping in like this, I always end up thinking about an old story I heard as a kid. It's about the mountains and a woman made of snow. They called her Yuki-onna, the Snow Woman. A long time ago, there were two woodcutters from a village tucked right under the shadow of the northern peak. One was an older man named Haru, and the other was a young man, barely more than a boy, named Daichi. One day, the snow came in faster than they expected. You know how storms can be in the mountains. One moment you're walking under a gray sky, the next you can't even see your own hands. The wind howled, the trees vanished into white, and the path home simply disappeared. They stumbled around until they found an old, half-rotten hut by the river. No firewood, no blankets, just four walls and a roof that creaked when the wind hit it. Still, it was better than freezing outside. Exhausted, they lay down and tried to sleep. Sometime after midnight, Daichi woke up. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe it was that strange feeling you get when someone's watching you. The hut was dim, lit only by a faint glow leaking in through the cracks in the walls. Moonlight caught in the snow. And in that pale light, Daichi saw her. A woman stood beside Haru. Her skin was white, not just pale like someone who never goes outside. but white like frost on glass. Her hair fell long and dark over her shoulders, and her eyes were colder than the storm outside. She leaned over Haru, her breath spilling out in a thin, misty cloud. With that single, soft breath, Haru's face changed. His skin turned dull and gray, like all the color had been pulled out of him. His chest stopped rising. His body went perfectly still. Daichi couldn't move. He couldn't even scream. It was like the cold had frozen his voice inside his throat. Then the woman turned. She looked at him. Really looked at him, as if she were measuring something in his face. When she spoke, her voice was quiet and clear, like ice cracking on a river. "You are young," she said. "I will spare you tonight. But listen carefully. If you ever tell anyone what you saw here, I will come back for you." Daichi wanted to nod, to swear, to promise her anything, but he was too terrified to move. The woman straightened, and in the next blink, she was gone, swept away into the swirling snow blowing through the cracks. By morning, the storm had calmed. The villagers found the hut. Haru was dead, frozen stiff, a thin crust of frost across his face. They said it was the cold, nothing more. Daichi said nothing. He remembered the warning. Life went on. A year passed. One night, during another thick snowfall, there was a knock at Daichi's door. When he opened it, a young woman stood there, shivering slightly, snow caught in her hair. She said her name was Miyu. She was beautiful, almost unsettlingly so, with skin as pale as fresh snow and eyes that seemed to hold a quiet, distant sadness. She said she had lost her way in the storm, and Daichi, being kind-hearted, invited her in to warm herself by the fire. Days turned into weeks. Miyu stayed in the village, helping neighbors, laughing easily, learning the ways of the place. People liked her. Daichi fell in love with her without even realizing when it happened, and before long they were married. For years they lived peacefully. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl, and their house was always filled with the sound of little feet and winter laughter. Miyu was gentle, a bit strange sometimes. She never liked to sit too close to the fire, and on the coldest nights, she would stand by the window, staring out at the snow in complete silence. But she was a devoted wife and mother. Daichi never told her about that night in the hut. He never spoke of Haru or the pale woman in the storm. The wind outside was wild, rattling the shutters. The children had finally fallen asleep, bundled up under thick quilts. Daichi and Miyu sat together by a small fire, the room dim and warm. The kind of night that makes you nostalgic without knowing why. Maybe he was tired. Maybe he was feeling safe and foolish. Maybe the years had softened the edges of his fear, and he'd convinced himself it had all been a dream. Whatever the reason, the memory slipped out. He started talking about the blizzard, the hut, Haru's frozen face, about the woman with snow-white skin who breathed death into the old man and spared him only on the condition that he stayed silent. He told Miyu everything. When he finished, he laughed nervously and said something like, "Strange, isn't it? I never told anyone that before." Then he looked at her. Miyu wasn't smiling. Her expression had changed, subtly at first, then more and more. The warmth drained from her face. Her eyes grew hard and glacial, the same distant, inhuman cold he had seen all those years ago. "Daichi," she said quietly,
Do you not remember the promise you made that night? His heart stopped. He stared at her. In that moment, he understood. Miyu? She stood, and for the first time since he had known her, he felt afraid of her. Truly afraid. I warned you never to speak of me, she said. You broke your promise. She stepped closer, and the fire between them seemed suddenly small and useless. A chill swept through the room, sharp enough to bite. I should kill you here and now, she whispered. Just as I did to Haru. Daichi could barely breathe. His thoughts flew to the children sleeping in the next room. Miyu, Yuki Onna, whatever she truly was, followed his gaze. Her expression softened, just a fraction. For the sake of our children, she said, I will let you live. But you will never see me again. And before he could speak, before he could reach for her, she turned. Her shape blurred, dissolved into a swirl of white mist. And then she was gone, drawn out through the thin cracks of the door, out into the storm. The house fell silent, save for the wind. Daichi rushed to the children. They were still fast asleep, their cheeks warm, their breaths steady. When they woke, they asked where their mother had gone. He never had a good answer. Some say he grew old in that house, watching every winter storm with a mix of fear and hope, wondering if he'd see a pale figure in the snow again. But she never came back. And every year, when the snow begins to fall and the wind starts its long, lonely howl, people still tell this story. So now I'm wondering, what do you think? Was Yuki Onna really a spirit of the storm, slipping into human lives for a brief, borrowed warmth? Or is it just a tale to keep curious children from wandering too far into the mountains on cold winter nights? Okay, so let me tell you about what happened last night, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. It was late, and I was at home, riding out some, forest lollipops, if you know what I mean. I planned it. I was safe at home, lights low, just kind of letting my mind wander. I decided it'd be a good idea to put on this new vampire movie, kind of a modern Dracula vibe, to really feel it on a different level. At first, it was just intense in the usual way. Colors were deeper, sounds felt heavier, my thoughts were loud. But then there was this part of the movie where they're in a church, and there are all these paintings of Jesus and saints all over the walls. And suddenly, I couldn't focus on the dialogue at all. Instead, I just felt this wave, like the Holy Spirit or something like it, just gently bringing me back down to baseline. Not instantly, but in this slow, comforting way. I felt this warmth in my chest, like I was being held onto from the inside. And that's not normal for me. Usually, once things start going south on a trip, nothing can pull me back. But this time, I felt calm. Safe, even. It was like someone hit a spiritual reset button. While all that was happening, my dog Milo suddenly gets up out of nowhere. He walks over to this old armchair I keep by the wall. This chair that used to belong to my Grandma Rose. And he starts sniffing around behind it. Not in a casual way, either. He was searching, tracking something. But he wouldn't get too close. He'd look into my bedroom from there, but refused to go in. Just stayed at a distance, alert. He did this 3 separate times, and every single time I could feel the energy in the room shift right before he reacted. Like the air changed density or temperature around me for a second.
I didn't see anything, but my body knew something was off. Eventually, I got up to check behind the chair myself. As I walked over, I felt this presence hovering just behind and a little above me, like somebody standing close, but not touching. When I turned my head up to the right, I saw this small, white light, almost like a soft, glowing orb, shoot off quickly and disappear. It wasn't a reflection, it moved with intention. It startled me so much, I actually gasped out loud. Right after that, my roommate's cat Luna casually strolls over to the exact same chair. Now this cat never bothers with that chair, ever. But she walked up to it, stared at it, sniffed around in the same places Milo did, and then, out of nowhere, jumps up onto it. She sits there, perfectly still, and just stares at me. 10 full minutes at least. Not that blank cat stare either. It was this very focused, almost knowing look, like, yeah, I see it too. And here's the wild part. She slept on that chair all night. She's actually been obsessed with it since. Normally, she never stays in one place for too long, but now it's like that chair is her spot. That has never happened before. Now, I've had that chair for years since Grandma Rose passed. It's special to me, but it's never felt active, if that makes sense. And last night, I didn't feel her exactly. It wasn't like, oh, Grandma's here. It was more like this curious, calm presence watching over me. Not judging, not fixing anything, just aware. It felt like whatever it was understood what I was going through, that it could sense both my sadness and the height of my altered state. There was no fear attached to it, just this strange peace, comfort even. Tonight though, nothing. My dog isn't reacting, the cat's more relaxed, and I don't feel any presence in the room. It's like whoever or whatever it was just came through for that moment and then moved on. All I know is, I wasn't looking for a sign. I wasn't trying to summon anything. It was my animals who first told me something was there. And between the comfort in that church scene, the strange light, the pets acting like they saw what I couldn't, and that deep sense of calm, yeah, something visited. I don't know who or what, but it felt kind. And it felt like it understood me better than I understood myself in that moment. So, let me tell you about the old place I used to live in. It was this creaky, overgrown hillside manor. The kind of house that looks like it should already have a ghost story attached when you first see it. And of course, it did. I just didn't know I was going to be part of it. The first time it happened, I remember waking up in the middle of the night, absolutely certain I wasn't alone. You know that feeling, right? When the room is dark, but you can feel something standing there before you even open your eyes. When I finally forced my eyes open, I saw them. Not fully solid, not exactly transparent, just these blue-white shapes, like faded versions of people. Shades. That's what I call them. They weren't always there, but when they came, they would stand right over me, leaning in, like they were trying to figure me out. And it was terrifying. I always had this sense that they knew I could see them, that was the whole problem. Most people can roll over and ignore that weird feeling. I couldn't. In those early nights, I had this little ritual. I'd wake up, see one or two of them hovering over me, and my first instinct was to slam my eyes shut and start talking. Out loud. I'd say, "Hey, I don't know who you are. I mean you no harm. Please let me live here, and I'll respect you and your home." I must have sounded ridiculous, half asleep and scared, talking into the dark. Sometimes I'd keep my eyes closed the entire time, just whispering my little peace treaty. Sometimes I'd peek, just to see if they were still there. Usually, after that, they would fade away, and I could feel the room go back to normal. Back then, I really believed that if I acknowledged them, if I showed them I respected the space, they'd leave me alone. And for a while, that seemed to work. But there were nights that were worse. One time, I woke up and there were 3 of them. 3 men, all standing side by side next to my bed. Pale, blue-white, just outlines of people. I remember thinking, okay, this has to be a dream. So I shut my eyes, took a breath, opened them again. They were still there. They didn't move. They didn't reach for me. They just watched. I was so scared I grabbed the remote with shaking hands and turned on the TV, just for the noise and the light. I didn't even watch anything. I just needed something human in the room. I lay there for what felt like forever, heart pounding, until I finally passed out with the screen still flickering and the volume turned way down. I hated that manner. I really did. Looking back, there's this darkly funny image I have of myself, sitting up in bed in that old room, talking to the air. If there had been a camera recording from the corner of the ceiling, you'd just see me negotiating with empty space, maybe even arguing with what looked like nothing. Like, "Please stop turning my life into a horror movie, thanks." It wasn't just the shades around my bed, though. The house had other habits. There was a woman's spirit there, I'm pretty sure. I never saw her fully, not the way I did the shades, but I felt her. She liked to mess with things. I'd light candles to make the place feel cozy, and I'd walk out of the room for a second, come back, and the candles would be out. Not burned down, just blown out. No draft, no open windows, nothing. Sometimes I'd turn the bathroom tap on, leave for a moment, come back, and the water would be off. Not dripping, not slowing down, just off. Like someone had reached in and turned the handle. There was also this small girl I'd see sometimes. Or maybe it was the woman taking a different form. I never really knew. I started calling the little girl Elsie in my head, just so she'd feel like less of a stranger. Whenever I came home, whether it was the middle of the day or late at night, I'd get this heaviness in my chest as I walked up the path. The front of the manor had a glass door, and sometimes I'd see a shape inside, like a small figure watching me from the hallway, or someone standing on the balcony above, just waiting. I could feel them before I even put the key in the lock. When I climbed the wooden stairs up to my floor, I would never look all the way up toward the next level. That became a rule for me. Don't look up. Just get to your room. But out of the corner of my eye, I'd sometimes catch these bare feet on the landing. Just the feet. Just someone was standing there, barefoot, watching me pass. Or I'd feel this pressure, this awareness, as if eyes were on the back of my neck. The air would go completely still. No sound from outside. No creaks from the old wood. Nothing. Just me and that feeling. And it wasn't once in a while. It was daily. It got so bad that when I drove up after work, I wouldn't even look at the building. I'd park, keep my head down, grab my bag, and just walk straight in, like I was trying not to make eye contact with a wild animal. If I could avoid noticing them, I felt like they'd avoid noticing me. Over time, I changed how I reacted. I stopped talking out loud at night, stopped acknowledging every little flicker and shadow. Eventually, I realized that if I didn't give them my attention, if I didn't lean into the fear, they mostly left me alone. So I trained myself. Don't look. Don't engage. Don't invite. And slowly, the nights became quieter. Not because they weren't there, but because I stopped meeting them halfway. The funny thing is, the moment I moved out of that manor, into a perfectly normal little apartment across town, everything stopped. No shades standing over my bed. No candles mysteriously going out. No faucets turning themselves off. No bare feet at the top of the stairs. Just sleep. Just silence. Sometimes I wonder if they were tied to that house, or if they were drawn to me and just decided to let me go. But honestly, I don't dig too deep into that question. All I know is, in that old hillside manor, I was never really alone. And now, in my new place, when I close my eyes at night, there's no one standing over me. And I'm okay with not seeing shades anymore. I think they've had enough of me. And I've definitely had enough of them. So, there are 5 of us in my family. My mom, my dad, my 2 sisters, Mira and Lila, and me. I'm Arun. Back then, we were living in this small, rented house at the end of a quiet lane. It wasn't creepy at first or anything. It was just normal. But after a few weeks, I started noticing strange little things whenever I was alone. Like, I'd be in the kitchen making tea, and suddenly a spoon would slip off the counter and clatter to the floor, even though it was nowhere near the edge. Or I'd hang my shirt neatly on a hanger, walk away, and a minute later I'd hear a soft thud and find it on the ground. Sometimes a whole row of clothes would tilt and drop like someone had brushed past them. It wasn't just once or twice, it kept happening. My younger sister, Lila, started mentioning similar stuff. She'd say, "Arun, my school uniform just fell off the hanger again. I swear I didn't touch it." But whenever we told Mom, Dad, or Mira, they never experienced any of it themselves. They'd just shrug and say things like, "It's just the wind. You're tired. You're imagining it." Or my dad's favorite, "Gravity, beta. Clothes fall. It's okay." But I always had this feeling, like there was something around us. Not loud or dramatic, just a quiet presence, watching. Anyway, fast forward to when our rental agreement ended. We finally found a new apartment, brighter and more modern than the old place. Everyone was tired but excited. On the last day, while most of the moving was happening, I was at the office, so I only came to the new house in the evening. That night, I decided to prank my mom. I don't even know why I thought that was a good idea, but I did. I went up to her while she was folding blankets and said, as casually as I could, "Ma, I didn't want to tell you this before, but in that old house, I used to see a woman sometimes." She stopped folding and looked at me. I continued, trying not to grin. "She wasn't trying to harm me or anything," I said. "But when I was alone, she'd come near my bed and just stand there. Sometimes she had a small baby in her arms. She'd just sit on the floor and stare quietly." Inside, I was laughing like, wait till she freaks out. But instead, her face just drained. All the color left. She put the blanket down and whispered, "Arun, stop. Wait till Mira comes home." I was confused. I thought she was just being dramatic, so I was like, "Ma, relax, I'm joking." But she shook her head and said, "No, just wait till your sister comes. Don't say anything yet." So I thought, okay, I'll keep the joke going a little longer and then tell her I made it up when everyone's here. A bit later, my elder sister Mira came home from work. The minute she walked in, Mom's eyes filled with tears. She grabbed Mira's hand and said, voice shaking, "Your brother also saw that woman." That word, also, hit me like a punch. I remember just staring at her, my smile fading. "What do you mean, also?" I asked. Mom looked between the two of us, and then she told me something that made my whole body go cold. She said that for months, Mira had been seeing a woman in that old house too. The same woman with a small baby. She'd appear near Mira's bed at night, or in the hallway, just standing there. Mira had never told me or Lila because she didn't want to scare us, and Mom didn't want to encourage our imaginations, so she kept it private. But it got worse. Mom said that a few days before we decided to move out, Mira saw the woman more clearly than ever. In that moment, the woman looked at her with this angry expression and said, "Don't leave this house." When I heard that, I swear, every hair on my arms stood up. My silly prank suddenly felt like the worst idea I'd ever had, but she just shook her head. "You're only saying that now because you heard about your sister," she said. "You both saw her. You're just denying it so I won't worry." No matter how much I insisted, she didn't believe me. Honestly, a part of me started wondering if maybe those small things I'd felt, like the weight of eyes on me, the random chills, weren't just in my head after all. A few days after we settled into the new apartment, things calmed down a bit. No creepy corners, no dark hallways. It felt safer, lighter. We all tried to forget about the old house. Then one night, Mira told us something that brought it all rushing back. We were sitting in the living room after dinner when she said quietly, "I need to tell you what happened last night." She said she'd been sleeping and had one of those half-awake, half-dreaming moments. She felt like she was still in bed, but somehow aware of the room. And in that fuzzy state, she heard a familiar woman's voice. It said, clear and close, right by her ear, "Come meet me. I'm standing outside." Mira told us she felt this strong pull, like she had to listen. In her dream, she got out of bed and walked toward the window. Her hand was literally on the latch. She was about to open it when suddenly she snapped fully awake, heart racing, still standing near the window in the dark room. She didn't know if she had actually walked there in her sleep or just dreamed it, but the feeling stayed with her. She said the voice was the same woman, the same tone. And here's the part that really unsettles me. In this new place, those small, strange things started happening again. A spoon sliding off the table when nobody's near it. The bathroom door creaking open just a little when there's no draft. clothes slipping off hangers. Light taps on the wall when it's late and everyone else is asleep. And somehow, it's still mostly just me and Lila who notice these things. Mira brushes it off now, says she doesn't want to think about it. Mom and Dad still claim it's just the building, or pipes, or wind. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and I hear something small fall in the kitchen, or I feel that quiet pressure in the room, like someone's there but not quite visible, I catch myself thinking, what if it was never the house? What if something decided to come with us? So, this was about 9 months ago, right at the end of winter. For a few nights in a row, my sleep had just fallen apart. I'd lie there, exhausted, but my brain refused to switch off. You know that feeling where you're tired in your bones, but your mind is running laps? That was me. One morning, after barely sleeping again, I just snapped and thought, okay, that's it. I'm going for a run. Maybe if I exhaust myself, I'll finally sleep. It was freezing. The kind of cold where the air bites your face. There was thick fog outside, and it had been so bad that schools and colleges had declared 2 days of holiday. Still, I got up at around 4:45 a.m., pulled on a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, and my running shoes, and stepped out. So, for context, my home is near the Bagmati River. People bring their loved ones' bodies there for cremation or burial. It's that kind of place. And I've always been the person who doesn't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I used to laugh those things off. Anyway, I started running. From the very beginning, something felt off. My balance felt weird, like my body was out of sync. I told myself it was probably just the sleep deprivation. It was still really dark, and the fog made everything even heavier. But I could see a couple of old men riding past on bicycles. That made me feel a bit safer, like, okay, it's fine. Life is normal. I'm overthinking. And then, it happened. I was running near a small local school I'd passed 100 times before. Suddenly, this cold shiver shot straight down my spine. At the same moment, I heard this sharp, cracking sound. It was so strange, like a mix between a bird screeching in a horror movie and a car slamming its brakes really fast. It sounded like, Kia, this high, sharp, tearing sound. Right then, a dim green light flashed in front of me, like someone flicked a torch on and off really fast. And I felt, very clearly, like something was watching me from above, over my right shoulder. All of this happened in maybe 1/10 of a second. It was so fast that my brain couldn't catch up. But my body reacted before my thoughts did. I felt this intense fear, like something was trying to pull me out of my own body. I remember thinking, very clearly, if I take even one more step forward, I might die. My legs suddenly went weak. All the strength just disappeared. I could feel the ground under my feet as if I was barefoot, even though I still had my shoes on. My whole body went numb, and I just knew I couldn't keep going. So I turned around. I started walking back home, half expecting to faint in the middle of the road. I kept telling myself, you're hallucinating. It's just the lack of sleep. It's nothing. Just reach home. Somehow I made it back safely. I didn't tell anyone, because honestly, I knew I'd just get scolded for going out to run that early in the cold. I went straight to my room and just sat there, replaying everything. The weird part is, I'd been using that same road for 2 years during high school. I used to catch my school bus at around 5:20 a.m., and I always walked that way. Same season, same timing. Sometimes I even went right down near the river, near the graves, and nothing ever happened. Not once. So part of me kept saying, there's no way something suddenly went wrong now. It has to be in your head. And to be honest, a week before all this, I'd been smoking weed for about 6 or 7 days in a row. But by the time this happened, I'd already been clean for a few days. Still, I started doubting myself. Is this withdrawal? Am I going crazy? Is this just my brain misfiring? After a few hours, the whole incident started to feel unreal. Like a dream you wake up from and can't fully grab onto. I told myself, whatever it was, at least I got to experience something strange. But then things got worse. What's wrong with me? Why am I like this? My appetite vanished. I couldn't focus. I lost interest in everything. I didn't even want to touch my phone, which for me was a big red flag. Finally, I told my dad, let's call him Ajay, about how I was feeling. But not the full story about the green light and the river. Just the anxiety, the panic, the not sleeping. He told me it sounded like anxiety, and that he'd had something similar when he was young too. That made me feel a little less alone. We went to a doctor, got some meds, but honestly, not much changed. Later, my family took me to a local shaman, a spiritual healer everyone in the area knows. We call him Baba Hari. I was still half convinced this was all just in my head. Maybe some psychological stuff from quitting weed and not sleeping. But when I described what happened, he looked at me very calmly and said I'd been scared very, very badly, and not just by my own mind. He said it happened beside a specific tree near the school. I hadn't even noticed any tree at the time. I was too shaken. But later, when I went back during the day, there actually was a big old tree exactly where everything had happened. Baba Hari told me I was under the influence of an evil spirit, something they call a chudale, the shadow of a young woman, maybe around 21, who lingered near that area, not far from my home. He said that dim green flash I'd seen was a sign of her presence. And I remember thinking, if I hadn't come here, I'd probably still be blaming myself, thinking it was just weed withdrawal and my own weakness. I'd die feeling guilty for disappointing my parents. Even after that, though, I was in a bad place. Very depressed, totally hopeless. I really believed I might not survive it. Not just physically, but mentally. The anxiety got so bad that my parents decided to take me to a psychiatrist too. The psychiatrist listened, diagnosed me with an anxiety disorder, and prescribed medication. He told me to keep taking it for at least 2 years. I'll be honest, I only took it for about 5 months. But between the medicine, my parents' support, time passing, and maybe whatever Baba Hari did spiritually, slowly, I started to feel like myself again. The nights got quieter. The panic attacks faded. The dark thoughts lost their grip. And today, I'm okay. I'm actually fine. When I look back at that morning by the river, the cold, the fog, the scream, the green light, it still gives me chills. But I also feel weirdly grateful. It forced me to face my mind, my fears, and even parts of my belief system I used to laugh at. Whether someone wants to call it a spirit, anxiety, sleep deprivation, or all of the above, for me, it was real. It was terrifying, and it changed me. But I came out on the other side. So, hey, I'm 21 now, and I've had a bunch of weird little moments in my life that I definitely label as not normal. This one has been living rent-free in my head for years, so I figured I'd tell it like I remember it. Back then, I was around 9 or 10. My mom had moved us into this new place a couple years before, and the house was just off. The layout was strange, and the energy felt heavy, like the air was thicker than it should be. Instead of a normal front door facing the street, the house was sort of turned sideways. You had to walk down this narrow side path, go through a metal gate, and then you'd hit the actual front door. Because of that, we ended up hanging out a lot in this weird mix of front yard, backyard by the gate. That's where we'd wait for people to arrive. I've got an older brother and an older sister who lived a few hours away back then, like a 2 to 3 hour drive. And there's a pretty big age gap, like 12 to 13 years. They'd come visit when they could and stay for a weekend or a few days. Because of traffic and the distance, they usually showed up late, like between 9 p.m. and midnight. I was obsessed with them, so I always begged to stay up so I could be the one to open the gate when they arrived. On this particular night, it was my brother who was coming down. I'll call him Alex. That alone was rare, because he was always the busy one with work and friends. My sister, let's call her Maya, couldn't make it that trip, and I remember missing her a lot. We're a tight little trio. Whenever Maya visited, she never really called me by my real name. She always used my nickname, Bug, or Bugs, when she was being silly. She'd stand outside the gate and call, "Bug! Bugs!" and I'd go running to let her in. So anyway, that night, it's late, closer to 12:30 or 1 a.m., and I'm outside with Alex and my stepdad. My stepdad, who I'll call Rafa, is from this tiny farming town in central Mexico. He's one of those people who fully believes in paranormal stuff. His attitude is basically, if it's weird and you can't explain it, don't mess with it. And he loves to tease me about getting scared. We're all out there in the yard by the gate, just talking, and the conversation drifts into scary stories. Rafa starts sharing things he's heard back in his hometown, voices in the fields, lights where there shouldn't be lights, that kind of thing. Then Alex starts talking about what he saw when he was younger, staying with relatives in Mexico, and even strange things he'd noticed in the house where I was born. I remember I was really into it, hanging on to every word of this creepy story Alex was telling. He was in the middle of describing something weird he'd seen in the hallway one night when, clear as day, from the direction of the gate, I hear, "Bug!" Then again, louder, urgent, "Bugs!" It was my sister's voice. Not kind of like her voice, not similar vibe. It was her voice. I didn't even think. I just shot up and ran straight to the gate, heart pounding, totally expecting to see Maya standing there with her overnight bag, laughing. There was no one. The street was quiet, the gate was closed, and there wasn't even a car driving by. Just that weird, heavy silence. As I'm standing there confused, I hear Alex behind me, rushing up. He looks freaked out and goes, "Wait, where is she?" We just stare at each other. He was about 24 or 25 then, a grown man, and I was this little 10-year-old kid. and we both heard the exact same thing. He asked me, "You heard her too, right? She called you." And I was like, "Yeah, she said bug, and then bugs. Twice." And his face just went pale, because that's exactly what he heard too. We go back over it, trying to make sense of it. It was Maya's voice. It came from the gate area. She always called me that nickname when she arrived. We go tell Rafa what happened, and even he gets unsettled, which was scary, because he was usually the one laughing things off or making jokes. He kind of looks around, shakes his head, and goes, "Bueno, ya me tanse." Basically, "Okay, go inside." So we do. We lock the door, sit there for a minute, and then all three of us decide to call Maya just to make sure she isn't somehow outside or on her way. She picks up, sounding totally normal, a little sleepy. She tells us she's at her apartment, nowhere near us, and she hasn't left the city at all that night. She definitely wasn't outside our house, and she definitely hadn't called my nickname through a gate. After we hang up, it gets really quiet. I remember sitting there, this little kid on the couch, realizing that whatever had called out to me knew my sister's voice, knew exactly what she called me, and used that to get my attention. To this day, I still don't know what that was. But it wasn't just me imagining things. My brother heard it too, word for word. And that's the part that still gives me chills. So, this is still one of the strangest, and honestly one of the saddest, things that's ever happened to me. It was about 5 years ago, but even now I sometimes lie awake thinking, was that somehow my fault? Or do I have some kind of weird power I don't understand? I know it sounds irrational, but that's where my mind goes. Anyway, let me start from the beginning. 5 years back, me and my friend, let's call him Mikael, were working as car bodywork apprentices in Norway. We were the same age, went to school together, messed around in the same hallways. We were close. The kind of close where you don't even have to say much. You just look at each other and start laughing. He was honestly one of the kindest people I've ever met. Soft-spoken, always ready to help, but still the first one to crack a stupid joke at work and pull everyone out of a bad mood. One day, we were at the workshop, and I was working on this special car, the kind they use to transport caskets and dead bodies. A hearse. I remember the smell of metal and paint, that cold, echoey feeling of the garage. Mikael walked over to me like he always did, joking around, talking rubbish, just being himself. And I, being an idiot, looked at the back of the hearse and said, "Would you dare to lie down in there? Because I sure as hell wouldn't." He grinned, of course. He always took a dare. "Yeah, why not?" he said. And before I could say anything else, he climbed into the back and lay down. I closed the door, laughing, expecting him to last maybe 5 seconds before knocking to get out. After about 20 seconds, I opened the back again. And there he was, lying perfectly still, hands folded over his chest, just like a real dead person. Exactly the way you imagine someone in a coffin. For a second, it gave me chills. It was too realistic. Too wrong. I tried to shake it off and joked, "So, did you feel anything?" How was it, huh? Meet any ghosts in there? He got out, shrugged a little, and said, "Nah, it was just cold." We laughed. Just another dumb moment between friends. We didn't think anything of it. No superstition, no bad feelings strong enough to stop us. It was just one of those stupid young guy jokes that you never imagine will mean anything. But then came the day I'll never forget. 1 or 2 weeks later, my phone rang. It was my boss. His voice was different, heavy. He said, "I'm so sorry to tell you this, but Mikhail is dead." For a few seconds, I honestly thought he was joking, like it was some messed up prank. Then he kept talking, and my brain just froze. I can't even remember his exact words, just fragments. Car accident. On the way to a course. In another town. It felt like someone had reached inside my chest and just squeezed everything. Mikhail had been driving to this work-related course. We had actually planned to go together. Right up to the last moment, the plan was, we ride there, side by side. And then, for some reason I still can't clearly explain, I decided not to go. Last minute. No real reason. Just, I'll skip it. So he went alone. He died in a tunnel. The tunnel is near my town. The strange thing is, he didn't even live there. He was from another town. The tunnel is called something else in real life, but let's just call it Nordhaven Tunnel. I lived in Nordhaven. He didn't. At first, it just felt like a horrible accident. Wrong place, wrong time. But a few years later, I found out more details. And that's when everything started to feel off. I found out that Mikhail's car had crossed into oncoming traffic and collided with a truck. And the truck driver? He was from my country. I'm a foreigner living in Norway. Of all the drivers on that road, of all the trucks he could have met in that exact moment, it was someone from my own country behind the wheel. And there's more. Mikhail died in December. Exactly 1 year earlier, also in December, another guy from our job had died. He had just finished his apprenticeship and then passed away from cancer. Let's call him Jonas. So 1 December, the newly finished apprentice dies of cancer. A year later, another apprentice, my friend, dies in a car accident. 2 young guys, same workplace, both apprentices, both gone in December. I know it might just be coincidence, but when you're the one standing in the middle of it, it feels like too much. And my mind kept going back to that moment in the hearse. My friend lies in the back of a car meant for the dead. A short time later, he dies. I was supposed to be with him that day, in the car to the course, but I wasn't. The truck that hit him was driven by someone from my country. Another apprentice from the same job had died just a year before. All these little pieces, piling up. It started to mess with my head. I kept asking myself, did I do something? Was it a sign? Is there something wrong with me? Logically, I know I don't control accidents. I know people die every day. I know coincidences happen. But the human brain doesn't always care about logic, especially when it's grieving and guilty and confused. And there's another part to my story. Let's call it part 2. It's not directly about Mikhail's accident. It's more about my family. and about this feeling that maybe, just maybe, there's something in my bloodline, some pattern, some shadow that keeps following us. After I first shared this story online, someone commented on my post before it got deleted. They wrote something like, "I hope you don't have any genes or problems related to this. Try to remember the good times. I won't be able to answer you why." And that stuck with me. Because that's exactly it, isn't it? None of us can really answer why. We can list the facts, draw lines between moments, circle the dates on the calendar. But the why just sits there, silent. All I know is this. I had a friend named Mikhail. We laughed together. We worked together. One day, as a joke, he lay down in the back of a hearse and folded his hands like a dead man. Not long after, he actually died. And I'm still here, years later, trying to make peace with a question that probably has no real answer. But I'm trying to remember the good times. His stupid jokes, his kindness, the way he could make a whole workshop laugh with one sentence. If there's one thing I hold on to, it's that. He wasn't just the guy from the story. He was my friend. And he was so much more than the way he died. You know, before I start, I should say this. I don't live in America, and Russian is my native language. I'm from Kazakhstan, from the steppe, and I'm actually translating this in my head as I talk to you. All my life, I've seen a lot of strange things, but I still consider myself a skeptic. I'm that annoying person who always tries to find a logical explanation first. Always. Even when logic is the last thing that fits. I could sit with you for hours and tell you stories that, honestly, I still can't fully explain. Like the UFO almost my entire class saw once. We stood there at recess, all of us, staring at the sky and then arguing about it the whole break. Or the time, when I was a kid, that a Quran fell off a high shelf in my grandmother's house, even though no one was near it and there was no draft. My mom swears that house was, let's say, active. Footsteps, whispers, little things moving around. She talks about it so calmly that it's even scarier. And for some reason, a lot of these stories are connected with cemeteries. My classmates once told me something that really shook me. They were sure they saw me walking calmly through the cemetery in the middle of the day, even waved to me, only to find out later I'd been at home the whole time. To this day, they insist it was me. I insist it wasn't. We just look at each other like, well, okay then. Just so we're clear, I don't have any mental issues. I'm not someone who scares easily. And I always look for logic first. I've also had sleep paralysis, maybe a couple dozen times in my life. If you've ever had it, you know how it is. Your body is frozen. Your eyes are the only thing that move, and your brain happily serves you the worst horrors it can find. But by now, that doesn't scare me much. I even thought once, it would be kind of interesting to feel that intense fear again. But my logical brain just doesn't let it happen anymore. Anyway, that's all just to give you some context before I tell you this story. The one time I genuinely thought I might die. So, I was about 16, maybe 15 and a half, a winter evening. Back then, my friends and I trained like we were in the army. At least, in our heads it was like the harsh Russian army. Running, push-ups, wrestling, carrying each other on our backs, that kind of thing. We took it way too seriously. One night, after training, it was already dark, around 8:30 or so. We finished our exercises, said goodbye, and everyone started heading home. My friend, let's call him Timur, lived close by, but he was always uncomfortable in the dark. Not like a little kid afraid of monsters, more like he just hated being alone outside at night. He asked me, "Hey, can you walk with me to my place?" It was sort of on my way anyway, so I said sure. To explain the route, my usual way home goes along a road that passes near a cemetery. That's normal for us. The cemetery isn't far from the village. It's just there. So I walked Timur to his house. We joked a bit at the door, and then I turned around to head home alone. That's when I realized something. If I cut between two cemeteries instead of going around them, it would be the shortest way home. In winter, when it's cold and dark, the shortest way always looks like the smartest way. The sky that night was completely clear, not a single cloud. The moon was almost full, bright enough that I honestly didn't even need a flashlight. The snow on the step made everything glow. If you've ever seen moonlight on clean snow, you know how bright it can get. You can see your own shadow like it's daytime. So there I am, walking along the snowy road between two rows of graves and enclosures. One cemetery on the left, one on the right. It's quiet. Too quiet, actually. The kind of quiet where you can hear your own breath and the crunch of your boots. At some point, I catch myself thinking, I keep seeing something move from shadow to shadow, like something jumping between them. Of course, I immediately tell myself, relax, it's your imagination. Shadows, branches, whatever. You're just tired from training. I keep walking, but now I'm glancing around more often. Left, right, behind. You know how it is. You try to act calm, but your body doesn't believe you. Then my attention sticks to one specific place. There's a square cemetery with a tree growing in the middle, and right next to it is one of those tall pyramid-shaped mausoleums. I'm walking, looking around, and my eyes keep sliding back to that tree. At first I can't figure out what's wrong with it. It's winter. All the other trees are bare, just branches against the sky. You can see through them, see the graves and fences behind them. But this one, I squint a little and suddenly realize this tree looks like it still has leaves. Not real leaves, but its crown is dense, solid, dark. The others are like skeletons. This one is just a black mass. So now I'm walking forward, trying to be logical. Maybe it's a different kind of tree. Maybe it's a bush. Maybe there's some cloth or something stuck in it. I keep analyzing it. At the same time, I just can't take my eyes off it. My steps are automatic. My whole attention is on this leafy tree. And then it hits me. Those aren't leaves. That's not even a tree anymore. The black shape has grown. It's become too thick, too heavy, if that makes sense. I suddenly understand that what I'm looking at is no longer a tree, but a massive shadow shaped like a tree. Taller than it should be, wider than it should be. And somehow, without me noticing when it happened, that dark shape has stretched and merged with the shadow of the pyramid mausoleum beside it. I stop. I look at it. and I realize this is not a trick of the eye anymore, at least not the usual kind. The shadow, this huge, dark thing, reaches out over the snow. And here's the worst part. The bottom edge of the shadow is no longer behind the pyramid or under it. It's in the open. It's lying on the snow between me and the mausoleum. There's absolutely nothing there that could cast such a shadow. No tree that tall, no pole, no building. Just open steppe, smooth snow, starlight, and this unnatural darkness stretching across the ground. The distance between me and that pyramidal grave is maybe the length of a small football field. And in the middle of that empty white space, there's this shadow, rising up as tall as a 3-story building. My body starts to react before my brain does. I feel that familiar sensation from sleep paralysis trying to creep in. Your limbs get heavy. Your breathing starts to slow down. Your muscles want to lock. It's like my body is about to switch into observer mode, the one where you're awake inside, but your body won't obey you. And here's the strange part. At that exact moment, I'm curious. There's a part of me that wants to step toward it. I want to know what it is. I want to see what happens if I walk straight into that shadow. Will I pass through it? Will it move? Will it notice me? But there's another part of me, very loud, very primal, screaming. If you go into that shadow, you're not coming back the same. Or at all. So I stand there, staring at it, and I feel the choice forming inside me. Curiosity or survival. And for once, thank God, survival wins. Without taking my eyes off the shadow, I force my foot to move backward. It feels like I'm pushing through thick mud. Then the other foot. One step, another, then another. The further I move away, the easier it gets. My muscles slowly unlock. My breathing evens out, and I feel control returning to my body. With every meter I put between myself and that shadow, it gets smaller. It thins out, shrinks, settles. Eventually, it looks like it did at the beginning. Just a tree next to a pyramid-shaped grave, with a normal winter shadow under the moonlight. I don't know how long I watched it. Maybe a few seconds, maybe a full minute. Then I made a very simple, very wise decision. I turned away from that place, walked around the cemetery, and took a different road. That road had lanterns, ugly yellow lights, ice on the ground, dog tracks in the snow. But it was the most beautiful, comforting thing I'd ever seen. In the end, nothing happened in the physical sense. I got home in one piece. But inside, I knew I had gotten dangerously close to something I should not have approached. Whether it was a trick of the brain, some kind of hallucination, or something we don't have words for, I still don't know. I only know how it felt. So here's the conclusion I've drawn for myself, and maybe it'll be useful to you too. If you ever find yourself staring at a shadow, or at some strange shape, and you feel that weird pull, like it's hypnotizing you, like your body wants to shut down while your eyes stay open, don't play the hero. Don't test it. Don't see what happens. Step back. Break eye contact if you can. Listen to your body. If every nerve in you is screaming to get away, Trust that instinct. In my case, the fear of death turned out to be stronger than my curiosity, and that probably saved me from doing something truly stupid. I'm still a skeptic. I still look for logic. But I also respect that there are things, especially in places like cemeteries, in the middle of the steppe at night, that sit right on the edge of what we understand. And if you ever walk between two cemeteries under a bright winter moon, I genuinely hope all you see are normal, boring trees. So, let me tell you a story about my dreams. When I was a kid, maybe first or second grade, I used to have this same dream over and over, where I was falling off a cliff, just straight down. My stomach would drop, my heart would be pounding, and right before I hit the ground, I'd always jerk awake. You've probably had something like that, right? That instant panic when you realize you're falling, and your whole body is like, nope, we're out of here, and wakes you up. After a while, I got tired of it. I remember one day, I must have been 7 or 8, lying in bed after another one of those dreams, and I thought, okay, next time, I'm not waking up. I want to see what happens if I actually hit the bottom. So the next time the dream came, I knew it. I was falling again, wind rushing past, that huge empty feeling in my chest. In the dream, I was freaking out, but somewhere in the back of my mind, I was like, no, stay, don't wake up, just see what happens. It felt like I was falling forever, like I had hit terminal velocity, and there was no way out. The ground was racing up toward me, and right at the point where I thought, I cannot handle one more second of this, everything changed. I slowed down. It was like someone gently turned the gravity dial down from a 10 to a 1. My body kind of hovered, and instead of smashing into the ground, I just floated down and touched it, as soft as if I'd stepped off a curb. And that was it. No impact, no pain, just this huge wave of relief. After that, I stopped having those terrifying falling dreams. If I was in the air at all, something different would happen. I'd just take control and start flying, like a low-budget Superman knockoff. I'd be gliding over cities, fields, oceans, wherever my brain decided to drop me. And the cool thing was, the moment I started flying, I'd realize, oh, I'm dreaming. I'm in a dream right now. This was before I'd ever heard the term lucid dreaming. This was pre-internet, back in the late 70s, early 80s. I just thought, wow, it would be amazing if I could do this on purpose every night. It didn't happen right away, but over a few months I kind of trained myself. At first, I couldn't control the dream from the beginning, but once I was inside a dream, I'd know it was a dream. Even if I didn't have full control, there was that awareness, like this little narrator in my head going, relax, this isn't real. You're safe. Over the years, that awareness turned into actual control. At some point, I realized, if I wanted to change something in the dream, I could. If I wanted to just let my mind run the show, I could do that too. I started treating it like a collaboration between me and my sleeping brain. And that's when I started using lucid dreaming to deal with nightmares. See, nightmares become a lot less scary when you know you're dreaming. Not great for the nightmare, but great for you. Instead of waking up the second something horrible happened, I'd stay. I'd be like, Okay, if this is my dream, then I get superpowers. I get tools. I get backup. Sometimes it was like one of those old horror movies where the kids fight back using their dream powers. Except in my version, I actually won. I even had a dream once where this horror movie style villain, like a mashup of every slasher character you can think of, showed up. And instead of running, I literally thought, nope, my house, my rules. And I took him out. It felt amazing. All of that got me really interested in dreams in general. I'd wake up thinking about them, writing bits down, wondering what they meant. Later on, when I finally did get internet access, I started searching for other people who'd had the same kinds of experiences. Before that, I'd just pick up random books about dreams from the library and obsess over them. There were a few dreams where I'd meet someone who felt different. They didn't feel like a part of my own mind. They felt too specific, too alive, like they had their own inner world that wasn't just mine. It made me wonder if, somehow, I was sharing a dream with someone else. So one night, while lucid, I met this person. Let's call them Riley. They had that same distinct presence, like they weren't just a background character. And in the dream, I thought, okay, this is it. This is the kind of person I've been curious about. Right there, inside the dream, I explained the idea to them. I said, look, if this is real, if you're not just part of my imagination, then we should come up with a password. A simple word. Something we can say if we ever meet in real life. That way, if we both remember it, we'll know this wasn't just in my head. We agreed it had to be something ordinary, something you could slip into conversation without sounding too strange. And we both promised, still in the dream, to try really hard to remember each other and that word when we woke up, even though we knew how quickly dreams fade. The word we picked was something simple, like lantern. Just an everyday word, nothing mystical. But inside that dream, it felt charged, almost sacred. Then time passed. This was around high school for me, and life moved on. Eventually, I went off to college in a different city, up in Seattle. I wasn't really thinking about the dream anymore. I just remembered that feeling, and that there was a word, and a person, and a promise. One day I got off a bus downtown, right near this busy intersection where everyone's rushing around, and someone got off at the same stop. We were walking in the same direction, and we kind of glanced at each other, with that weird little spark of recognition you sometimes get, like, do I know you? Have we met before? We both did that awkward half-smile, half-stare thing, and I had this strange feeling in my chest, this little nudge. Say the word. Try it. So as we were talking, small talk at first, just where we were headed, what we were studying, I casually slipped the word lantern into the conversation. Totally out of context, but said in a way that you could almost justify. The moment I said it, their eyes went wide. They stopped walking, looked straight at me, and said, "Wait, hold on. It's you." My whole body lit up. I got chills. We both kind of freaked out, in that excited, slightly shaky way, because we both remembered. It wasn't vague like, oh, I had a dream kind of like that once. It was specific. We started trading details from the dream, where we were standing, what the place looked like, the exact conversation about the password. We were almost whispering the word, even though to anyone passing by, it would have just sounded like we really liked talking about lanterns or camping gear or something. Out of context, it was nothing. But to us, it was proof. I don't remember everything we said after that. I just remember thinking, this is wild. I actually met someone in real life that I first met in a dream. We eventually went our separate ways. I honestly can't even picture their face clearly anymore. Dreams are like that, and honestly, so is memory. But that moment stuck with me. That feeling stuck with me. It was the moment I stopped thinking of dreams as just some private little movie my brain plays when the lights go out. It made me start to wonder if dreams are some kind of built-in network, a kind of organic bio-net, if you will, where maybe, just maybe, our minds can overlap for a while. I don't know for sure what happened. I can't prove any of it, but I know how it felt. And every time I catch myself falling in a dream now, I still remember that first time I chose not to wake up, and how everything changed the moment I decided to hit the ground. Two weird things happened in 2 days. The first one was a few nights ago, in broad daylight actually. I was in bed with my baby boy. His name's Milo. He's just turned 1. And my little sister Camille, she's 7 and from France, was sleeping beside us. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I know, Camille is nudging me awake, and Milo kind of sits up on my lap, all warm and floppy, like babies do. I'm propped halfway up in bed, still groggy, and then I hear this little crackling noise. It's coming from this small radio we shoved in a box by the bedroom door. That catches my attention, so I look toward the door. The door is barely open, just a crack. But through that crack, I see something pass by. It looked like an armful of hair. Not normal hair, but this massive, heavy clump of dry, matted, wiry brown hair sliding past, like it was attached to something walking by. I know that sounds weird, but it didn't look like hair from a hairbrush or from the shower drain. It looked dense, like it had weight to it. Imagine if someone needle felted a huge cloud of dry brown hair, and then there were bits of gray and blonde woven through it, little strands sticking out in all directions like thin wires. It almost looked textured, like it would scratch if you touched it. And here's the thing. The door was only open a sliver, but there was so much of it passing by that I knew whatever it was had to be big. Because I was holding Milo, he was blocking my view of the lower part, so I couldn't see if there were legs, feet, anything like that. Just that awful, thick, matted hair sliding past the crack. For context, we've got this very classy, very DIY baby gate situation going on. Our landlord doesn't want us installing a proper gate because it might mark the wood. So we're using my son's old foam climbing block as a kind of barrier across the door. On top of that, we stacked a couple of boxes, and in one of those boxes is this little handheld radio that's still turned on. It sits directly across from the bedroom door. So I'm staring at the door. The radio is crackling by itself, and this hairy thing just glides across the opening. I blurt out, super loud, "What the bleep was that?" Camille sees my face and instantly knows something is wrong. She yanks the blanket up over her eyes, and in French, she whispers that she's scared. I can hear her voice getting shaky. I start calling for my partner, Leo, who that night was sleeping in Milo's room, because Camille hadn't wanted to sleep alone in there, so he gave up his spot. Camille joins in. Now she's actually crying and yelling too, because at this point I'm thinking, okay, someone has broken into our home. Some weirdo is in the hallway. This is it. This is how people die in horror movies. Leo rushes in, all confused, and I tell him there's someone in the house, that I saw something go by the door. He does a full sweep of the apartment, checking closets, the bathroom, under beds, everything. There's nothing. No one. That was on the 13th. I tried to shrug it off, Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a shadow. Maybe I'm just exhausted. I want there to be a normal reason. I always do. But then tonight happened. Tonight was worse. It's about 3:30 in the morning. Leo likes to sit out on the patio late at night, scrolling or just unwinding, so I assumed he was out there. I was in bed with Milo again. He'd fallen asleep curled up against me. I woke up more fully this time because I was trying to find my phone. I knew I'd fallen asleep with it nearby, but when I pat around the bed, the pillow, under the blanket, it's just gone. As I'm doing this, I hear it. Creaking. Loud, steady creaking. Right in front of my bedroom door. Now, I'm not a big person, but I'm definitely not delicate either. I tried the next day to recreate that sound by just walking there, and I had to stomp to get it that loud. Whatever this was, it sounded like it had real weight. Anyway, back to the moment. Milo is asleep in one of my arms, and I'm trying desperately not to wake him as I feel around for my phone with my free hand. My heart is pounding. My brain is doing that thing where it's like, stay calm, be logical, don't panic. Meanwhile, the creaking is still going. No pauses, just this relentless, heavy shifting outside my door. I call out for Leo, sort of halfway between a whisper and a shout, because I don't want to wake Milo. No answer. The creaking keeps going. I start thinking, okay, if this thing, whatever it is, shows itself in that door crack, I'm done. I will either pass out, or cry, or both. Maybe all three. I call Leo's name again, louder this time, honestly expecting Milo to start fussing, but he doesn't even stir. He's still breathing all slow and peaceful against me, completely oblivious. I carefully put him down in the middle of the bed and keep searching for my phone. When I fell asleep earlier, he was below me in the middle of the mattress, so I figured maybe the phone slipped under him and moved when I picked him up. I lift the blankets, feel under him, check all around where he was. Nothing. Meanwhile, that creaking is still going on. Right at my door. No breaks. Just that 2-second rhythm. At this point, I'm sweating. I'm scared and mad and just done. I scream Leo's name. Right as I do, I hear another noise. The creaking stops, and I see Leo's face appear in the crack of the door. I just lose it. I yell at him. What the hell are you doing? Why are you standing in front of the door like that and not answering me? He looks completely confused. He goes, What? I just came out of the bathroom. I heard you. Now, our bathroom is to the left of the bedroom. It's tiled. No wood floor in there. So those creaking sounds? That wasn't him standing on the wood outside my door, shifting around. I ask him, You weren't just standing right here like a creep? You weren't pacing or something? And he's like, No, I swear. I was in the kitchen and then went to the bathroom. You must have been dreaming. Here's the thing. If he'd been in the kitchen, I would have heard him. The kitchen floor and the hallway both creak. There's no way he could have been stomping around out there for almost 10 minutes without me hearing him walking to and from the bathroom too. And I wasn't lying down. I was sitting up, actively searching for my phone. I was awake. Leo knows I'm sensitive to this kind of thing. I've had stuff happen all my life. I could probably fill a whole book with ghost stories, and normally he's pretty good about validating me. This time, though, he kind of half shrugged it off, saying maybe I was in some half-sleep state or something. And I get why he'd say that. Honestly, it's one of the explanations I'm considering too. We've lived in this place since September, and nothing weird has happened until this month. The only other tiny thing was once I thought I saw a little figure in the kitchen about the height of my son in my peripheral vision. I joked that Milo was astral projecting while he napped. I used to do a lot of astral travel when I was younger, so it's kind of a running joke between me and myself. The last few nights, though, I haven't been out on the patio with Leo like usual, listening to creepy Reddit stories and laughing. My health has been rough. I have lupus and PSA, and lately my treatments have not been going great. Today was actually the first day I took a new biologic, and it's made me feel pretty sick. I even broke out in a couple of hives. So I'm extra tired, falling asleep during shows I want to stay awake for after Milo goes to bed. So I checked the floor. I tried reproducing the creaks with my own weight. I retraced where my phone could have gone. I went over everything with that logical, nerdy part of my brain. And here's where it gets even weirder. After all this, after Leo and I talk and things calm down, I finally spot my phone. It's on my desk, right next to my head, within arm's reach. Like, if it had been there the whole time, I would have seen it. I swear to you, I would have. It was literally right there, screen down, as if it had just appeared again where it should have been from the start. So now my brain is trying to make sense of it all. The weird matted hair thing I saw a couple of days before, the creaking, the missing but not missing phone, Leo being in a totally different place than where the sounds were coming from, my son asleep through everything, my own exhaustion, the new meds. The most honest way I can put it is this. It felt, for a moment, like me and Milo were in a slightly different version of reality, just a hair to the left of everyone else in the apartment. Like we were in the same place, but not synced up. And whatever was standing at my door, whatever was crossing that hallway with all that heavy, matted hair, belonged more to that other place. I even asked my friend Nolan, he's kind of my go-to spiritual/nerdy hybrid friend, if he'd ever heard of people feeling like they're trapped in some other layer of their own home while everyone else is just living normally around them. He said he has heard stories like that, about people being out of phase or whatever you want to call it. Maybe I was just in a weird sleep state. Maybe the medication and the fatigue made me hallucinate. Those are real possibilities, and I take them seriously. But both experiences, back to back like that, it's a lot to write off as coincidence. Right now, I'm surprisingly calm. There's a part of me that wants to freak out, but the bigger part of me is just watching, observing, taking mental notes like, okay, if this happens again, what time is it? What's the light like? Who's awake? Where's the phone really? I love this home. Up until this month, I've never felt anything bad here. And even now, I don't feel like whatever this is wants to hurt us. I'm cautious, but I'm not living in constant fear. So that's where I'm at. Half scientist, half ghost magnet, very tired mom. Keeping a close eye on creaky floors and door cracks, and making sure my phone is exactly where I think it is before I go to sleep. Hello everyone. Welcome to Paranormal M. Today, after a long day at work, I finally get to sit here again in front of the microphone to do what I love most. Tell the mysterious stories that you've sent from all around the world. I'm truly very happy to know that these stories can help you fall asleep more easily, feel comforted, and less lonely. So, my brother died when he was 11. Accidental drowning. One of those bright, ordinary days that turns into the line in your life where everything is before and after. A few months later, he started visiting. We didn't say that at first, of course. We're a practical family. My dad was an electrician, ex-Navy, the guy everyone called when their lights went out. Mom was very no-nonsense, but little by little it got too weird to ignore. The first thing that we all agreed had to be him was the music box. Before he died, my brother, his name was Danny, had picked out this porcelain figurine music box for our mom for Mother's Day. He was so proud of it. You know, one of those wind-up ones with a tiny on-off switch underneath. My mom kept it in the china cabinet, way up behind the glass where nobody touched it. One night we're all at the dining room table, halfway through dinner. Nobody's left their chair. We're passing the potatoes, just talking about school and work when, suddenly, from the other room, this tinkly little tune starts playing. We all stop, forks midair. We look around like, did somebody forget to mention we're haunted now? My dad stands up, and of course we all trail after him. He walks into the living room and stops in front of the china cabinet. The doors are closed. Inside, behind the glass, that little music box is slowly turning, playing its song. Nobody's near it. The cabinet hasn't been opened. Dad opens the door, and the music stops instantly. He picks up the figurine, flips it over, and there's the switch, set firmly to off. He just stares at it for a second. Then he puts it back, closes the cabinet, and we all go back to the table and finish dinner in total silence. You could hear every clink of the silverware. Afterward, Dad's sitting back with a cup of coffee and one of his roll-your-own cigarettes, and he says, real quiet, almost to himself, Danny was always a bit of a practical joker, wasn't he? And that was kind of the moment we all collectively decided, okay, he's still here. When my mom passed away years later, I inherited that same music box. It sits on my shelf now. It's quiet most of the time, but I always half expected to start playing on its own again. Let me back up a little and tell you about the house, because that's where most of this happened. When Dad retired from the Navy, we moved back to my parents' home state. They bought a double-wide trailer on this half-acre lot, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 6 kids. So you can imagine how cramped that was. Eventually, Dad bought a single-wide, renovated it, and attached it to the double-wide. Suddenly, we had what we jokingly called the triple-wide mansion. 5 bedrooms, 3 baths, a big family room, and this huge country kitchen with an old wood-burning cook stove. It was chaotic, but it was home. We'd been in that house about 5 years when Danny died. Not long after, we had this bizarre electrical problem, which, you know, in an electrician's house is almost offensive. One day, the power just goes out in half the house. But here's the strange bit.
It wasn't like, oh, the front half is out. It was half of each section. The ends where the bedrooms and bathrooms were, fine. Lights, outlets, everything working. But the living room, dining room, kitchen, and family room, completely dead. Dad does what he does best. He shuts off every appliance, every light switch, so nothing gets fried when the power comes back. He crawls under the house, checks every wire, every junction box, every fuse. For days. He calls in his electrician buddies. These are guys who live for this stuff, and they can't find a single thing wrong. This went on for 2 weeks. Half a house lit up, half a house in the dark. Dad finally grumbles that he's going to have to rewire the whole place from scratch. Everything springs to life. Lights blaze on, the TV shrieks to life, and the stereo flips on at full volume, blasting Stayin' Alive like we're in the world's most aggressive disco. I will never forget the look on my dad's face. He just froze. Red in the cheeks, jaw clenched, the veins standing out in his neck. This man was furious. My sister and I caught each other's eye and started giggling. Then Mom started chuckling. Within a minute, we were all laughing, and even Dad cracked. He shook his head and muttered something like, "All right, kid, you got me." Because if there was one thing Danny loved, it was flipping switches and messing with the TV and stereo, cranking the volume right when you weren't expecting it. It was exactly his style. Danny wasn't an only son. I had another brother, Mark, who was just a year younger than him. They were close in age and almost the same size, so Mom used to buy their clothes in pairs whenever there were sales. They had matching shirts, coats, pajamas, you name it. To keep it all straight, she'd write their initials on the tags. After Danny died, Mom went into this intense grief-cleaning mode. She gathered every single thing in the house that had his initials on it. Clothes, shoes, anything. She donated all his clothes to the local secondhand shop. She couldn't bear to see them. Then she turned his old bedroom into a storage room, kind of a pantry. A few months later, an old Navy buddy of my dad's came to visit with his family. To make room, Mom put me in the pantry on a rollaway cot and gave my bedroom to the guests. First morning I wake up in there. I stretch, look over, and there's a pair of pajamas laid out neatly across the foot of the cot. Folded, like somebody planned for me to wear them. I pick them up and wander into the kitchen where everyone's sipping coffee. I hold up the pajamas and ask Mom, "Hey, did you leave these for me? Or are they for Mrs. Harrison or one of the kids?" She takes them, glances at the tag, and I see her whole face change. Her eyes get wide, and she lets out this sharp, panicked sort of shriek. "Where did you get these?" I'm stunned. "They were on the bed when I woke up. I thought you put them there." On the tag are Danny's initials. She immediately storms off and drags poor Mark out of bed, accusing him of hiding those pajamas from her and pulling some sick prank to embarrass her in front of our guests. He's standing there half asleep, swearing up and down he has no idea what she's talking about. But I know what I saw. No one but me and a whole lot of cans of green beans slept in that room that night. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, my prankster brother went into his old bedroom, into what was now basically a pantry, and laid his pajamas out across my bed. And Mom? Oh, she was big mad. There were plenty of smaller things too, little jabs and reminders that he was still around. At his funeral, for example, when we all arrived at the church, the main doors refused to open. They just wouldn't budge. They weren't locked, they just wouldn't move.
We were all bunched up on the steps while people fiddled with the handles and pushed and pulled. Eventually, they had to reroute everyone to a side entrance. Those stairs were narrow and winding, and carrying the casket up there was awkward and nerve-wracking. After the service, we walked back out through the front doors with no problem at all. They swung open smoothly, like nothing had ever been wrong. Then there was the dryer. One afternoon, it was just Mom and me at home. We're at one end of the house when we hear the dryer start tumbling away on the other side. The laundry room door is closed, but you can hear it going. Thump, thump, whir. Mom sighs and says, "Did you start a load and forget to tell me?" I shake my head. She closes it again. Stands there, staring, like she's waiting for it to start back up. It doesn't. It stayed off after that. Like, okay, joke's over. My dad started finding his slippers in weird places too. He'd swear he left them neatly by the side of the bed, but he'd wake up and they'd be up on the mattress next to his pillow, or at the foot of the bed, pointed the wrong way. Just odd little things that made him grumble under his breath. Stuff would go missing and turn up later in spots we'd already searched. Scissors, pot holders, one shoe from a pair. Clocks and radios would stop working for a day or two and then magically fix themselves. Cupboard doors would be left open. Drawers would be a mess with the silverware all mixed up. Oh, and the recliner in the family room? That thing had a life of its own. We'd go to bed with it in one position and wake up to find it angled a different way, like someone had been sitting there watching TV in the middle of the night. Sometimes, when we turned the TV on, the volume would be set to max, even though the dial was turned low, or the channel would be set to something we didn't even get. One time, the wood pile next to the stove caught my eye. All the logs were stacked neatly, except the top row. Every piece in that top layer had been turned the opposite direction, like somebody had rearranged them just to see if we'd notice. Most of it was the kind of stuff that drives an already detail-oriented mother absolutely around the bend, which, again, would have delighted my brother. My favorite story, though, the one my kids loved the most, happened years later. Halloween night, 1995. By that time, I had a daughter of my own. We'll call her Lily. She was 10, and I let her have a little Halloween party and sleepover. We did the whole thing. Costumes, trick-or-treating, way too much candy, and then Hocus Pocus on TV. After the movie, the girls wanted scary stories. And then Lily says, "Tell them the real ghost stories, Mom." So I turn off most of the lights. We're in the living room. I'm on the couch. They're all sitting on the floor in a half circle, wrapped in blankets, eyes wide. And I start telling them all these stories about Danny in the music box, and the pajamas, and the lights coming back on with the stereo blaring. I'm really hamming it up, doing my best spooky storyteller voice. They're all, "Ooh," and "No way," completely glued to every word. And right in the middle of a particularly creepy part, the TV suddenly turns on by itself, at full volume. The room explodes with sound and light, commercials blaring, everyone screaming. The girls shriek and pile into each other's laps. I hit the armrest, convinced someone sat on the remote. As soon as we calm down, I say, "All right, who bumped the remote?" One of the girls, big eyes, just points. The remote is sitting on the end table, farthest from me. No one close enough to touch it. Nobody had moved. It was just on. There was this dead silence. And then one of them whispers, "Can we maybe not do any more ghost stories tonight?" I just smiled and thought, "Okay, Danny. Still got it." So yeah, my brother was a prankster in life. And honestly, he stayed a prankster after. Not in a terrifying horror movie way. More like a mischievous little nudge that said, "Hey, I'm still here. Don't forget me." And we haven't. At my grandparents' house on my dad's side, one of my uncles lives there with his family. Let's call him Uncle Martin. He and my Aunt Rosa have 3 kids, 2 girls and a little boy. So it's always a full house, super noisy, super warm. This was back in May, around the middle of the month, when my grandpa's birthday was coming up. The whole family decided to throw him a surprise party, and, like always, when there's a family party, my sisters and I end up helping Aunt Rosa with the decorations. She's the one who plans everything, and her 2 daughters, Sophie and Clara, are like her little assistants. We have this tradition. We start decorating the day before, in the late afternoon, and we just keep going until we can't keep our eyes open. That night was no exception. We were cutting paper, hanging garlands, arguing about colors, listening to music way too loud. All of that. I think we finished around 2:30 in the morning. I'm not totally sure, because by then, my brain was half asleep. Since it was so late, we decided to sleep over in my cousin's room. There were 5 of us girls, my 2 sisters, my 2 cousins, and me. Obviously, we didn't all fit in the same bed. So, my sisters and cousins took the bed, and I said, "It's fine. I'll sleep in the hammock." Because they have this hammock in the corner of the room, right by the window. Honestly, I kind of like sleeping there. It feels cozy. We were exhausted, so we left some of the decorations half done, set an alarm for 5:45 a.m. to wake up and keep working, and crashed. At first, I was completely knocked out. You know that heavy sleep where you don't even dream, you just disappear? That was me. But then, in the middle of the night, I felt the hammock move. It was like someone had pushed it from underneath, or given it a little shove. I woke up a bit, but I was so tired I just thought, ugh, the hammock moved, whatever. And I went back to trying to sleep. I figured maybe I'd shifted my weight or something. A few moments later, no idea how much time had passed, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, I felt this huge tug on my hair. Not like a little pull. It was strong. Like someone had grabbed a fistful of my hair and yanked it. Hard. I woke up angry. My first reaction wasn't even fear. It was pure annoyance. I was convinced one of my sisters or one of my cousins was messing with me. I literally sat up in the hammock, turned around, already with my hand half raised, like, whoever did that is getting smacked. But when I looked at the bed, They were all completely asleep. I mean, out. One of my cousins was even snoring softly, and my younger sister had her mouth open, drooling on the pillow. It was that deep, ugly sleep that you just can't fake. That's when the anger disappeared and the fear kicked in. All of a sudden, I felt this intense cold. Not just, oh, the fan is on, cold, but that kind of cold that runs down your back and makes your skin prickle. The room was mostly dark because we turned off the lamp to sleep better. Only a bit of light from outside was coming through the window. I stayed very still for a second, just listening. The hammock wasn't moving anymore. The house was quiet. I could hear someone walking around in the hallway far away. But in that room, it was just the sound of their breathing and a little bit of snoring. My heart was pounding so loudly, I was sure someone could hear it. I remember thinking, okay, if it wasn't them, then what pulled my hair? I didn't want to stay one more second in that hammock. I got up as slowly as I could, because the last thing I wanted was for it to start swinging again. My feet touched the floor, and it felt freezing. I didn't even bother looking around too much. I was too scared I'd actually see something. My sister mumbled something like, move. But I hugged her anyway and closed my eyes as tight as I could. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, that it was just a dream, that I'd gotten my hair tangled in the hammock somehow. But deep down, I knew what I felt. It was a hand. Someone, or something, pulled my hair. And let's just say, I haven't been too eager to sleep in that hammock again. I was thinking about which story to share with you next, and I figured I'd go with a more recent one. One that, honestly, I still think a proper paranormal team should investigate. I'm Mira, by the way. I'm 43 now, and I've been psychic my whole life. I didn't develop this later. It's just always been there. Seeing things, knowing things, feeling things I probably shouldn't. It's kind of like having an extra sense that never turns off. There was this town I lived in for a while. In downtown, near the main bus station, there was this old historic house. You couldn't miss it. Big, tired-looking place with peeling paint and these tall, narrow windows. I used the bus all the time back then, so I was constantly walking past it or riding by it, trying very hard not to look. Because there were children there. Ghost children. Everywhere. And they knew I could see them. The very first time I walked past that house on foot is burned into my memory. I had my earbuds in, music turned up, eyes down on the sidewalk. I remember carefully watching where I stepped so I didn't land in some disgusting old wad of gum. It was just a normal day, until it suddenly wasn't. About halfway along the fence line, I got that feeling. You know when you know someone is staring at you and your skin sort of prickles? Now imagine that, but instead of one pair of eyes, it feels like a whole room full of them. I kept walking, trying to ignore it. But the pressure of those stares was so intense that I finally looked up at the house. And there they were. I saw maybe 10 ghost children scattered all over the place, all of them locked onto me. Most of them were pressed up near the windows, faces pale, eyes too wide and too still. One child was standing on a little balcony on the second floor, just motionless, staring right at me, like they'd been waiting. And another one was nothing more than a blur, zipping around inside behind the glass like a bird that got trapped in a room and couldn't find a way out. I remember the one on the balcony the most. The energy from that child hit me like a punch. It was this heavy, seething mix of hatred and anger. Not like a kid throwing a tantrum, but old, deep rage that had been sitting there for a long time. That one felt older than the others, like the leader of the group, or the first to die, or the one who remembered everything. The rest of the children didn't feel hateful. They felt stuck, mostly. Curious, surprised that I could see them. Their faces weren't twisted or monstrous. They just looked like kids who had been alone too long. The house itself dated back to, I think, the 1910s or so. It had that early 20th century look. Tall ceilings, narrow balcony. The kind of place that used to be grand and then just slowly faded. The children were all wearing these long nightgowns, like old-fashioned bedtime clothes. Mostly white or very, very pale, brushing their ankles. Some of them with little lace collars or tiny buttons down the front. At first I didn't understand why there were so many of them, or why they were all dressed like that. It bothered me. I kept seeing them every time the bus went by. Little faces in the windows, staring out at the street, at the people who had no idea they were there. Later on, I found out that the house had been used for different things over the years. Offices, a boarding house, that kind of thing. But at one point, it had been a children's hospital, specifically for kids with tuberculosis. And suddenly, everything made sense. The nightgowns, the number of children, the way the air around that place felt heavy, like it was soaked in old breath and old fear. And on those days, when I did end up walking by, I made a point of acknowledging them. I'd keep my pace steady, look up at the windows, and give them a little wave. At first, they just stared back, like they weren't sure if I was real, or if this was some kind of trick. But after a while, after a few weeks of doing this, something shifted. A couple of them started to wave back. Just small movements. A hand lifting at the window. A little tilt of the head. A flicker of recognition. The one on the balcony never waved. They just watched me. That same hard stare. That same old anger. I always felt like if anyone ever did a proper investigation in that house, that child would be the one they'd have to be the most careful with. There was a story there, a painful one. But the others felt almost grateful, in a quiet way, like being seen mattered. And that's what stays with me the most. Not the fear, not even the anger, but the simple, heartbreaking reality that a bunch of sick children had died there, and then just never left. Time moved on. Buses came and went. People rushed past with their coffee and their phones, and those kids just stood at the windows in their little nightgowns, watching the world go by.
So whenever I did pass that house, I always waved. Because sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for the dead is to let them know they're not invisible. You know, every time someone asks me why dolls creep me out so much, I never quite know where to start. So, I guess I'll start before I was even born. This story really begins when my mom was still a teenager. Back then, she and her older cousin, her name was Clara, were really into anything mystical. Tarot cards, candles, astrology, all that. One evening, they went to a kind of spiritism session at my grandmother's old house. I don't know exactly who else was there. My mom never liked to go into too much detail. What she does talk about, though, is the doll. In my grandmother's living room, there was this porcelain doll that always sat on a little wrought iron chair near the hallway. According to my mom, during the session, while everyone was focused on the table and the candles, she happened to glance over at that doll. And the doll turned its head, slowly, and blinked. Not just in her direction, but straight at her, as if it recognized her. My mom swears the doll's lips parted just a little, like it was about to say something. That was enough. She bolted out of the house, ran into the street, and refused to go back inside. After that day, she almost never visited my grandmother again. They already had a complicated relationship, so this incident gave her one more reason to stay away. Now, fast forward many years. It was August 2012. I was 11 years old, and it was my first time visiting that same house. My mom had finally agreed to go back, mostly because my grandmother was out of town and my mom needed to pick up some documents. She had a spare key, so it was just the three of us. My mom, my little sister, and me. The house felt paused. Like someone had lived there once and then just stepped out and never came back. But everything stayed frozen exactly as it was. Dust on the furniture, faded family photos. That faint old house smell that's part mold and part memories. At one point, we were on the ground floor, walking past the narrow hallway that led to the staircase. At the bottom of the stairs, against the wall, there was this small wrought iron chair. And sitting on it was a porcelain doll. She had curly chestnut hair, glassy blue eyes, and a pale face with tiny painted lips. She wore a dusty blue dress with little white flowers and lace at the collar. On her lap, there was a small ceramic dish filled with dried rose petals. Nothing about her seemed strange to me at first. She just looked like an old doll that had always belonged there, like part of the house. So, casually, I called out to my mom. I said, "Hey Mom, this doll is kind of pretty. Is it Grandma's?" The change in her face was immediate. She stopped walking. Her skin went almost white. She turned to me and asked, very quietly, "What doll?" I pointed to the chair. "That one, by the stairs. The one in the blue dress." She walked toward me, her steps slow, eyes fixed on the spot. Then the questions started, one after another, her voice getting tighter each time. "What does she look like exactly? Her hair, what color is it? Where are her hands? What is she holding?" I remember feeling confused, but I answered everything.
Curly brown hair, blue eyes, blue dress with flowers, white lace collar, a bowl with dried rose petals in her lap. The more I described, the more my mom's breathing changed. She wasn't just tense, she was terrified. Finally, she whispered, "Stay here," and grabbed her phone. She called my grandmother, Helena, right there in the hallway. I could hear my mom's voice trembling as she asked, "Did you keep that doll? The porcelain one that used to sit on the little iron chair? Is this some kind of joke?" My grandmother sounded annoyed on the other end. I couldn't hear every word, but I distinctly remember my mom asking, "So you're sure you didn't bring the doll back? You're not hiding it from me?" And then my grandmother said something that made my mom go completely silent because it no longer existed. A long time ago, there had been a kitchen fire, accidental, but bad enough that it spread into part of the house. A lot of things were destroyed, including that porcelain doll my mom remembered so well. According to my grandmother, the flames had melted and cracked it beyond repair. She'd thrown the pieces away. The only thing that survived intact, my grandmother said, was that little wrought iron chair. My mom ended the call and just stood there for a moment, staring at the empty air in front of her. Then she turned to me and said, very slowly, "Show me the doll again." I turned back to the staircase, to the chair, and it was empty. No doll, no dress, no ceramic bowl. Just the chair, with a faint ring of dust outlining where something might have sat once, a long time ago. I remember my stomach dropping. I kept insisting. She was right there. I saw her. She was right there. My mom grabbed my shoulders and looked me straight in the eyes. "You're sure?" she asked. "You really saw her?" And I was sure. I can still see her in my mind, as clearly as if she were in front of me now. Curly hair, blue dress, rose petals in her lap. That weirdly calm expression on her face. Not smiling, not frowning, just watching. We left the house shortly after. My mom was shaken, and she didn't try to hide it. On the way home, she finally told me the full story about the spiritism session, about how the doll had turned its head and blinked at her, how she'd run out and never wanted to set foot in that house again. "And the doll burned," she said. "I saw what was left of it. There was nothing to save." We went back to the house one more time a few months later. This time, I avoided looking at the staircase for as long as I could. Eventually, of course, I had to look. The chair was there. Just the chair. Cold, empty, harmless looking. But I still felt watched. I've gone over that day in my mind so many times. I've asked myself if it could have been a trick of the light, a reflection, my imagination, some weird overlap of memories. My mother's fear echoing into my own mind. Maybe I somehow recreated the doll in my head from a story I didn't consciously remember hearing. But the thing is, as far as I know, my mom never told me about the doll before that day. She always avoided the subject of that house and of my grandmother, unless she absolutely had to talk about it. So I don't know what I saw. A hallucination? Some leftover impression, like the memory of an object burned so deeply into a place that it lingers there, visible only to some? Or something that just didn't want to be forgotten? I only know this. I was the only one who saw her that day. And ever since then, dolls have unsettled me in a way I can't shake. It's not just that they look creepy. It's that sometimes,
when I see one on a shelf or in a window, perfectly still, I can't help but wonder if, just for a second, it might blink. All right, let me tell you something that happened to me back when I was 25. So, in Thailand, we've got this superstition called Benjapas. People say 25 is a cursed age, that it attracts accidents, health problems, breakups, all the bad stuff. When I was younger, I used to laugh it off like, yeah, sure, numbers are scary now. But then this happened. My friends insisted on throwing me a late birthday get-together. Nothing crazy, just drinks and food near Ratchada. I was actually tired and wanted to go home early, but you know how it is. Come on, it's your birthday, one more round. By the time I finally got on my motorbike to head home, it was close to midnight. The roads were pretty empty. I remember the air felt a bit chilly, and I was just cruising, kind of zoning out, thinking about work the next day. I reached this junction I always pass. Normally it's quiet, but that night, as I was crossing, a pickup suddenly blasted through a red light from the side. I didn't even have time to swear properly. I yanked the handle, swerved hard, and the bike just slipped out from under me. Next thing I knew, I was on the road, sliding. My arm burned, my jeans tore, and I tasted dust and blood. The pickup didn't even stop. It just kept going. I lay there for a second, trying to figure out if anything was broken. My knees were scraped, my palms were bleeding, and my left shoulder felt like it had been punched from the inside. But I could stand. That felt like a miracle already. I reached for my phone to call someone, but of course, perfect timing. It flew out when I fell. When I found it, the screen was cracked to pieces and wouldn't turn on at all. Dead. The bike looked bad. The side was scraped up. The mirror was hanging off. But when I tried starting it, the engine still coughed to life. The front wheel, though, felt weird, kind of shaky. I didn't want to stay in the middle of that road, so I pushed myself back on and slowly rode toward this shortcut, a narrow alley I sometimes used to cut home. By then it was past 12. The alley was almost empty. Old houses on each side, metal gates, those orange street lamps that make everything look a bit wrong, you know? Some of the lamps were working, some were flickering, some were completely dead. I was going slowly, just trying not to fall again, when suddenly the front tire gave up completely. It sank and wobbled, and I had to hop off before I tipped over, totally flat. I remember just standing there in the middle of that quiet alley, bleeding, sweating, and so tired. I muttered something like, seriously? Tonight of all nights? I started dragging the bike along, one hand on the handle, one hand on the seat, the flat tire making this dull flapping sound on the ground. Then I heard a voice, a soft, clear voice from somewhere up ahead, near one of the lampposts. P, what happened to your bike? I froze. I looked up and saw a young woman, maybe early 20s, standing just inside the circle of light under a flickering lamp. She was wearing an oversized white t-shirt that almost reached her knees, and I couldn't really see if she had shorts on underneath or not. Her hair was tied up in a messy bun. From where I stood, I could only see the right side of her face. It was, honestly, she was really pretty, and she just looked so normal, like she could have been someone's neighbor who stepped out to take the trash. I called back, trying to sound less shaken than I felt. My tire's flat, I said. Had an accident back there. She tilted her head a little, still half turned away from me. You're bleeding, she said. You should get that cleaned. I will, I answered. I just need to get this thing home first. She pointed further up the alley, past where I could see clearly. Now, normally, I would be suspicious. A random girl in a dark alley after midnight, telling me where to go. But something about her voice was calm, gentle, not pushy, not creepy. More like a neighbor giving directions. Really? This alley? I asked.
I've never seen a shop here. It's there, she said, like she'd walked past it 100 times. Just keep going. You'll see tires stacked outside the house. Don't worry, the uncle is kind. Tell him Tao sent you. Tao? I repeated. She just gave this small smile, still not turning her full face toward me. Go, she said, before your leg swells. I laughed a little at that, said thank you, and started dragging my bike in the direction she pointed. The alley felt longer than usual, but after maybe a minute, I saw it. A small house with a rusty metal gate and a pile of tires leaning against the wall. There was a dim light from inside and the sound of a TV playing. Honestly, I got goosebumps right then. I'd walked this alley in the daytime before, and I swear I never noticed a repair place there. But I was too tired to question it. I rang the bell. After a while, an older man came out in shorts and a singlet, rubbing his eyes. He looked at me, then at the bike, then back at my bloody elbow. "What happened to you, eh?" he asked. "Accident at the junction," I said. "The front tire's dead. A girl back there told me your shop could help." He frowned a bit. "Girl? This late? What girl?" She said her name was Tao," I answered. "She told me you were still awake." His expression changed, but he didn't say anything about it right away. He walked over, checked the wheel inside. "Inner tube's gone," he said. "Leave it here. I fix it in the morning. You come back after work." I nodded, feeling this huge wave of relief. "Thank you, Uncle. Really. I don't even know how I'd have made it home without this place." He just grunted and started pulling the bike inside. I turned around, wanting to walk back and thank the girl properly. But when I looked toward the lamppost where I'd seen her, there was no one there. The alley was completely empty. Just that flickering light and the sound of some dog barking in the distance. I thought maybe she'd gone into one of the houses, so I walked a bit back, glanced at the gates, the doors. Nothing. No sound of anyone walking away, no doors closing. Just silence. A little chill crept up my neck, but I told myself, maybe she lives right here. Don't overthink it. I bowed slightly toward the lamppost like an idiot and whispered, "Thanks." Then hobbled out to the main road to find a taxi. The next morning, I went back to the shop after work. My arm was stiff, my bandages were already dirty, and I was still annoyed at that pickup driver. The uncle had my bike standing outside, tire fixed, everything wiped down a bit. As he was writing the price on a piece of paper, I casually said, "Thanks again for last night. If that girl Tao didn't tell me about your place, I'd still be pushing this thing around." He paused. "You keep saying that name," he said slowly. "Tao." There were a couple of bikers sitting nearby, smoking and chatting. When they heard the name, they went quiet and turned to look at me. One of them asked, "P, what did she look like?" I described her as best as I could. About early 20s, thin, hair in a bun, big t-shirt, really pretty. I only really saw this side of her face, though. I tapped my right cheek. She was standing under that flickering lamp in the middle of the alley. The bikers exchanged looks, and one of them let out a low whistle. "Was it Tao from Soy 9? He asked the others. Another one nodded slowly. "The one who died last week?" I laughed, thinking they were messing with me. "Come on, don't joke like that." But the uncle just sighed, put his pen down, and looked me straight in the eye. He pointed in the direction of the alley, right under that same lamppost you're talking about. I didn't know what to say. My mouth just went dry. If you don't believe us, one of the bikers added quietly, go look tonight. You can still see the white spray mark on the ground where the police drew around her body. I just stood there, replaying everything in my head. How she never stepped fully into the light. How she only turned the right side of her face toward me. How calm her voice sounded. And then it hit me. I never heard her footsteps. Not when she appeared. Not when she disappeared. I asked them, when did she pass away? 3 nights before your accident, the uncle said. Same time, late at night. For a long moment, none of us spoke. I thought about how I'd been joking about Benjapas, about bad luck and cursed ages. I thought about that pickup that almost killed me, how close the tire came to the bumper, how my phone died right when I needed it most. And then I thought about a young woman, standing under a flickering lamp, telling a stranger exactly where to find help. I'm not going to pretend I'm super brave. That night, when I walked past that lamppost again, I didn't dare look directly at it. But I did notice a faded, uneven white spray mark on the road. And I did say, in my head, if that was really you, thank you. People say spirits in accidents like that can be angry, vengeful, dangerous. Maybe that's true sometimes. But in my Benjapas year, the one they say is cursed, I think I got the opposite. I think I got protection. So now, whenever someone laughs at that superstition, I just smile and tell them, believe it or not, when I was 25, a girl who'd already died made sure I got home safe. So, let me tell you a story that happened to my friend Nara on a trip to Bali, Indonesia, with a big group of international friends. If you've been to Bali, you'll know this, but in case you haven't, most people there are Hindu, and you'll see these beautiful little offerings everywhere. They're small woven trays made of palm leaves, filled with flowers, rice, maybe a biscuit or a piece of fruit. They're called kanang sari, and they're meant to honor the spirits and deities. Anyway, one late afternoon, Nara and her friends were walking to get dinner near Canggu. Everyone was chatting, checking their phones, not really looking where they stepped. Then her friend Leo, one of the Western guys in the group, accidentally stepped right on one of the offerings. Nara, being Thai and having grown up around similar beliefs, immediately went, "Hey, don't do that. You should apologize." But Leo just laughed. A couple of others chuckled with him. He shrugged and said, "It's just, like, trash on the street, right?" Nara felt this cold knot in her stomach. She could feel people at a nearby warung looking at them. So she stepped aside, pressed her hands together, bowed her head slightly, and whispered an apology to the spirits, half for Leo, half for herself for not stopping him in time. That night, they went out for drinks after dinner. The vibe was good. Everyone was relaxed, a little drunk, music in the background, all that. When they finally left the restaurant, They had to walk along a small road, and there were offerings lined up near the entrances to homes and shops. Nara's boyfriend, Ken, who was definitely more than tipsy at this point, stepped on another offering without noticing. The others saw and started teasing him. "Ooh, careful," one of them joked. "The ghosts are gonna get you." Nara didn't find it funny. She told him, "Seriously, stop. Don't step on them." But Ken was drunk and being a show-off. He laughed and said, "These are for ghosts? Okay then, let them come." And he actually started stomping on one or two more offerings, like it was some kind of game. Everyone except Nara burst out laughing. She, on the other hand, felt sick. The air felt heavier somehow. Again, she stepped aside and quietly muttered another apology, asking any spirits listening to forgive them for being stupid and disrespectful. Eventually, they got back to their villa, a nice place with a pool, a little garden, and those dark wooden wardrobes in the rooms that always feel a bit too old and too heavy. Everyone showered, joked around a bit more, and then drifted off to their rooms. Nara and Ken went to bed. She was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately. Sometime in the middle of the night, she woke up to this faint sound. Scratch, scratch, scratch. At first, she thought it was geckos on the wall. She tried to ignore it, but it kept going. Slow, rhythmic scraping, like nails on wood. She reached out for Ken and realized his side of the bed was empty. Now she was fully awake. The scratching was coming from inside the room. She sat up, heart pounding, and listened. Scratch, scratch, from the direction of the wardrobe. She turned on the bedside lamp. The wardrobe doors were slightly trembling. Nara said her whole body went cold. She forced herself to get up, walked over, and slowly pulled one of the doors open. Inside, crammed into the wooden wardrobe, was Ken. He's a tall guy, about 6 feet, with his head bent at this awful angle against the top of the wardrobe. Shoulders twisted, knees pulled in. His eyes were closed tight, like he was in a deep, painful sleep. And his hands were dragging his nails over the inside of the wardrobe, making that horrible scratching sound. Nara froze. For a moment, she thought she was dreaming. Then she yelled his name and shook him hard. He kept saying, "What the hell? What am I doing in there? How did I get there?" She sat him down, handed him a towel, and tried to calm him. When he finally caught his breath, he said he'd been having a nightmare. He said, "There was this woman. She had no eyes, just empty dark holes. She was wearing a white kabaya, like a traditional outfit, and she kept following me. I was running down these narrow hallways, opening door after door, but they all led to smaller and smaller rooms, and she was always right behind me. I finally saw one last door and thought it was the exit, but when I opened it, it was just a tiny dark space. No way out." Nara asked, "And then?" He said, "Then I woke up. Here," and pointed at the wardrobe. Nara just whispered, "You see? I told you not to make fun of the offerings." But she didn't want to talk about it anymore right then. She helped him clean up, got him some water, and told him they'd deal with it in the morning. The next morning, everyone met up for breakfast by the pool. Almost everyone, anyway. Leo wasn't there. They started eating, and Ken, looking pale and exhausted, told the group what had happened. He described the woman with the hollow eye sockets, the traditional clothes, and the feeling of being herded into that narrow, inescapable space. Nara watched everyone's reactions. A few of them tried to laugh it off, but you could tell they were unsettled. After a while, someone said, "Wait, where's Leo?" They realized no one had seen him yet, so Nara and a couple of others went to his room to check on him. They knocked. No answer. They tried the door. It was unlocked. Leo was inside, lying on the bed, drenched in sweat. His skin was hot to the touch. He had a fever and was breathing like he'd just run a marathon. They tried to get him to drink water. When he could finally talk, he said, in this shaky voice, Did anyone see that woman last night?" Nara felt her stomach drop. "What woman?" she asked, even though she already knew. He said that sometime during the night, he'd woken up and seen a woman in traditional Balinese dress standing outside his window. Messy hair, blank eyes, just staring in at him through the glass. At first he thought it might be some drunk villager or a performer heading home, so he quickly got up and shut the curtains, telling himself he was just imagining things. But later he woke up again. This time the curtains were open, and the woman was inside his room. She was dancing, slowly, her arms and legs bending at strange angles, her fingers moving in those sharp, deliberate gestures you see in Balinese dance, but twisted in a way that didn't look right. Her eyes rolled back and then locked onto him again, empty and cold, as she moved closer and closer to the bed. He said he tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then everything went black, and the next thing he knew, it was morning, and he was burning with fever. At that point, Nara had had enough. She grabbed her phone and called their local tour guide, a Balinese man named Wayan, who'd been showing them around the island. When Wayan heard what happened, he didn't laugh, didn't say it was just a dream. He went very quiet. Then he said, very sharply, "You touched the offerings, didn't you?" Nara admitted what Leo and Ken had done. She expected him to be mildly annoyed. Instead, he was furious. He said, "You cannot do that. It's taboo. Those offerings are sacred. Even if you step on them by accident, you must apologize. If the spirits don't punish you, the villagers might. This is not a joke here." He told them to get ready immediately. No sightseeing, no brunch stop. He picked them up and drove straight to a temple. At the temple, Wayan spoke to one of the priests. The priest listened, then nodded like he'd heard this kind of story before. He didn't seem surprised, just serious. Nara said that as the water ran down her face, she suddenly felt like she might cry. Not from fear, but from this deep, heavy guilt for not standing her ground more when everyone was joking about it. After the ritual, they went back to the villa. That night, there were no more scratching sounds, no women at the window, no strange dreams. Ken's feverish, haunted look faded over the next day. Leo's fever broke. The atmosphere in the group changed. They were quieter, more careful where they stepped, more respectful in general. They finished the trip without any more incidents. Everyone went back home safely. But Nara swears she will never forget that wardrobe, or the look on Ken's face when he woke up inside it, or the way Leo described that woman dancing in his room. So yeah, if you ever go to Bali, or honestly, any place with traditions you don't fully understand, please,
Be respectful. Those little offerings on the ground, they're not decorations. They're not trash. They mean something to the people there. And maybe to things you can't see, too. You ever find yourself down in Lower Manhattan at night? If you do, I want you to remember this, because once you've heard it, you'll never look at Trinity Church the same way again. So picture this. It's late October, one of those evenings when the air is just cool enough to raise goosebumps, but not so cold you can't pretend you're fine without a jacket. The city noise has settled into that low, distant hum, and the fog from the Hudson creeps in like it's got someplace very specific to be. Right there, where the old cobblestones lead up to the iron gates of Trinity Church, there's a story that refuses to stay buried. Most folks know the history books talk about a famous duel back in 1804. Two powerful men, once colleagues, torn apart by ambition, pride, and politics. In the version you'd read in school, they're called Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. But the story I'm telling you, the one that clings to Trinity Church like the autumn mist, in this story, their names are Elias Harrow and Jonathan Brandt. Elias Harrow was the brilliant one, the architect of the young nation's finances, the kind of mind that could see 10 moves ahead of everyone else. Jonathan Brandt was the vice president, charming, calculating, always standing just a step to the side of the spotlight, waiting for his moment. They were allies once, friends even. But ambition is a sharp thing, and over time, it carved a canyon between them that words couldn't bridge. Their quarrels grew louder, the insults sharper, until finally, there was only one way in their world to settle it. At dawn, on a summer morning in 1804, they met with pistols in hand. One walked away. The other was carried to Trinity Church. Elias Harrow was laid to rest there, beneath a marble stone that the weather has tried and failed to erase. The bells tolled for him, and the city moved on. At least, that's what people like to think. But every year, on the last night of October, the church remembers. Locals will tell you, quietly, usually over coffee or a drink, like they're not entirely sure they believe themselves, that if you stand by those iron gates just before midnight, something changes. First, the street lamps along Broadway flicker. Not all at once, just enough to make you check your phone and wonder if there's a power issue. The air grows colder, unnaturally so. You can see your breath even if the weather app swears it's still mild out. Then, the heavy wooden doors of Trinity, those massive old doors that don't move without effort, creak open. No one touches them. No one is there. Inside the yard, where the tombstones lean and the names blur, a low mist begins to rise. It curls up from the ground, threads itself between the graves, and drifts toward the center of the churchyard like it's being pulled by invisible hands. And that's when people say they hear it. Two voices, faint at first. Not quite words, more the shape of anger and regret. They say if you listen closely, you can pick out Elias's voice. Tight, controlled,
still trying to reason, and Jonathan's, sharp and bitter, like every sentence is a wound. Then comes the sound no one ever forgets. The crack of two pistols firing almost at the same time, echoing off the stone walls and stained glass windows. People who've heard it swear there's no mistaking it. It's not a car backfiring, not construction, not fireworks. It's the sound of old gunpowder, of iron and smoke, and choices you can't take back. If you're brave or foolish enough to peer through the gate when that happens, some say you'll see them. Two men, half-shadowed, standing 10 paces apart. Elias Harrow, in a weathered blue coat, his white cravat smeared with a ghostly hint of blood. His hand shaking just slightly as he lifts his pistol. They raise their weapons. The air goes still. Even the city seems to hold its breath. And then, just as quickly as it begins, the scene shatters. The gunshots fade. The figures blur and dissolve back into the mist. You'd think that would be the end of it. But Trinity has one more memory it refuses to let go. After the echoes die away, another sound rolls in. The rattle of wooden wheels on cobblestone. The hollow clop of hooves that never quite touch the ground. A carriage appears at the edge of the fog. Always the same one, they say. A black, old-fashioned hearse carriage, drawn by 4 shadowy horses whose eyes glow faintly in the dark. It pulls up right in front of the gate, as if waiting for permission to enter. Inside the carriage, under a white shroud, lies a body. Elias Harrow. If you look closely, and I don't recommend it, but I know you're going to be curious, you can see the edge of his face, the sharp line of his jaw, the cravat at his throat staying dark where the bullet tore through. The driver sits hunched on the bench, draped in a long coat, a wide-brimmed hat hiding his face. Some people say he has no face at all, just shadow. Others claim they saw their own features staring back at them, empty-eyed. Whoever he is, he always does the same thing. He leans down, as if addressing someone only he can see, and whispers. No one's ever been able to make out the words. A warning, maybe. A confession. A promise. The horses stamp once, twice, and then the whole carriage rolls backward into the fog and disappears, like it was never there. Now, the strange part, and yes, it gets stranger, is what happens to the people who witness it. There was a woman a few years back, a photographer, who thought it'd be fun to get some moody Halloween shots around Trinity. She told a friend later that as soon as she heard the pistols, her camera shut off. Full battery, brand new card, and it just died. Her phone too, black screen, useless. Another guy said his watch stopped for exactly 3 minutes, starting at midnight. When it ticked back to life, the carriage was gone. So were the figures. And in the stained glass windows of the church, where he'd caught the reflection of 2 dueling men just moments before, there was nothing but his own face staring back at him. People report the same things again and again. Devices failing, breath puffing out in white clouds on a night that isn't that cold. The sudden feeling that someone is standing just behind them, close enough that if they turned around, they'd bump shoulders. But when they do turn, there's no one there. And yet, And this is the part that keeps the story alive. Every Halloween, someone new goes to stand at that gate. Sometimes it's a couple on a ghost tour who hang back from the group just to see. Sometimes it's a local who's walked past Trinity 1,000 times but finally gives in to curiosity. Sometimes it's someone like you who heard the story from a friend and thought, it can't be that bad, I'll go see for myself. They stand there, hands wrapped around the iron bars, listening. They wait for the deep, distant toll of the clock. They watch the doors. They hold their breath, wondering if this will be the year the duel repeats, if the past will drag itself up from the graves for one more performance. Maybe they'll see nothing at all, just a beautiful old church and a quiet, foggy street. Or maybe, just maybe, they'll hear the faint echo of a pistol, the rattle of invisible wheels, and feel the weight of 2 centuries pressing down on the space between what history recorded and what it refuses to let go. So, let me tell you about this trip we took to Baguio. It was late September, a few years back, when my sister-in-law, Anna, booked us a room at this old hotel along Quezada Road, just a short walk from Burnham Park. She really wanted us to experience the classic side of Baguio. Yung Luma, my character, hindi yung modern and fancy. I already knew the place was old. I'd Googled it beforehand. But I didn't expect this. Heaviness. The moment we stepped inside. The lobby was quiet, almost too quiet, and the hallways leading to our room on the 4th floor were narrow and dimly lit. You know that kind of yellow light that never fully reaches the corners? Parang laging may nakatago sa gilid ng mata mo. When we entered the room, my heart sank a little. It clearly hadn't been updated in years. The curtains were faded, the paint was peeling in some spots. The wooden floor creaked with every small step. Even the building's facade outside looked tired, like it hadn't been repainted in a long time. There were 3 beds, a big window overlooking Burnham Park, and outside the sky was this flat gray. A storm was on its way. Typhoon Ompong was in the forecasts that week, so the whole city felt extra gloomy. We dropped our bags and I went straight to the bathroom. As soon as I closed the door and turned the lock, I felt a sharp sting. Parang tinusok yung daliri ko. I looked down and saw a fresh cut on my finger, deep enough for blood to bead up and start running down. I just stared at it like, ano to? It made no sense. I've used 1,000 door locks in my life, but I'd never cut myself on one. And for it to happen the exact moment we arrived, it didn't feel like an accident. It felt wrong, like something was saying, I'm here. I wrapped it with tissue and went back out. I told my husband Mark and Anna about it, brushed it off with a nervous laugh, then went to open my suitcase. Now this part really bothered me. My luggage had a number lock. I've used the same code since I bought it. I've never changed it. I punched it in, pulled the latch. Nothing. It wouldn't budge. I frowned, tried again. And again. I must have dialed that code 10, 15 times. Still locked. You know that slow, creeping feeling that someone's messing with you? That's exactly what it felt like. A thought slipped in. Maybe it's not just us in this room. Maybe something's playing with us. In the end, I had to force the zipper out of the lock to open the suitcase, and I just snapped. Out loud, I said, half nervous, half annoyed, "Friends, huwag niyo naman kaming pagtripan. Kakadating lang namin." I really meant it. It didn't feel like I was talking to thin air. It felt like I was talking to someone. Mark immediately dismissed it, saying it was all coincidence. Anna agreed, but I could tell they were both a little uneasy. That first night, we decided to sleep with the lights on. It was actually Anna who insisted, and Mark didn't argue. Si Mark kasi, may tinatawag tayong third eye. He's very sensitive, easily startled by energies or presences. So we pushed the beds closer together, and he took the middle bed, like some kind of human buffer. Nothing big happened that night, but all three of us felt it, that sense of being watched. Like eyes were on us from somewhere in the room, or just beyond it. The next morning, the air felt extra cold, and it wasn't just Baguio weather. We needed to leave early, so I volunteered to shower first. I went into the bathroom, closed the door, and started my usual routine. I turned the faucet on to adjust the temperature, then turned it off once I was ready and stepped into the shower. So I'm there, back facing the faucet, eyes closed, lathering shampoo into my hair. And then I hear it. The soft creak of the handle turning. The water suddenly starts running. For a moment, I just stood there, heart pounding, water running behind me. And I could feel that same presence from the day before, that thick, heavy feeling in the air. But the logical side of me fought its way through the fear. I told myself, "Baka natamaan mo lang ng likod mo. Baka may problema lang sa gripo." So I slowly turned, shut it off again, and kept repeating in my head, "Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. Wala yan. Wala yan." I finished my shower, pretending nothing was wrong. The rest of that day was actually lovely. We roamed around Baguio, ate street food, walked around Session Road, passed by Burnham, enjoyed the cool air. Ang saya namin. For a while, I forgot about the weirdness in that room. We got back to the hotel around 10 p.m., tired and ready to sleep. We turned on the TV for a bit, chatted, then eventually settled in for the night. The lights stayed on again. Now here's the part that still gives me chills whenever I think about it. Around 3 a.m., I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. The room was quiet. My body was heavy, like I'd been yanked out of a deep sleep. I was about to roll over when I heard it. Crying. Very soft at first, muffled, like it was coming from the next room. I lay very still, listening. The sound was faint, but clear enough that I could feel it vibrating through my pillow, through the headboard. Someone, or something, was weeping. My whole body went rigid. I remembered what the front desk had told us when we checked in, that the room beside ours was empty. I slowly turned my head to check on Anna. She was fast asleep. Then I glanced at Mark. He was already awake, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. In a low voice, he whispered, "Naririnig mo?" My eyes widened. "Oh,
I whispered back. I wanted so badly to believe it was something normal, so I forced myself to say, "Baka naghihilik lang yung guest sa kabila." Even though I knew there wasn't supposed to be anyone there, I clung to that excuse like a lifeline. Then Mark said quietly, "May humahawak sa braso at paa ko." That's when real terror hit me. I went completely silent. It felt like the air around us thickened. My skin was crawling, but I didn't dare move. He reached up and tapped the headboard above him. It made this hollow, empty sound, like the wall between our room and the other room was very thin. But the crying didn't stop. Whoever or whatever it was just kept sobbing. Not loud, not dramatic. Just this soft, broken crying that went on and on. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at the ceiling, pretending not to hear it. Minutes felt like hours. Somewhere between fear and exhaustion, my body finally gave up and pulled me back to sleep. Looking back, I think the only reason I managed to sleep at all was because I kept forcing myself to be logical, to downplay everything, even when my gut was screaming otherwise. The next morning, we checked out and headed back to Manila. Nobody said a word about what happened. The whole bus ride home was quiet. It felt like we'd made this unspoken agreement. If we don't talk about it, maybe it can't follow us. We stayed at Anna's condo in Manila for 2 more nights. On that first night back, when we finally felt safe enough, we broke the silence. Over dinner, one of us joked about the creepy hotel, and suddenly everything came spilling out. Anna admitted she'd felt it too, that sensation of being watched. She said the bathroom made her especially uneasy, like someone was standing just behind her while she brushed her teeth. Then she told us, almost in a whisper, that when she took a bath, she'd heard someone murmuring right behind her ear. Not quite words, just a whisper. Then Mark shared what he'd been keeping mostly to himself. But on that night with the crying, everything changed. As the sobbing seeped through the wall, he said he suddenly sensed her clearly. A woman, a black figure, standing at the foot of our bed, just beyond the circle of light. He didn't see her face, just the outline of a woman, all in shadow. Maybe she was the one we heard crying. I still don't know the history of that particular hotel, but Baguio itself carries so much tragedy. Earthquakes, war, countless stories of loss. When I think about that night, it makes a strange kind of sense that some of that pain might still be lingering in places like that. And yet, Baguio City will always be beautiful to me. Majestic, even, with its cool air, pine trees, rich culture, and breathtaking views. Despite everything we experienced, a part of me still longs to go back someday. But I'm grateful for one thing. Whatever that presence was, it didn't follow us home. Mark told me later it was a good thing we never directly acknowledged it while we were there. Never talked to it, never called it out. Because once you do, once you really notice them, they notice you. So I'll leave you with something my husband said, words that honestly changed how I see things now. Don't wish to see ghosts or spirits. Kasi kapag nasa pinakamababa ka na, dun sila umatake. And after that night in Baguio, I believe him.